some strong political wins with his stance on the question of deploying the South African National Defence Force to patrol the gang-killing fields of the Cape Flats. Windy says the province hasn't made up its mind on requesting deployment of the troops on the streets. His cautious stance, though, stands in sharp contrast to that of several community activists, policing forums, and civil society voices who are demanding tougher interventions, including that deployment of the SANDF, and even some calling for a declaration of a state of emergency or even a state of disaster. And those calls have only intensified after the latest quarterly crime statistics revealed that gang-related murders in the Western Cape climbed from 282 in the 3 months between April and June to 293 in the quarter from July to September, with the Cape Town area being home to 4 of the country's top 5 stations for the number of murders recorded. So all of this is unfolding amid frustration, and it echoes back to Windy's own 2019 plea for soldiers on the streets, and the debate is resurfacing over whether the military can once again help stabilize communities trapped in daily violence. So what we will do at about 7:15 this morning, we'll have a conversation with the Premier of the Western Cape, Alan Windy. We were meant to engage with him yesterday, but as things shifted and the Madlanga Commission took control, we had to shift the conversation and have it this morning. So Alan Windy, my guest at about 7:15 this morning. It's 5 days to bye-bye Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and other social media for Australia's teenagers aged between 13 and 15 years old. The country is just days away from enforcing one of the world's toughest social media age restrictions, a full ban on under 16s using platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. And ahead of the 10 December deadline, Meta has already begun shutting down accounts belonging to young teens. It's a move that's quite interesting, and it has sparked support from parents, concern from digital rights groups, and confusion among thousands of users who say they've been wrongly targeted as these platforms move to implement this law. So just how groundbreaking is Australia's legislative move in this regard, and how much appetite exists beyond the borders of Australia to follow suit in other jurisdictions, perhaps including ours here in South Africa. So in our Worldview update, that's the story we'll be focusing on, and that's coming up in the next few minutes. We will unpack this law and its implications with Sarah Hoffman, who is a digital parenting expert and also co-founder of Clicked. Here's an interesting story, and you will have seen it in the last few days. The Woolies bag. The Woolies bag has become something of a sensation, an overnight star in the country's latest political soap opera. And now it's having a rebrand moment of its own, as the attempted murder accused and alleged criminal kingpin Vusumuzi Matlala's testimony before the ad hoc committee of parliament went viral a few days ago. Woolworths found itself dragged into a saga it never signed up for. And it all began with this moment when Vusumuzi Matlala was explaining and describing how exactly he carried 2 installments of the 500,000 rand that he claims he bribed, with which he claims to have bribed former police minister Bheki Cele. So it was 2 installments, 300,000 and 200,000. Take a listen to just his explanation of how he carried it all.
So 200,000 was that small change for you?
No, I'm not saying that.
You're not saying that. Okay. So the 200,000, and did you go to the Beverly Hills with the 200,000? Was it in again in a Woolies bag, or was it in some other, maybe a Checkers or a ShopRite bag?
We always operate with Woolies bag.
Again?
Yes.
It's your favorite bag?
Yes, that's the money bag.
It's a money bag?
Yes.
The money bag, he calls it. And Woolies, well, they didn't exactly jump onto the trend and then try and capitalize on it. So if that was already quite the buzz, you can imagine then the speculation and marketing and branding analysis frenzy that ensued when Woolies introduced their new white colored, slightly more transparent shopping bag, ditching their iconic black bag that had rapidly become the internet's favorite theme subsequent to that testimony by Vusumuzi Ketmatlala. It's all turned into a fascinating case study of brand perception, public narrative, and crisis by association. So what we will do at about just after 7, we'll have a conversation with Tebe Ikalafeng, founder and chairman of Brand Leadership Group, to just unpack the dynamics and the kind of thinking that must have gone into the decisions that were made by Woolies. Much of the suggestion is that the change in the color of the bag did not necessarily arise out of that testimony, but it was, I don't know, many analysts are saying, we've not heard from Woolies themselves, are saying it was just sheer coincidence, but it just worked, shall we say, fortuitously for them that they were able to do that at the same time while this was happening, to put blue water, a sea between themselves and Vusumuzi Ketmatlala as a brand. So as far as the starting lineup goes, we are at full strength once again this morning with Dineo Motaung at the news desk, Rob Byrne on your traffic. Zaikan is watching all things sport, Dowling Lechela with insights into the economy, business and markets throughout the 3 hours of the show. Sipho Mantula with your Africa update coming up at about 20 to 7 this morning. Let's have the conversation. Let's lead the conversations that move us. The number to dial 086 000 2032. Your WhatsApp voice notes, I'll take those on 0614 104 107. A bit slower, Tula Sizwe. The number to dial 086 000 2032. Your WhatsApp voice notes 0614 104 107. We've started it up. We've revved it a few times. It's idled and warmed up nicely. Come on, let's put it into gear and get going this morning.
Are you looking for the best spectacle and sunglass deal? With Specsavers buy one, get one offer, you get great value for money. Get a free pair of branded single vision prescription sunglasses up to 3,300 Rand when you purchase a comprehensive eye examination and spectacle frames with lenses on your first pair. The best part? Choose from top brands like Police, Hugo, Under Armour, Tommy Hilfiger, Red Bull Specs, and more. Affordable eye care? Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
Spurs are counting on the value of 3 points to find a decent position in the top half.
And Richarlison has just tried to lock David Raya. Wow, that is extraordinary from Richarlison.
Meanwhile, the Bees want to brighten the day of their fans with a good win.
Jensen opens it up for the day. It's Brentford's day for the third time in 4 seasons.
This is the Premier League. Experience the hot contest between Tottenham Hotspur FC and Brentford FC the Saturday 6 December at 4:30 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Tula Sizwe Simelane is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
All right, so we've given Melissa Buta some time off this morning, but don't worry, we've got plenty to talk about, especially around the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, right? And you will have seen, let me call them the triumvirate of commissioners that are leading that commission, the chairperson, Buiseli Madlanga, Commissioner Sesibaloi, and the Commissioner Khumalo, and just their approach to asking questions. A lot of people are talking about it, especially on social media, reflecting on just how much they can make you squirm. And make a person squirm is exactly what they did when the minister, the sidelined minister, police minister Senzo Mchunu, appeared before them under intense questioning, as Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga pressed him on why he never warned the National Commissioner, Fani Masemula, about his looming decision to shut down the National Political Killings Task Team. So we thought we'd play you an excerpt of that because it really is something that has driven quite a great deal of conversation, and I'll be hoping that you and I can get to reflect on it throughout the show. Take a listen.
Minister ever reached at the November meetings?
Pardon?
Was a point ever reached at the November meetings? November meetings which were about a review. Was a point ever reached at those meetings or at any other meeting before 31 December 2024 that there should be disbandment? Was such a point ever reached?
My argument, oh, sorry.
Was such a, please, not an argument, just a response to that question. And it's a very simple one. And a yes or no could do, unless you must explain. Was such a point ever reached, Minister, that there should be disbandment?
I would say many times, Commissioner,
Before 31 December 2024?
in the sense that
When you are the minister, I'm talking about when you are the minister, let's forget about the work study. And I don't even agree that there was anything that there should be a disbandment even there. But anyway, the November meetings up to 31 December 2024, was a point ever reached? So I'm giving you a timeline. Was a point ever reached that the PKTT should be disbandment? Was such a point ever reached?
no, it was not. That point was never reached, except in context of what
Yeah,
we're
you see
discussing.
why I'm asking you this question, because you keep going back to the November meetings. That is why I want a categorical answer from you, whether a point was ever reached that the PKTT should be disbanded. So your answer is that no such point was ever reached.
No such point was ever reached in directly, as you ask.
Well, thank you. Now,
Yeah, so there you have it. Just an excerpt of that exchange. It really is fascinating. They started out by giving him leeway, right? Allowing him to outline his, thought process and what he considered and why he felt it was time to wind down the political killings task team. They really allowed him from that first day when he appeared a couple of days ago to the earlier part of yesterday. But by afternoon, that's when they started engaging with him. Allow me to call it, they were giving him the Imogen Mashazi treatment, the Julius Mkwanazi treatment. But Senzo Mchunu now knows what the triumvirate is all about of those three commissioners. So they will continue today with that testimony of Senzo Mchunu, and that's part of the reason why we will be taking you live to that as soon as it gets underway at about 8:30. And of course, Kenny Mapanga of SABC News will come through just after 7 a.m. and report to us and just try and wrap it up nicely for us, because a lot actually transpired and that testimony continues today. So there you have it, the work of the Trinity, the triumvirate of commissioners at the Madlanga Commission.
Tulasizwe Simelane on the Morning Brief, weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
All right, let's turn to your weather now and tell you what that is looking like. We have one impact-based warning from the South African Weather Service. It's a yellow level 2 warning. It is for severe thunderstorms with heavy downpours, resulting in localized flooding of susceptible roads, settlements, and low-lying bridges and areas. Excessive lightning, large amounts of small hail, wind damage to infrastructure, and all of that is expected over the Free State, southwestern parts of the Northwest, extreme northeastern parts of the Northern Cape, and the extreme northern interior of the Eastern Cape. And then the rest of your weather looks like this. Pretoria will be partly cloudy with isolated afternoon thunder showers with a minimum of 15 and a maximum of 26. Johannesburg, partly cloudy with scattered afternoon thunder showers with a minimum of 13 and a maximum of 25. Vereeniging, partly cloudy with scattered afternoon thunder showers, 14 to 26. Mbombela will have morning fog and a chance of drizzle, otherwise partly cloudy with isolated afternoon and evening thunder showers with a minimum of 16 and a maximum of 27. Polokwane, partly cloudy, 14 to 27. Mahikeng, partly cloudy with isolated afternoon thunder showers, 15 to 28. Bloemfontein will be fine, becoming partly cloudy with isolated afternoon thunder showers, 15 to 29. Kimberley, partly cloudy with scattered afternoon thunder showers, 17 to 32. Uppington, partly cloudy with isolated afternoon thunder showers, 21 to 39. Cape Town will be fine with a minimum of 19 and a maximum of 27. George will be cloudy at times with a chance of light rain from the afternoon, 15 to 23. Gqeberha, partly cloudy, 16 to 24. East London will be fine, becoming cloudy in the afternoon with isolated showers and rain, 15 to 26. Durban will be partly cloudy with isolated afternoon and evening thunder showers, 17 to 30. Richards Bay will be partly cloudy with isolated afternoon and evening thunder showers, 18 to 33. And lastly, Pietermaritzburg will have morning fog, otherwise partly cloudy with isolated afternoon thunder showers, 13 to 34.
Worldview Update, bringing you closer to international or global news.
23 minutes after 6. It's 5 days to bye-bye Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and other social media for Australia's teenagers aged between 13 and 15 years old. The country is days away from enforcing one of the world's toughest social media age restrictions, a full ban on under 16s using those platforms. And ahead of the 10 December deadline, Meta has already begun shutting down accounts belonging to young teens. It's a move that sparked support from parents, concern from digital rights groups, and confusion among thousands of users who say they've been wrongly targeted. Let's unpack what it means and perhaps tease out just how groundbreaking Australia's legislative move is and whether there's appetite beyond that jurisdiction to follow suit. I'm joined by Sarah Hoffman, digital parenting expert and co-founder of Clicked. Good morning to you, Sarah, and thank you for your time. So this is extraordinary, is it not? Well, extraordinary in the sense that it's groundbreaking, but is it? What do you understand to be the foundations and the thinking of Australia's lawmakers around imposing this ban on teenagers using these social media platforms?
So, absolutely right. This is absolutely a monumental law. And I think the whole world is actually watching with bated breath to see how exactly it's going to play out. Because for the first time ever, what's happening, we've had lots of conversations about the harms of social media. That's not getting any better. As we speak, 1 in 7 children are victims of some kind of online harm. And why this law is so groundbreaking is for the first time, it's taking the responsibility off parents to manage the space, putting it on the social media companies. And what the law says is that the social media companies have to take reasonable steps to ensure that accounts of people under 16 are detected and that their access to those accounts is removed. And if they don't comply, they could actually face fines up to almost 50 million Australian dollars. So why this is such a welcome sigh of relief for parents, and if so there are many parents on your show listening, is we all know as parents just how stressful it is, what a worry it is, how difficult and onerous it is to manage what your child is doing online. And for the first time, it's taking that responsibility away from parents and putting it on the social media companies who, up until this point, have really only ever prioritized user engagement over child safety.
So we talk quite glibly and perhaps assuming that we all understand when we talk about social media harms. What exactly are we talking about in the context of young minds, teenagers engaging with that world? And how does it differ with harms that come with addiction, for example, to tech in general, as well as other activities such as gaming and the likes?
I think we need a whole show dedicated to that topic, but really, in a nutshell, there's an quite an ever rate of cyberbullying. Our kids' ability to focus has been completely atrophied. Kids are more anxious, more depressed. There's extensive studies now on the effect on mental health. Um, quite simply, the psychology behind this is the technology that our kids are put in front of is not suitable for their brains. And the age that has been recommended here is 16. Um, that being said, I don't believe that, um, you know, kids are going to find a workaround, which is one of the counter arguments that you mentioned that there's some criticisms of this. So one of the criticisms is that kids are going to find a workaround. But I think that even though a lot of parents say, look, this is not going to be perfect, and the e-safety commissioner, who is the governmental wing in Australia who manages this, acknowledges there are going to be loopholes. It's not going to be perfect, but it is a welcome sigh of relief. And now what parents really need to focus on is, the analogy I love to use is kids is like swimming. We're not going to put children in a swimming pool on day one with no armbands and no lifeguard and no fence and just expect them to know how to use it. So building up to 16, removing these epsilon is not going to reshape behavior. We actually need to look at what are the psychological needs that the social media and tech use are meeting, and we need to teach our children how to use these platforms safely.
All right. Gora, thank you for your time and your insights. Sarah Hoffman, digital parenting expert, as well as a co-founder of Click.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Good morning to you. Let's start with cricket. The Proteas women return to one of our most iconic grounds today, Newlands. Open 20I series against Ireland. Captain Laura Wolfart says it's a rare and special chance to play at home, especially at a venue they haven't stepped onto since T20 World Cup final in 2023. We go now to the Springbok lock, Ibn Etzebeth. He's been suspended for 12 matches after being found guilty of international eye gouging during last weekend's test against Wales. The disciplinary panel issued an 18-match ban, reduced to 12 for his clean record, remorse, and a guilty plea. That will now miss a long stretch of the Shark Sixers in the URC and the Champions Cup. Springbok availability remains unaffected. Next test window only in mid-2022. The Blitzboks are determined to restore pride in the Springbok Sevens jersey as they head into the Cape Town Sevens this weekend. After disappointing fifth place to Dubai, Ricardo Duarte says the squad regrouped quickly and is fired up for their only home tournament of the season. South Africa faces a tough pool that tomorrow they'll take on Fiji, New Zealand, and Britain. And finally, Amazulu head coach Arthur Zwane says even he didn't expect the Usutu flirting with the top three of the Betway Premiership as the season nears its halfway stage.
I don't think not even single one of you will say you never thought Amazulu would be in this position. When you look at the squad, the balance of the squad, the young stars that are coming in, and so we had to grind, we had to come up with another plan, we had to hope for the best. And all we wanted to achieve was to win our home games. And if you go outside, you get a point because you are building a team here. That's how you build, the mental strength and the winning mentality. You have to start winning home games before you can think of going, away and get points there.
And that's your sport for now. We'll be making more sport headlines. That's at the top of the hour. Morning brief. I'm Zai Khan.
With the headlines at 6:30, I'm Tino Mutaung. A very good morning. The family of the late Northwest businessman Wandile Bozwana has confirmed opening a criminal case against two senior politicians in the province. It alleges that the politicians played a crucial role in securing the services of the hitmen that killed Bozwana. In other news, Police Minister Senzo Mchunu is expected to return to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. And President Cyril Ramaphosa has described the Youth Employment Service Program as a good example of effective public-private partnership. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Our top story once again coming out of KZN, and it's a big one today. It's the closure of the N3 from Durban going through to Pietermaritzburg. Now, a lot you need to know about this, actually. The road is closed from Shongweni up to Cliffdale. That's the N3, Pietermaritzburg bound. The M13 is closed from Hillcrest going out, well, from Shongweni, from Cassia out towards the N3 link at Key Ridge as well. So there's queuing pressure at both of those locations. There is the most incredible backlog of truck traffic that is stuck between Marion Hill Plaza and the closure of Shongweni. Keep in mind, this road has been closed since the very early hours, just after midnight last night. So you can imagine how much truck volume there is. And the last thing you want to do is get yourself sort of through Marion Hill Plaza and join the back of that queue, because you simply won't move. There are exits you can take to join the local alternatives. That would be the M13 out through Hillcrest and Old Main. You could come off the N3 at Paradise Valley or at Richmond Road. Now, it looks to me like the traffic authorities have probably got some traffic measurement in place at Paradise Valley, because there is quite a big delay there from Pavilion going out to that M13 split. So you've got a lot of queuing pressure. And of course, once you get onto that old road, if you manage to get up there, you've got the roadworks going into Cato Ridge, and you just got the big volume. So it's a nightmare. One of the important things that I always like to stress at a time like this is that there is that option of the South Coast Road, the Umbumbula Road. You'd leave Durban, you'd head down the N2, you'd cut back just after Toti on the 603, you'd go up what they call the Umbumbula Road. It'll bring you back on at the Umlas interchange on the N3. You bypass the N3 closure, you bypass Paradise Valley, and you bypassed all the alternative route action. So just keep that in mind. The other story that we're watching this morning is just high volume traffic going into Cape Town. The N2 queuing passing Khayelitsha, and then it gets really big traffic from the airport through to about Jan Smuts Drive. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The business update on SAfm.
Good morning to you, Ndauling. To use your expression, let's start stateside and talk about the layoffs in that economy. We watch that economy closely for obvious reasons. Tell me about the comparison between the unemployment rate and the layoffs passing 1 million.
Morning, Chila. So US layoff announcements have pushed past the 1 million mark for the year, even as the unemployment rate remains low at 0.2%, levels many countries could only dream of. Still, the trend is becoming a growing concern. Challenger, Gray, and Christmas reported that employers announced 71,321 job cuts last month, taking the total for 2025 to 1.17 million. That's 54% higher than the same period last year, and the biggest January to November count since 2020. Verizon's decision to cut more than 13,000 roles was a major driver, while tech companies reorganizing around artificial intelligence announced 12,377 reductions. AI has now been linked to more than 54,000 layoffs this year, and tariff-related figured maybe 20,000 cuts, with restructuring cited most frequently as the reason for November's reduction. Now, despite the large wave of announced cuts, honestly, the labor market is still holding up better than expected, showing the unusual mix of strong headline data and rising figures of weakness.
So you and I focus a lot in Dowling on the chip industry and that competition that's driving all of these new technologies and AI. But we hardly ever talk about specifically China's sector as far as that is concerned, but also this company, More Threads. Who are they? And tell me about them going public.
So there's a new in town last in called Thread. Has been around for a minute, but what we are seeing is with the US restrictions, particularly where they barred media to they chip to the Chinese market, and so that increases more of the ramping up their capability. One of those companies, they use called surged 400 on its first day of trading in Shanghai. The company raised $1.9 billion IPO. Market value comes as China ramps up to build a homegrown AI ecosystem and software in response to US export controls. Now, new players like Inflame Technology and Brain Technology are developing their own AI processors to capture surging GPU demand. So we are seeing more companies within China sort of make trend. At the same time, Chinese innovators have been clearing more semiconductor IP, part of a broader drive in self-sufficiency, ethical technologies, and of course, reduce reliance on US suppliers.
All right, Dowling, recap for us what happened in the markets yesterday, as well as what tone is being set in those markets that have started trading this morning.
So trade was mixed overnight in the US, even though indices are back to the record territory. Sectors around high inflation and weakening job market have investors on edge. Those concerns also filtering through to local markets with reports in the red downturn in precious metals really weighing on Z10, leading to 0.4% decline in the OSA by the close of trade yesterday. Meanwhile, the rand continues to gain momentum, now trading below the 17 rand mark at 16.98 to the green flag per hour on a dollar. Oil also in the green this morning, hitting for a 2% weekly gain with Brent sitting at $62.70. Lastly, China on mid Chinese stocks are even benefiting from threats of market.
Right, Dowling, thank you for that. We'll touch base once again just after 7:30.
Africa Update on SAfm.
With that, we say good morning to Advocate Sipho Mantula. Raz, good morning. Let's start with what the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has had to say about certain concerns around the upcoming election in Uganda.
Refreshing morning, Tulas and Jumbo Africa. Tulas, I will have gone to the length of that.
Idi Amin Dada. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a bit clear what later, but I think in my house has removed them. But there's an African saying that right over, bad for my. I won't give it the translation. Right over, bad for my. Let me tell you.
That's too intense for the Swati man.
Maybe will remedy that.
Yeah.
That saying. To Uganda, to the UN Human Rights Commissioner, raising a red flag to us to say since the beginning of campaigns, 550 arrested. And they are pointing also to why is that they are the ones who are the victims. And they are calling the international community that just January 15, 2026, plus voting. Museveni is going for 40 years of rule now. 81 years. Oh, now the UN is raising this plus there are challenges, restriction also of the press freedom, arrest, campaigns, the use force by the police. This is what in Tulas observer missions have what is called a long-term mission. So flag also happening currently beyond the UN. EU, the East Africa community, must say what are the challenges towards under.
Let's talk about the dynamics of the Russia-Ukraine conflict and how they're playing out in the minds of African states and their leaders. Tell me about Kenya's vote in the UN General Assembly regarding this question of the return of abducted Ukrainian children.
Actually, as you recall, I'll call it international diplomacy under stress. So when you look at this case, it will date back to 2014, and the UN General Assembly caught up. But Kenya, look at what they did post 2022 when the war erupted. You know, Kenya is stands on this. But this vote that happened is what's called an emergency special session on Ukraine. It's a 91 votes in favor of 12 against and 57 abstention. So Kenya abstained here with many of African countries. But who supported Russia? Burkina Faso, Burundi, Eritrea, Sudan, Niger, Belarus, Iran, Nicaragua, and Cuba. China abstained. South Africa abstained. Ethiopia abstained. Djibouti abstained. Botswana, Gambia. I can play that list. But what we see here is the Kenya and others are saying is their foreign policy being rebooted somewhere about their move now to us, because remember they were the outspoken critics of Moscow, the UN. So others might say Diplomacy at this stage to us don't have neutrality, don't have a non-alignment, need to be clear. Because this is a long-standing battle between Russia and Ukraine. And we've been hearing their voices to us around Russia going to war with the EU. Is that what I call the military industrial complex school that also frustrates those who have to report in this class, but only time will tell.
Yeah, it's South Africa's vote is interesting because we learned a couple of months ago that actually this is one issue in which South Africa is quite actively involved on the diplomatic front with Russia to try and facilitate that. I wonder to what extent that weighed in the decision making about whether or not to vote in support of the motion or to abstain in favor of continuing. I believe it's Minister Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, if I'm not mistaken, that's actually involved quite actively with that effort. Tell me about, this is one of those stories. I'm going to have to take guidance from you, Sipho, because sometimes you have to pull yourself back. There's a lot that could be said about what was said by that man in the White House about Somalis, but I'll let you tell me what Somalis themselves are saying about it.
So now this is very important, but this is not for the first time. The lunatic and the crazy and the arrogant, he had said it before, as we know. But Somalis are worried. I say they're even considering traveling plans to go to the US. We know many Somalis intelligence are there. But they say they are not planning to go there. They are disappointed with the wedding of Paul Agabi. And this came from what Trump was talking in terms of saying they are putting a lot of. But can he define what is but for him, others are saying they don't want to do nothing with the US, but some end up saying they're not even contributing nothing to the US. But that is state of a second country who might have lost the data of understanding the role. Because somebody that, but they are very worried. The label is racist. Probably it will take Trump cleaners at the UN.
Yeah. So, the president of the United States calling a community of people garbage. I don't know if there's I'm out of words. I really don't know. There's nothing else that I can say. I don't know how other people are feeling about it. I'm just at the point where there's nothing more to be said, really. Let's go on over to
look at the latest of Lamola to Ruby.
Yeah.
Very interesting to read what Lamola said. I don't want to go there. Let the listeners try to get the speech of yesterday.
That response.
Or where we are in the geopolitics.
So let's go to Guinea-Bissau. It's one of those countries. It was this phenomenon where you had an election and just a few days later you had a coup. Now we are told that forget about the results. They're not coming out.
That's quite true. ECOWAS or ECOWIS, they were in Guinea-Bissau this week on Monday. When they were asking, can the electoral commission divulge the election results? They said no, when the military coup or the ceremonial coup or the fake coup came in, all those provisional results were destroyed. So they are not able to give those outcomes. Their phones were seized, computers were taken. That's against the paradise. I can tell you. And that's why ECOWAS will not even hold increase the likelihood outcome. But also exile now. This is very sad. It's what I call abortion of electoral democracy.
Lastly, Sipho, your historical archives, two stories that you're touching on, 5 December 1924 and 5 December 2013. Why are these two dates significant?
They are very significant. They are both born in Eastern Cape. Both went to Port Hare and UNISA. They were both incarcerated in Robben Island. One would have been 101 years old. About Mangalis. Was born at the half. This is the man where now the THC has petitioned for an incident. Only poison with the glasses in food. They also want the voices of hot records. Killing me, anything, because the silencing of Insulas all about the name. Holisha and Nelson Mandela did it to recall our team. It is when the news broke for the 12 years ago. UK commander, human rights lawyer, founding democratic of South Africa, the Nobel Peace Prize recipient of 1992 last where we also now celebrate July, the 10 minutes of Mandela. It's only two great pillars that let's just put them together and remember them. One was born, one left. Asante sana kula associated in the conversation.
All right, Sipo, thank you for that. That's Sipo Mandula with your Africa update for this morning.
This week on BBC Primetime, watching TV could make you a winner. It's the BBC Primetime Watch and Win competition. Just tune into your BBC Primetime shows, answer a few simple questions on S3's TikTok account, and you could walk away with awesome prizes. From thrilling dramas to jaw-dropping reality shows, the more you watch, the more chances you have to win. Watch, answer, win. Only on BBC Primetime. Airs weeknights 9 to 11 p.m. on S3. Your couch just became the best seat in the game.
Dive into a summer of extra with free gifts from Vodacom on all summer deals. Like the Honor 400 5G for just $499 per month over 36 months on a 1 gig rate call plan. You also get a free Honor Pad X7 worth $1,999. Plus, get 5 gigs YouTube data for 3 months and 2 months free YouTube Premium. Available in-store and online. T's and C's apply. Further together. Vodacom.
If your bank makes you wait for business hours to call them, then wait on hold during those business hours, you should take a second to ask why they even have your business. Join Discovery Bank to have SA's best bank for client service, available 24/7 for service exactly like no other bank. Discovery Bank is a licensed FSP and Ask Africa's Best Banking Service winner.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good morning. Top story, the N3 closed to Pietermaritzburg. Closure from effectively Shongweni, and the M13 going up from Key Ridge closed as well. Major delays between Durban and Pietermaritzburg. If you need alternative advice, you can always hit us up on the Twitter at TrafficSA, and we'll pass it on to you there. The Mike 1 going north is heavy this morning through Joburg. A crash near Athol Oaklands on your way to Sandton. It's really heavy. A bit of pressure coming down the N1 from Allendale into Buccleuch interchange, and Cape Town. A fatal crash heading out of town on the M1 at Kilbasson. Delays as you line up from Monte Vista to get past that one. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Mr. Govender, congrats on the retirement. You just sold your car to We Buy Cars. Tell us about it.
Yes, it just gathered dust in the garage, so I exchanged it for cold hard cash. Now my wife and I can enjoy a stress-free retirement.
Retiring the car as you retire. Nice. So why We Buy Cars?
It was so quick. They came over to our house to do the evaluation, and we sold it the same day. Tops, man.
Okay, so now you got even more time on your hands, eh?
Exactly.
We Buy Cars. Geared for your next chapter. Geared for you.
At Auto & General, we understand your business is built on more than just vehicles. It's your stock, tools and equipment, and the premises where you work. Auto & General Business Insurance is designed for businesses like yours, protecting your assets against fire, theft, storms, and other unexpected events. To protect your livelihood, visit autogen.co.za and get an obligation-free business insurance quote. Auto & General, never not there. Auto & General is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Masanda Wanda ladies want to rubber stamp with a win that they belong to the summit. But TSG have a plan to display a terrific brand of the beautiful game to stop Kabuyelo. This is the Hollywood Bet Super League. Witness Mamelodi Sundowns ladies versus TS Galaxy Queens the Sunday 7 December at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 1. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
SAfm values your views. Be an active citizen.
9 minutes to 7. The Western Cape Premier, Alan Winde, has sailed into some strong political winds with his stance on the question of deploying the South African National Defence Force to patrol the gang-killing fields of the Cape Flats. Winde says the province hasn't yet made up its mind on requesting deployment of troops on the streets. His cautious stance stands in sharp contrast to that of several community activists, policing forums, and civil society voices who are demanding tougher interventions from SANDF deployment to even declaring a state of emergency or even a state of disaster. Let's speak to the Premier. Alan Windy joins me now. Good morning to you, Premier. The picture, as far as the violence is concerned and the killings, is very clear, especially as expressed by the latest statistics that showed a further increase in the number of gang-related murders in the last 3 months, the 3 months from July to September. So why the ambivalence on this question?
Good morning. Well, let me start off by saying absolutely, I fully agree. The numbers are terrible, and I get it. Citizens are angry. They really are upset, and people are calling for all sorts of things. And as you've just said, now a disaster. They're calling for a military intervention. Now, in 2019. We had military intervention and calls, and I was very much in the forefront of calling for the military. Now, I myself am not convinced that that was the solution. In actual fact, we seem to have a whole lot more issues around the military, but I also believe in data and evidence. So I've actually asked the Minister of Defense to say, give me the report of that last intervention. What you felt from your side, from the military side, was the wins and the losses. I've asked the police exactly the same question, so we can apply our minds to that before I either say, yes, I'm going to get behind everybody else and call for it, or in actual fact, it has not shown that it really makes a difference. We must also, put pressure where the real pressure is needed. In 2019, we had a big gang flare-up. We had 20,000 police officers in our region. We had just over 4 million residents. We've now got 5 million residents, 15,000 active police officers. So we've really expanded in a population rate, but we are not getting the commensurate policing numbers. And, so, yeah, maybe military to bolster it, but what we really need is the proper deployment of the right number in a population to ratio police officer. That's what we've got to get right.
So, Premier, you insist that you believe in data and evidence, but some would say that data and evidence is there. You could go back to that period when there was that deployment, because I remember at some point the deployment was about to lapse, and you were one of the people that said, please extend it, Mr. President, and you got your wish back then. The quarterly crime statistics, what did that look like during that period of deployment?
So we saw a slight reduction, but then we saw an increase. And because what happens is the gangsters seem to operate on a seasonality basis, number one. And number two, there's also, at the moment, we've got a couple of real big, heavy hitter gangsters in jail at the moment and in court at the moment with these cases now trying to be proven so we can put them away for good. And so now you've got this fight for territory. We've also got now so many more gangs in the region. We need to be bolstering in my opinion now, we need to really be bolstering our proper policing numbers. The data and evidence is showing me now where we have put, now, we've got 1,200 officers that the province support at the city level. They're called LEAP officers. They're deployed to 6 hotspots. These are the areas where the chances are you will get the highest murder numbers, and they've got a 9% reduction. So I think the interventions are much more strategic, and they've got to be based on what the intelligence services are telling us.
So the data is there as far as that time when there was that deployment, and you say there was a slight increase.
So that's our data that we are looking at, but I'm asking what the military are saying from their side. Remember also that I don't know if the military is in the same position they were in 2019. They are also like SAPs. They seem to have been left to run down. I don't think they've got sufficient support either.
Why is there a consideration for you? Because that's for the president to consider. If the military in its current state, underfunded, under-resourced as it is, can be deployed in countries like the DRC, where personally I've seen them in action in a peacekeeping role. If we thought they are suitable for deployment there, why are you concerning yourself with their resourcing?
Because I must obviously, because as soon as you put military people on the streets, that has certain consequences. But I mean, listen, I'm the premier. I don't have the control of the military or the SAPs. I keep on asking more for more control. This is what I'm saying and what we will be calling for from the province. But there's obviously nothing stopping the president making a decisive decision right now and making a decision and saying, all right, this is what we're going to do.
And I'm quizzing you about these things, Premier, because part of what people will say, some people will say, is that it's a no-brainer that if you have a force multiplier, yes, they don't have a crime fighting or arrest mandate within South African territorial borders, but that disruptor effect, that force multiplier effect disrupts in many instances gang activity, and surely that's a good thing.
Absolutely. I would support that absolutely. But, let's have a look at last time. There were a lot of people that said this is actually not working. And what's the point of doing something that's not going to work? Then we rather apply your mind to making sure that you have the proper resourcing. I mean, there are 188,000 police officers in South Africa. We have got total underdeployment here. Maybe it makes much more sense to deploy police officers to the region where it is worse. Right at the moment, the population to police ratio in the worst crime areas and those gang areas, the numbers are out. We have one police officer to 600, 700, and 800 residents, whereas in other parts of the country, it's 1 to 400.
Yeah.
Now, that surely makes even more sense to say deploy police to where
right.
it is needed right now.
Gotcha. Premier, let me take advantage of the fact that I have you on, and we didn't talk about this prior. Feel free to respond to it any which way you feel. But there is a story that is out about the question of whether or not you declared a sponsored trip to New York to the value of 51,000 rand, sponsored by Under 2 Coalition. And that issue is being taken up by the opposition, the ANC, and it's coming before the public protector. Did you or did you not declare it?
The reason that the ANC are bringing it up is because it is in the report to the committee. It's in the annual report. That's where they saw it. They are saying that I had to declare it as something that I got in my declaration, and it's not in my declaration. It's in the annual report. That is the argument, that we did declare it in the annual report. The second thing is it only came after my submission, and I've asked the registrar if I have to declare it in both. I don't believe, and we don't believe as a government, because it didn't come to me. It went back back into the government, because the government paid for the trip. They then gave money back for the air flight. So yeah, we're having that discussion at the moment. I believe it is declared, and it's declared in the annual report.
What do you mean it went back to the government? Just clarify. Was it a sponsorship to you or a sponsorship to the government that followed the correct policies to sponsor government?
Well, I'm the chair for Africa for the Under 2 Coalition. I represent Africa on provinces across Africa. It used to be the KZN Premier representing it. Now it's myself as the Western Cape Premier. We had a delegation of 3 people that went to New York for Climate Change Week as the African delegation. And, the government, our government paid all the costs of it. And then about, nearly a year later, we received 51,000 Rand towards my ticket. But the money went to the government. It didn't come to me, because the government had already paid for my ticket.
And did that sponsorship follow the prescripts? We've been hearing quite a bit about when you want to sponsor a government department or an organ of state, you need to follow certain prescripts such as the PFMA and the likes. As far as you know, did it follow that?
Exactly, because if you read in the annual report, it wouldn't only be my the subsidy going back to that trip that we went to. There was a whole range of names in that report that says, this official went to something wherever they went to, and that was all reported in the annual report.
All right. Got to leave it there. Thank you for your time, and thank you for responding to that public interest question that is out, and as far as the Western Cape governance is concerned. That's the Western Cape Premier, Alan Winde. Let's go straight to Dineo Motaung on standby with the latest news.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Thank you. Tula's top stories. A Botswana family accuses politicians in murder plot, and U.S. military briefs on Caribbean drug boat strikes. A very good morning. The family of the late Northwest businessman Wandile Botswana has confirmed opening a criminal case against two senior politicians in the province. It alleges that the politicians played a crucial role in securing the services of the hitmen that killed Botswana. The businessman was shot several times at the Garsfontein off-ramp on the N1 highway in Pretoria in October 2015. Vusi Matibela and three others have been sentenced to 48 years imprisonment each for the murder of Botswana. However, the bereaved family representative Thabang Kotsedi says the key people are free.
We are in possession of documentation, statements, and dockets that are not being investigated up to so far. And also, we are also in possession of a 205 statement that was disposed by a certain witness that is also part and parcel of hit team that always do the killing of some politicians around the province to get rid of other ANC members around the province since the year 2012, the likes of Mos Phakwe, Happy Serongwane, Kabelo Nonyane.
Police Minister Senzo Mchunu is expected to return to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. Yesterday, he struggled to defend his decision to disband the political killings task team in KwaZulu-Natal. Mchunu faced intense cross-examination from the Commission's chairperson, retired Constitutional Court Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga. Many witnesses have accused Mchunu of not consulting stakeholders before ordering the disbandment of the task team. Sibahle Mota reports.
Mchunu has been placed on leave of absence, has explained what he means when he said that the PKTT should be disbanded immediately. He testified that the term immediately cannot be read alone, but needs to be read together with a directive he gave to National Police Commissioner Fani Masimola. Mchunu says that he first wanted General Masimola to go and prepare a preliminary report on the PKTT, and secondly convene a meeting with deputy ministers and the top executive so they may consider the decision he has taken. I am Sibahle Mota in Pretoria.
In other news, President Cyril Ramaphosa has described the Youth Employment Service Program as a good example of effective public-private partnership. Representatives of business and government gathered in Johannesburg yesterday to celebrate reaching over 200,000 funded job placements under the program. Ramaphosa highlighted the significance of government's role in equipping young people with skills.
I want it forever because our corporates are clearly showing that they are utilizing it to good effect. And for transformation should never be a process that stops at one stage. We should continue to transform because through transformation, we are then able to address the challenges that will keep coming up.
Financial planners have urged South Africans to budget before the festive season gets into full swing. They have observed that many people exceed their budget during the festive period. This often leads to debt. Financial planner Sean Van Sale has these practical saving tips.
The first thing is just to take stock, and then secondly, see what you've got currently in place that you can move around and change up. Even example, if you've got stuff laying around at home that you're not using, or marketplace or whatever system that you find, and then just get rid of those things because it's just clutter that's building up. Sell those things and take money and do other things with it.
Lastly, U.S. military commanders have briefed lawmakers on a double strike on a suspected drug boat in the Caribbean. Republicans say they are satisfied with what they've been told, but Democrats have described as horrific a video showing survivors in distress being killed. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the military has killed 4 people in new deadly strike on a suspected drug trafficking vessel in the Pacific. The BBC's Peter Bowers.
The US has continued to increase its military presence in the region. Interestingly, a couple of days ago, during a cabinet meeting, President Trump said that there were now very few boats traveling on the water, suggesting that there is evidence that these strikes have drastically reduced this maritime activity and have therefore justified the action.
Recapping the top story this hour, the family of the late Northwest businessman Wandile Bozwana has confirmed opening a criminal case against two senior politicians in the province. It alleges that the politicians played a crucial role in securing the services of the hitmen that killed Bozwana. Headlines at 7:30 for SAfm News. I'm Dino Montao.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. You could spend 10 minutes waiting for the microwave to beep. Or get a 10-minute quote from Outsurance that could save you thousands on your car insurance. For his 2024 Suzuki Jimny, 55-year-old Stefan now pays only 611 Rand a month. And for her 2024 Kia Sonet, 31-year-old Palisa pays just 926 Rand a month. Ready to get more out of your car insurance? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports headlines. Cricket, Captain Laura Wolfhard leads South Africa to the first T20 against Ireland in one of cricket's most iconic grounds. And in soccer, and Manchester United missing another chance to break into the Premier League top five. They were held 1-1 by West Ham. Have details just before 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Our top story, the closure of the N3 between Durban and Pietermaritzburg. The road is closed between Shongweni and Cliffdale due to an overnight truck fire incident. The traffic is off the scales major. You get a queue before you even get there from Pavilion down to Paradise Valley. It looks like there might be some sort of enforced diversion at Paradise Valley, so that's a heavy queue. Motors and truckers stuck in a massive backlog between Marion Hill and the closure at Shongweni. The old road north of Hillcrest up through Bortis Hill, Drummond and onto Cato Ridge. That is just car parking and heavy as well. A boss move, if you like, a smart move would be the run out of Durban, N2 down to the south coast. Look for the R603, the Umbumbula Road. That'll just keep you moving through the countryside, bring you back onto the N3 at Umlas Road. Joburg Swanning crash on the Mike 1 north at Athol Oaklands, causing delays. Crash on the N1 south of Buccleuch, holding you up from Allendale towards Joburg, and driving out of Cape Town, a collision N1 at Hill Besson Drive. The N1 backing from Monte Vista on your way slowly towards Belleville. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The Morning Brief with Tulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief with Tulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
9 minutes after 7 on this Friday. It's great to be in your company. Welcome to it, the second hour of the Morning Brief on SAfm. We're on 104 to 107 on the traditional radio airwaves. Among some of what we will tell you in this hour, just after 7:30 or thereabouts, after your 7:30 updates, news updates and traffic and the likes, we'll touch base on the situation in the city of Johannesburg, right? There's a sense among some residents in Joburg that, quote unquote, it was good while it lasted. What am I talking about? The fixes that we saw as the city was building up to hosting the G20 summit. Some residents are voicing frustration and saying that the streets are beginning to deteriorate once again, just days, mere 2 weeks or so after the G20 leaders summit was held in the city of Joburg. The city itself insists that the fixes are ongoing, but I can tell you now that I've seen pockets, parts of the city that were a hive of activity before the G20 summit that are not that hive of activity. Yeah, there's certain suburbs. If you live in a suburb, there's a suburb called Boscrane in my region where I live. I don't know who the people of Boscrane offended in as far as the potholes are concerned. My goodness. Like it's as if the city has decided we've given up on you, you're on your own, see to finish. But that's just one pocket. I wonder what's happening in downtown Johannesburg in as far as maintaining that momentum that it started. So after 7:30, we'll speak to Eunice Chamda of the Joburg Crisis Alliance. But as I said, we will also start the conversation with Tebe Ikalafeng on the Woolies bag and how Woolies responded from a marketing and brand protection perspective. Tebe is on standby to talk to us about that. And then Kenny Mapanga of SABC News will come through and wrap up the testimony coming through from the Madlanga Commission yesterday, where Senzo Mchunu was quizzed quite extensively, and that will continue at 8:30. Your calls 086 000 2032. Your WhatsApp voice notes 0614 104 107. Let's get into it. The second hour of the morning brief on this Friday.
Tulasizwe Simelane on SAfm.
12 minutes after 7. So the wool is back, right? It has become the unexpected star of the country's latest political soapy, and now it's having a rebrand moment of its own. As attempted murder accused and alleged criminal kingpin Vusumuzi Ketmatlala's testimony before Parliament's ad hoc committee went viral a few days ago, Woolworths found itself dragged into a saga that it never signed up for. And it all began with this moment when Matlala described how exactly he carried both installments of the 500,000 rand which he claims to have bribed, with which he claims to have bribed the former police minister Bheki Cele. Take a listen.
So 200,000 was that small change for you?
No, I'm not saying that.
You're not saying that. Okay. So the 200,000, and did you go to the Beverly Hills with the 200,000? Was it in again in a Woolies bag, or was it in some other, maybe a Checkers or Shoprite bag?
We always operate with Woolies bag.
Again?
Yes.
It's your favorite bag?
Yes, that's the money bag.
It's a money bag?
Yes.
Yeah, so he called it a money bag. So if that was already quite a buzz, you can imagine then the speculation and marketing and branding analysis frenzy that ensued when Woolies introduced their new white-colored, slightly more transparent shopping bag, ditching the iconic black bag that had rapidly become the internet's favorite meme. It's all turned into a fascinating case study of brand perception, protection, public narrative, and crisis by association. Let's speak to Tebe Ikalafing, who is the founder and chairman of Brand Leadership Group. Good morning to you, Tebe, and thank you for your time. Other than a tweet that Woolies put out when this whole saga was playing itself out, they didn't really jump onto the bandwagon and try and capitalize on the trend and the already trending issue of the Woolies bag. Do you believe that was a good move on their part? And if so, why? If not, why not?
Well, I'm not sure that anyone would want us to say their brand without what is Madlanga. So I think that it's not to get involved in the political space, because their bag was not a politics, but was done for the packaging, if you will. And the packaging, as you know, it's got three important roles. One is a functional role, what it does. Second is emotional, what it signals. And third, it's symbolic, what it represents. I mean, Woolies case, they've always been about sustainability and about all this. And they're very innovative brands, and certainly one of the most advanced brands in the country.
And Tebe, then talk to me. In fact, let me reflect what they said in that one tweet that they put out, and they didn't take it any further. They said, secures the groceries, a makeshift overnight bag, the national carrier, the multi-talented. Ladies and gentlemen, the right way to use the W bag. And they left it at that. But tell me about the change that then comes, because that has been a subject of much fascination in your field. That almost 24 to 48 hours later, we see a white, more transparent bag being introduced into the market. Do you believe that it was meant to happen that way all along, or was it swift reaction that said, actually, we're going to ditch association with that older bag?
I think it was just pure coincidence. I think it was pure coincidence, but it changed, more in line with what nationally. Look at brands like Tesco, like Walmart, and national, going for those thinner bags, going for those lighter bags, going for those transparent materials. And for them, it's like Willie said, it's about reducing heat. I can see through. It's about improved also security efficiency. So it's just that an operational decision, which for them, fortunately or unfortunately,
was happened at a time with Julian Madlanga, that it was viewed through an emotional lens, if you will. But it's really an operation that would have been part of the global trend worldwide.
Just from a marketing perspective and brand management perspective, Tebe, do you believe and are you convinced that there was no way that Woolies could have turned that association that arose from Kat Matlala's testimony and turned it to work in their favor? I don't know. I don't work in that space, but I wonder if another brand, your Nando's and their wit, would have found a way to somehow have a message that works for them in the end.
Well, every brand responds in a way that is in line with its and its culture as well. Nando's is a much more provocative brand, if you will. Willis is probably a much more conscious brand, conscious focusing on the benefits and quality, as they say. Not their brand is quality. That's the thing. And I think, because we were not in Woolworths, we're not sitting inside a room. Hence, while it is primarily an operational station, it may not be a bad thing anyway to say, listen, this now highlights why we need to change, or rather, let's teach and educate people about Woolies and why we're changing our bags. So that moment, we can say it worked, but there is no way under the sun they will associate the change overtly with that moment. Because associating overtly with that moment, almost saying that, well, we are the enabler of the money transfer. And we So they had to refrain, they could have taken advantage of this maybe coincidentally, but they anchored it around what their brand saying quality, but also in terms of what's happening internationally. As I've said, looking at issues about shrinkage, visibility, and security.
All right. Lastly, then, Tebe, for the marketing, branding, and brand management aficionados listening to us, what are the key lessons that emanate from this episode around how your brand, exists in context beyond your control and is used and interfaced with by people in circumstances, as I say, that are beyond your control, and how you act when you what you deem to be a crisis for your brand, a crisis not of your making, and how you act when that comes up?
Well, maybe there's two lessons. One is the reaffirmation that what you intend your brand for may not always turn out that way. Remember, growing up in a township, we'd use telephone books, if you will. And they were used as toilet paper for telephone.
Yeah.
Toilet paper.
Yes.
They will use an Coke bottle as to put water in the fridge. So consumers will always repurpose, particularly the lower down economic scale, will always repurpose the element of the brand. But the second, to me, most important one is while people have said never let a good person go to waste, the lesson for the marketer here is they, from a Woolies perspective, as you can infer from a Woolies perspective, is while you never let a good crisis to waste, like the Woolies has done it, you don't have to respond overtly to it. It can be an opportune moment to tell your story and reaffirm what you stand for.
All right, Tebe, love your work. Tebe Ikalafeng, founder and chairman of Brand Leadership Group.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane.
20 minutes after 7, the sidelined police minister Senzo Mchunu was made to squirm under intense questioning at the Madlanga Commission as Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga pressed him on why he never warned the National Commissioner about his looming decision in December 2024 to shut down the National Political Killings Task Team. Mchunu insisted that disbandment was quote-unquote inevitable, pointing to budget pressures, declining political murder figures, and what he claimed was a shared, if never expressly discussed, understanding within SAPS leadership that the task team had fulfilled its mandate. Let's get a further update with Kenny Mapanga, SABC News reporter. Kenny, good morning, and thank you for your time as always. The minister started out with almost being given free rein, leeway. Explain your story. Tell me about the switch from that to being pressed with pointed questions.
Indeed. Good morning to you, Tulas, and to the listeners. So, essentially, what you saw in that uninterrupted testimony, police minister to give his version as to what may have, I guess, formed that decision or what the rationale could have possibly been behind disbanding political task team. So, essentially, what he did is that he leaned on inflation and, of course, statistics as well as the concerns surrounding the people and his powers as the minister provide a rationale behind the, I guess, the experiment announced on the 31st of December. But the difficulty for his defense that there are circumstances and surrounding the event of these experiments and the manner in which he took such a decision that will obviously raise questions from the commission's bench as to why this particular team and why did he conduct it particular manner, making it quite shaky for the minister and leading to that line of questioning once that uninterrupted period ended. Because you do remember that, of course, the decision took place on the 31st of December 2024, and we're learning from typical key role players that they learned about it on social media, not through the minister himself. So that raises several questions from the commission's bench as to the manner and the approach, and of course, by extension, what could have possibly influenced the minister to reach that particular decision in that manner. Because if it was a above board decision, one then wonders why, at the very least, the National Commissioner was not in a position to advise them about the PK, to even know such a decision was coming, why there was no consultation with other key critical players, including the KZN DPP that had just formed a team to go and work exclusively with the PKTC to resolve these issues.
Yeah.
And why, when he saw, just apologies to
Sure.
Masemola at a funeral just a few days before, why he didn't discuss it with him if they had a good relationship. So all of those points are going to hurt that particular defense to put out for the commission.
Yeah. In fact, say a bit more about that. Him being pressed on that. I've called it I've said he's being given the Imogen Mashazi treatment, the Julius Mkwanazi treatment, in that there's quite a lot of toing and froing, and it seems the commissioners have taken a position that says we will go over this as many times as we need to for you to answer the question. The question was consultation as well as the processes, the meetings before the decision was announced. How did he eventually come to answer those questions?
Indeed. Well, this is an evidence-based type of inquiry, and the beauty of cross-examination too, that no matter what you answer or don't answer, that cross-examination exercise will always get to the bottom, uncover the truth as to what could have possibly been from the commission. Because remember, I stated earlier, if the decision was above board, sincere, one that was study or anything of that nature, one then raises the question as to why he didn't consider the impact of such a decision and why the decision was not preceded by a particular process that would be expected of a minister in a decision of this nature. So because he can't give a forthcoming answer regarding about those particular issues as to why was there such a rush, why at the very least wasn't there a warm body that you could consult, such as the National Commissioner, General Fanny Masibola, about these particular issues? What is it about the PKT as a task team itself that made it so special to the other 10 that exist within the police and made it a critical decision for you to understand this one, but allow the others to continue to exist in policing if your reason is that there are bigger issues that you needed to focus on as a nation? So those kinds of questions that he's not able to give a clear definitive answer on is what is going to hurt particular defense that tries to explain it as a rational above board decision, but the circumstances just simply do not support that particular notion because we know that it takes place in December at the end of the holidays while the leaders are all on leave, and just a few weeks after two successful operations, that is the search at alleged cartel member Vusumuzi Matala's house, and of course the subsequent operation takedown of Katiso Katie Malefe, who's also another alleged cartel member. And of course, it takes place quite abruptly and immediately, even though he now is walking back that immediate destruction, the only logical conclusion that one can reach from the evidence that he expected this disbandment to happen immediately. Now, the question that you're seeing now is to get to the root of the possible influence, if any, and what motivated him to have such a rushed approach towards this, I guess, decision to disband that runs counter to what would have been expected from a minister taking such a decision that has such a significant impact, not only on the PKTC, but to the community that it serves.
All right, thank you for that, Kenny Mapanga, watching the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. As I said, it again starts at 8:30, and we'll take you to it live when that happens.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Hey, Zai, good morning to you. So, one of the lowlights for me for 2025 was being on air just at the moment at which the last wicket fell in the final of the Women's Cricket World Cup. Just that sense of disappointment. Proud of what the ladies did and the fight that they put up going all the way to the final. But, as a broadcaster, I would have wanted to be that one who's giving commentary on the historical moment when the ladies won the World Cup. That wasn't to be, but the ladies are bouncing back. Tell me about Laura Wolford leading South Africa into the first T20 against Ireland.
As you can tell that you are a passionate cricketing man and giving us a full intelligence briefing. I love it. Courteous moment back in action. Newlands is the venue. Yes, Captain Laura Wolford leading South Africa into the first T20 against Ireland, one of cricket's most iconic grounds, and saying everyone is excited.
Yeah, of course we would. I think it's the first time we're playing here since that World Cup final 2 or 3 years ago. I think at the time when we sold out the venue, I was hoping we'd have a lot more cricket here than what we've had in the past couple of seasons. But yeah, I think when we get to play here, it's very special and yeah, really, really looking forward to it. I haven't played here that much, even though I'm from Cape Town. So yeah, really, really looking forward to the opportunity.
Rugby now, and Springbok lock Ibn Estimat has been hit with a 12-match ban following his eye gorge incident against Wales in Cardiff on the 22nd of November. The disciplinary committee ruled his action was intentional. They set an entry point of 18 weeks but reduced it to 12 due to his remorse and previously clean record. He'll now miss the Sharks matches until the 27th of March, and he will be available for the full Springbok season next year. Go to Amazulu coach Athas Wane says the young goalkeeper Olwetu Mzimela remains a key part of Ututu's long-term plans. Despite limited minutes this season, Mzimela was thrown into action in the KwaZulu-Natal derby after Veli Motoa was up with an injury. One believes the 24-year-old has the talent and the temperament.
Goalkeepers are not like infield players. We can't lose hope, the young man, because if you look at him, he's got, rich profile. If you profile, Olu just played for under 17, under 20s, under 23s, talking national team. He's been with Bafana Bafana, but obviously playing 10 games. So he just he has to hang in there and keep working hard.
Let's go to more soccer. Manchester United manager Ruben Amorim says he's frustrated and angry after his side were booed off at Old Trafford following a 1-1 draw with West Ham. And finally, at the Nedbank Golf Challenge at Sun City, Norway's Christopher Ritten lit up the Gary Player Country Club with a stunning opening round of 63, the lowest score at the event since 2019. His 10 birdies put him 3 shots clear, 9 under. South Africa's Derek Higo and Sean Norris are in the chasing pack, 4 under, while Ryder Cup star Victor Hovland is with steady 69. That's your sport. We'll see up again, top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
With headlines at 7:30, I'm Dinoma Daung. A very good morning. The results of the election of the ANC's Greater Johannesburg regional structure are expected to be released this morning. In other news, the High Court in Pretoria is this morning expected to deliver a ruling on whether or not a defense witness in the Senzo Mayua murder trial can be cross-examined on a statement that he made. And police in the Northwest say the family of the late businessman Wandile Bozwana has opened a case of conspiracy to commit murder against two senior politicians in the province. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm traffic with momentum. Just as you plan your route, only 15% of households plan for retirement. Plan yours today. Speak to a Momentum accredited financial advisor for advice that meets your context.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. No change between Durban and Pietermaritzburg. The N3 remains closed from Shongweni through to effectively Hammersdale due to the overnight truck fire incident. Any route, and I want to stress this, any route on that direct corridor between Durban and, let's say, Hammersdale is under severe and extreme pressure. As you can imagine, the amount of trucks plus the closure of the N3, what I would call a boss move is, for those in the know, or even if you've not done it before, it's pretty easy to do. If you're in a hurry to get to Pietermaritzburg, come out of Durban, take the N2 south onto the south coast, go through Toti, look for Winkelspruit, off-ramp, look for the R603. That's the Umbumbula Road. They also call it the South Coast Road. It'll take you up through from the N2 and then bring you right up back onto the N3 at Umlas Road. Okay, you'll keep yourself moving. A little bit further to travel, but you will get to Pietermaritzburg in a better state of, better frame of mind. You'll be totally relaxed and you'll have a very enjoyable experience rather than battling in the craziest traffic on those other alternative routes. Just away from that, there's all sorts of pressure on Joburg's Mike 1 this morning. Crash in the Parktown Braamfontein area. It's on the southbound at Empire, so that's heavy. Also going north, having a look, and then a crash up by Athol Oaklands, causing more delays on your way to Sandton. Two crash scenes between Allendale and Buccleuch on the M1 South, heavy coming through from New Road. And if you're driving out of Cape Town, just a reminder of that fatal collision, N1 at Geel Basson Drive near N1 City. The traffic's quite badly backed up on your way to Belleville, queues back as far as the N7. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Momentum is part of the Momentum Group Limited, an authorized FSP and registered credit provider.
Some say the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Well, sometimes it gets the grease, sometimes it gets replaced. Generic guidance only fits a few situations. That's why Momentum accredited financial advisors take the time to understand you, and only then apply their expertise. Advice meets your context. Momentum, your journey to success. Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized financial services and registered credit provider.
The business update on SAFM.
Hey, Ndauling, good morning to you once again. So the receipts have churned out from the till slips from Black Friday, and it seems Shein and Temu led the pack.
It seems like everyone was buying clothes, Tulas. According to News 24, early numbers show how quickly Chinese e-commerce platforms are reshaping the retail landscape. Capitec says customers spent 2.5 times more at Shein than last year, jumping from 35 million rands to 92 million rand across the weekend of the 28th, 29th of November. Discovery Bank data shows Temu was the third most used outlet by transaction volume on Black Friday. It dropped place by total spend, reflecting smaller basket sizes. Capitec's broader figures point to a strong trading weekend overall, with Black Friday spend rising 14% to 28.8 billion rand and transaction volumes 16%. Online spending surged 43%, 1.1 billion rand, helping fuel clean and rapid growth. A report by the Legalization Support Fund estimates that two platforms generated 7.3 billion rand, around 40% of the country's online clothing sales in the footwear market. Regulators are taking notice. The National Consumer Commission launching an investigation into examining marketing, product quality, and closure findings from that investigation.
Yeah. So let's talk mining, Dowling. And this is a fascinating story that I first picked up a couple of weeks ago. The narrative until now has been the gold being mined out of South Africa is now so deep, such that it takes so much resource, and the ratio of ore to gold is declining in terms of being worthwhile as an economic venture. We are opening our first underground gold mine in 15 years.
Yeah. And I mean, I just can't also see it in M&A, where the like a few years ago, miners were selling their gold operations. But I think the high price is becoming a little bit of an incentive with what we are seeing. But when you do look at overall at SA mining production, you see that gold mining production goes down. So it'll be interesting to see how this new mine pans out and kind of output we get from that. So we've seen with mining officially opening Bala Shadows project based in Johannesburg. It is the first underground gold mine in operating in the country about 15 years. As the 19 million rand development has already its first ore to surface. So go back. The company is currently building 3,000 ton stockpile. Papala Shallows is expected to ramp up to an annual production rate of about 1,000 ounces. Project comes at a time when South Africa's gold output has fallen more than 70% over the past 2 decades, and older, deeper, and more expensive mines have struggled to be competitive. Which that says the new mine demonstrates modern underground operations can still be established in the country. Company plans to expand production over time with a long-term target reaching around 200,000 ounces a year. That's deep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And also the context, of course, is that we have some of the deepest mines in the world, some of them going as far as what, 3.9 to 4 kilometers underground.
Yeah.
Anything that helps in absorbing, people into the labor market, we should all be welcoming it. Yeah, absolutely. Lastly, Dowling, recap for me how the markets are looking at this hour.
Kicking things off in Asia, markets are mixed this morning with the Japanese Nikkei leading losses down 1.2%, mostly on the back of renewed expectations of Japan rate hike, while traders in Tokyo are pricing in higher rates. Different picture in Washington, where investors are betting on a 25 point cut. There are still questions though around inflation, with PCE reading today. That's a key release, of course, being the third measure of inflation. Ahead of that, USD oil also in the green on track for a 2% gain, with Brent crude trading at $2, just above $6 a barrel. Back at home, though, trade somewhat downbeat overnight, with 0.0%. That, however, not filtering through what we see in local currency, with the rand breaking under the 17 rand mark, the dollar at 16.96.
I wish I could tell you that we'll talk to you in the third hour. I wish I could make that promise an undertaking. But it's not in my hands, you see, Dowling. It's in the hands of the three commissioners in the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. So, if possible, we'll come back to you. But I do suspect that this is it, really. Thank you for that. Dowling Lichela has kept you updated on all things business, economics, and the markets. Unless, of course, we will talk to her once again if the Madlanga Commission hasn't started after 8:30.
This season, make Christmas magic together with Spar and super savings. Like 1 liter Spar Long Life Milk 6-pack for $89.99 plus 200 megs free data on Spar Mobile. Or 1.2 kg Kellogg's Cornflakes for $64.99 plus 150 megs free data on Spar Mobile. Price is valid from 24 November till 7 December 2025 while stocks last. T's and C's apply.
James, congrats on the babies.
Yeah, thanks. It's a wild ride.
You're a new dad, 2 babies, 0 sleep, and 1 car that apparently couldn't cope.
Yeah, ish. The hatchback was my baby, but it just didn't have enough space for my two new babies.
And are you happy with the price when you sold to WeBuyCars?
Very. We've even got some extra cash to splurge on one of those fancy prams that you basically need a license for.
Good luck, James. WeBuyCars. Geared for family, geared for you.
At Auto & General, we understand your business is built on more than just vehicles. It's your stock, tools and equipment, and the premises where you work. Auto & General Business Insurance is designed for businesses like yours, protecting your assets against fire, theft, storms, and other unexpected events. To protect your livelihood, visit autogen.co.za and get an obligation-free business insurance quote. Auto & General, never not there. Auto & General is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Masanda Wana ladies want to rubber stamp with a win that they belong to the summit. But TSG have a plan to display a terrific brand of the beautiful game to stop Kabuyelo. This is the Hollywood Bet Super League. Witness Mamelodi Sundowns ladies versus TS Galaxy Queens the Sunday 7 December at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC One. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAfm.
18 minutes to 8. Let's turn to this story now. Some Johannesburg residents are voicing frustration as the city's streets begin to deteriorate once again, just days after the G20 Leaders Summit. Despite a major cleanup effort ahead of the event, from pothole repairs to fixing traffic lights and clearing litter, and many of those improvements, we are told, appear to have been short-lived. Social media is now flooded with photos of dark traffic lights, traffic signals, re-emerging potholes, and trash piling up again across key areas like Sandton and the CBD. The city says fixes are ongoing, but some residents at least, say, quote-unquote, it was good while it lasted. Let's bring in Eunice Chamda, coordinator for the Joburg Crisis Alliance. Eunice, good morning, and thank you, and pardon me for that interruption. So when the G20 Leaders Summit ended on the 23rd of November, it was a Sunday, and the mayor, Dada Morero, said, judge us on whether or not we'll be back on Tuesday. I remember thinking in my head, oh, sure, you may be back on Tuesday to the work you've been doing, but I wonder if you'll be back by mid-December, by January 2026. What's the picture that's emerging for you?
Good morning, Chilas. Yes, we've had mixed reactions so far, but in that mixed reaction, certainly the observations that you've made that some areas are beginning to fall backward again. We've had some of those reports. Now, if you look at the Johannesburg CBD, it's got different parts of the city, and some areas seem to still be holding because obviously the cleanup has given a bit of a shine, but it won't last forever. And we've always said this as the Global Crisis Alliance. I mean, we said this in February that the intervention for the G20 were always going to be temporary intervention and was never going to be part of a long-term plan, and that has always been a problem. And I think now the reports that you are getting, points to that. That what we saw was really just cosmetic, but not structural improvement. And in many areas, things are falling down.
Yeah. So just to give examples of what some people have been posting, for example, on X, they've been talking about the traffic lights on Grayston Drive. And you may think if you don't live in Joburg, why Grayston Drive out of so many? But if you know just how important it is for traffic flow, we're told now that those traffic lights are back to quote-unquote factory settings in the sense that they are not working once again. Potholes re-emerging across several areas. I was mentioning the area of Boscrane, which appears to have been completely abandoned and neglected and forgotten by the governors of the city. And then trash, we are told, beginning to be seen again on Bree and Delvas streets in the CBD. These were cosmetic fixes. But talk to me about the deeper issues that you wanted to be addressed, issues that have to do with continued delivery of services such as water? How far are we with that?
Yes, I think the deeper issues are really where where the problems lie. The structural fixes that were a band aid for the G20 obviously are never going to last. It's never going to hold. And so we are now facing the reality that there are many parts of the city's infrastructure that has been collapsing and continues to collapse. Even this morning, in fact, in the next few hours, we'll be heading out to the Hurstville Reservoir, where we believe there are huge problems with regard to water supply to parts of the city. So the problems have come back. I mean, they are there. They've never really gone away. Because let's also face it, the G20 route was never the whole of Johannesburg. Um, and even areas that had a temporary fix. I mean, you mentioned Grayson Drive. That was on the G20 route. And if those areas already, some of the services are beginning to fall back, then I think there's a huge concern. It brings us to probably the biggest one, that is the financial position of the city of Johannesburg. We think that we don't have it of just exactly what the state of finances are. We think that the city is under financial stress. I think it has a very weak balance sheet. We've seen this through a range of indicators, irregular, wasteful, and unauthorized expenditure, but also what has been in the headlines recently is the sweeping out of the Joburg water account suggests that the cash flow of the city is not managed. And as a result, if there really isn't money to sustain the service that we got all this high energy during G20, then I think the reality we are now facing reality.
So as we approach the end of the year, Eunice, what's your sense of interventions such as, you remember the presidential quote unquote visit to Joburg and the working group and the kind of focus that it initiated? Has that gone anywhere? What are some of the initial steps that have been taken to try and pursue what was agreed to during those engagements?
The Joburg Crisis Alliance is a participant in the Presidential Johannesburg Working Group, and we've had a mixed experience. In some areas, we've been able to be heard, but being heard does not necessarily mean going to get the action that you want. So, we've been very vocal, for example, in work stream, the water and sanitation work stream, and we've been making lots of noises about the problem there. Even mobilizing this massive protest on the 1st of November, highlighting the problems of water in the city. So raising your voice is one thing, but getting a strong sense that issues that you are raising are actually being taken on board, I think is a different entirely. We remain disappointed in this regard.
All right, Eunice, I've got to thank you for your time this morning. Interesting reflections there. Eunice Chamda, coordinator of the Joburg Crisis Alliance, talking to us. As I was talking to Eunice, I was sort of distracted because, we're thinking about the different regions in Johannesburg, and I was thinking about areas like Alexandra, for example, and the crises and the many issues that they face. Suddenly, had the image of this video I saw on TikTok where people were talking about it's rainy season in Joburg, so almost daily the city is inundated. Well, inundated is perhaps an overstatement. The significant amount of rainfall, let's call it that. And so this person took a video showing and saying this is where the speed hump was. It's been swept away, and you see the speed hump. And you know how a speed hump looks. It's now further down from where it originally was. And this person was making commentary about the quality of the service that was delivered and saying, these ANC comrades, look what they did. The speed hump is gone. It's gone. It was swept away by water. Anyway, that's I digress on that issue. Let's go to Rob, who's standing by with traffic. Hopefully, no major issues around speed humps being swept away or things like that. Rob.
No major issues with swept away speed humps on our radar, but plenty of other issues, that's for sure. And yeah, that traffic light problem in Joburg is just one that rumbles on, doesn't it? So many are down, and they're like really high profile commuter routes. I mean, it's one thing to have them on back streets, but when when you're talking Winnie Mandela, Olifantsfontein, New Road, Grayston Drive, Republic Road, Malabongwe, it really is a whole different ballgame. Going out of Durban, no change on the situation. The N3 remains closed, Shongweni, effectively through to Hammersdale due to an overnight truck fire. There is the most incredible traffic backlogs all over those local corridors that take you straight through from Durban through to Pietermaritzburg. Obviously, the N3 at Shongweni, routes like the M13, Hillcrest down to Cassia, the old main road from Hillcrest up through Bortis Hill, Drummond, on your way up towards Inchanga. It is just really, really crazy. What we've been suggesting this morning is you take the option of the N2 south to Toti and Winkelspruit. Look for the R603. That's called the Umbumbula Road. Some call it the South Coast Road. You can just meander nicely up there, very relaxed state of mind, make your way all the way through to the N3 at Umlas Road, and just keep yourself moving and get to Pietermaritzburg in good time. The other option is to just cancel travel and do it later once the road has been reopened. It could be a while and will be a while before the backlog clears. Joburg, Mike 1 going north heading Boysons through to Athol Oaklands, a crash at the Melrose area there, causing that delay. And then if you're driving out of Cape Town, this fatal collision on the M1 at Hill Basson Drive, there is a delay pushing back through Monte Vista, and a stationary truck on the M1 inbound at Marine Drive, causing delays from Plattercliff Road and backing you up into the N1 on Marine Drive through Pardon Island. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Masanda Wana ladies want to rubber stamp with a win that they belong to the summit. But TSG have a plan to display a terrific brand of the beautiful game to stop Kabuyelo. This is the Hollywood Bets League. Witness Mamelodi Sundowns ladies versus TS Galaxy Queens the Sunday 7 December at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC One. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
SAfm. Prime time all day long.
7 minutes to 8. Don't worry, we are clearing the decks after 8 so that you and I can have the conversation. I know that we've not taken your calls and your voice notes. So before we get there, let's tell you one more story. As COSATU prepares to celebrate its 40th anniversary this December, South Africans are reflecting on the role of trade unions, past and present. Once central to the anti-apartheid struggle and the fight for workers' rights, unions today face a more complex and competitive labor environment. So the big question, are trade unions still relevant, or have they lost their meaning in modern South Africa? Let's speak to Mike Shingange, COSATU president, who joins me now, COSATU deputy president, who joins me. Good morning to you, and thank you for your time. I do suspect that I got your title wrong, but you will correct me. What would you say to the proposition that says your best days as COSATU, as both a shop floor champion and a political force, are behind you? Declining union membership, declining union worker connection, and whittled down sway on the political landscape.
Well, good morning, atlases and listeners. So, well, I'm indeed the first deputy president. But we don't think that our days is being relevant in terms of role of behind us. Because days elected from the or the party trade unionism in the different contexts. Today we've got a lot of changing world of work, the economy that is getting jobs and then structuring sectors as you would have known them at the time will now be transformed. But you can speak to workers that are beneficiary of being a part of the union or having them. So remember, being a trade union is actually workers and form an organization that represent their collective interest, maximize power that they have to achieve. So yes, things are not as the 1980s or 70s. Yes, we are in a democratic government. Yes, there's a lot of policies that are affecting workplace and the rights of workers. But to an extent that those rights which fought so that they elect transform the labor market as opposed to previously where the workers
can only be defended when you have got unions that what has enough.
Yeah, and to be fair to you, you as a federation are in a way like the ANC, very good at diagnosing what the issues are. So whenever you have your congresses, there's no doubt that you grapple with the issues. I'm just wondering though that you were rattled quite significantly in the last decade and a half from the political decisions that you took that you later regretted as a federation and recalibrating from those to your own internal ructions, ending up with certain unions leaving and forming SAFTU to increase competition by other newer unions. Have you had time to reflect on those, and to what extent have you recovered from those ructions?
Yes, definitely. We have always, like when we were launching our 40th anniversary build, one of the things that we were reflecting, one of the best of the setbacks we have suffered. And now we guess that is normal to any living organism because time to time you have got your highs, and of course you're going to have lows. But we are recovering. In past two Congress from 2018 and 2020, we have taken a position to engage in a wider range of workers, those who are outside the fold of the in line with the founding principles of the Federation of the SADC as was the process up to 1985 was. And we have the work is underway. There are a number of organizations that we are working on, the unions, in particular the ones we have left in not being engaged, even as recent central community has been here because of recalibrating our strength active aging to workers. So we are recovering. Of course, we've built the membership, not only because people that that will have left, but as I said, with the economy that is steady, in the workforce today is not as fast over it. And as a result, you are bound. There's a lot of also casualization, informalization of the work. That is a matter that was how do we organize workers.
Yeah. So just lastly, then, one of your former general secretaries, Bazi Mashilowa, writing in News 24, says, and I quote here, whereas COSATU was predominantly made up of industrial unions, public sector unions now make up its majority. This has the unintended consequence of making the federation focus more on bread and butter issues, as public sector workers are against broader issues of social and economic transformation. It is no wonder that the voice of the trade union movement is muted, even as the public sector battles fraud, maladministration, and corruption. That shift from industrial unions being the core to public sector unions now being the core of your membership, what effect has it had?
Well, there's an effect to an extent that it is the nature of the labor market today. It's not a fault of everybody, although it's not entirely correct, because we still have our industrial union. Because in it, we only lost one industrial union or two with the split the past decade. We still have all our industrial unions. But however, their membership is because of what I said. Mining sector is no longer as used to. That used to be one of the not the fault of the leadership. It's the fault of the mining sector that is setting up on a daily basis. We are always on the spot trying to there. But it's not also correct that the public sector not grappling with the socio-economic and they're focusing on the better. You just said in that some is that we come into political discourse rather than you call it. So on one hand, you are not focusing on bread and butter, but politics. On one hand, you are only focusing on bread and butter issues, but not on the issues. But we are grappling with a combination of all of those because we are not just a one but as that is dealing with the transnational.
right, I've got to thank you for your time and your reflections this morning. That's Mike Shingange, COSATU Deputy President, reflecting on a significant moment, really not to be downplayed, the 40th anniversary of COSATU, and that those celebrations set to be held this weekend of that big anniversary for COSATU. Let's go straight to Dineo Motaung on standby with the latest news.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Thank you. Tula's top stories. ANC Johannesburg regional results due today, and Netherlands Slovenia boycott Eurovision 2026. A very good morning. The results of the election of the ANC's Greater Johannesburg regional structure are expected to be released this morning. Counting of ballots is underway at the ANC's regional conference, which started on Wednesday in Sandton. The Electoral Commission has confirmed that 301 accredited delegates have cast their ballots. Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero and member of the Mayoral Committee for Finance, Loyiso Masuku, are locked in a tight contest for the position of the region's chairperson. Other key battles include Masilo Sirekele and Junis Mkina for the position of the party's Johannesburg deputy chairperson. Sasabona Manganye is defending his position as secretary against Lebogang Shabalala. Action SA is adamant that it cannot support a bill that fuels the illicit economy. The party has rejected the Raise and Monetary Amounts Bill in the National Assembly. During a debate, Action SA argued that South Africa was a tale of two economies, with a struggling legal economy growing at barely 1% and an illicit market expanding at more than 6% annually. The party's Member of Parliament, Alan Bisley.
The cheapest legal pack of cigarettes is 35 Rand. The difference is just purely tax. Alcohol, 27% tax on alcohol. So it's just absolutely crazy. We're calling a massive, massive own goal. And as Action SA, we say we understand the thinking behind it, but until there's actual prevention and enforcement of the legal trade,
In other news, the High Court in Pretoria is this morning expected to deliver a ruling on whether or not a defense witness in the Senzo Mayua trial can be cross-examined on a statement that he made. Both the state and defense have presented arguments on the admissibility of Fiso Gwabini Zungu's statement. This follows interruptions related to security concerns this week. Gwabini, who was not in court for medical reasons, is alleged to have hosted a function at a hostel where the 5 accused were seen on the day that Mayua was shot in Vosloorus, Gauteng in October 2014. Defense Counsel Sipho Ramosepeli.
The court must listen to the totality of evidence. We are saying it is indeed correct, my lord, that proposition. But the importance is this, as the state argues that the statement is critical evidence in this case.
The judge is not here to advance any version of any theorist. The judge is here to find out what the truth is. That's what the law says.
Yes.
The state has got a duty and office to prove his case beyond a reasonable doubt.
We move to the northwest now, where police say the family of the late businessman Wandile Bozwana has opened a case of conspiracy to commit murder against 2 senior politicians in the province. The family alleges that the politicians played a crucial role in securing the services of the hitmen that killed Bozwana. The businessman was shot several times on the Garsfontein off-ramp of the N1 highway in Pretoria in October 2015. 4 people have been sentenced to 48 years in prison each for the murder of Bozwana. Provincial Police spokesperson Sabata Mkhwabone.
The South African Police Service in the province confirms that the cases you inquired about have been registered and will be investigated.
Lastly, further afield, the Netherlands and Slovenia say they'll boycott next year's Eurovision Song Contest in Vienna, Austria, in protest at Israel's participation. They announced their decision after the European Broadcasting Union decided not to hold a vote on whether Israel should be excluded over its military action in Gaza. The BBC's Mark Savage has the details.
This is the biggest crisis in Eurovision's 70-year history, with little sign that differences over Israel's role in the contest can be resolved. 4 countries have quit, and there's a question mark over others, including Belgium and Iceland. The Spanish broadcaster RTVE has been particularly outspoken, saying it has lost faith in Eurovision's organisers over the issue, and that Israel's use of the contest for political purposes makes it hard to maintain Eurovision's neutrality.
Recapping the top story this hour, the results of the election of the ANC's Greater Johannesburg regional structure are expected to be released this morning. Headlines at 8:30 for SAfm News. I'm Dino Mutau.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. You could spend 10 minutes trying to fix the office printer or get a 10-minute quote from Outsurance that could save you thousands on your car insurance. For her 2025 Hyundai Exter, 65-year-old Helena now pays only 398 Rand a month. And for her 2024 Haval H6 4x4, 50-year-old Priya pays just 1,178 Rand a month. Ready to get more out of your car insurance? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
A very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports headlines. Soccer, Bafana get a major confidence boost ahead of tonight's 2026 FIFA World Cup draw. And we also bring you rugby. Springbok Power returns to the URC as the Bulls and the Lions welcome back 2 internationals ahead of the season's Champions Cup clashes. All the details just before 8.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. It's a very heavily backed up run between Durban and Pietermaritzburg. It all stems from the closure overnight and the ongoing closure of the N3 between Shongweni and effectively Hammersdale. A truck fire incident there last night has that road completely closed down. There's all sorts of pressures associated with this. There's big traffic from Marion Hill to Shongweni to the closure point. That's on the N3. The M13 is badly backed up between Old Main and Cassia. Cassia Road at the M13 bridge, diverting pressures, plus the roadworks, of course. And then from Hillcrest up through Bortis Hill, Drummond towards Inchunga, just really heavy go-slow traffic on that section of the Old Main Road and the R103. And then further up, if you go past Inchunga, you get into the roadworks on the R103 at Cato Ridge. Our suggestion this morning has just been you go down to the Winkelspruit area on the south coast using the N2 and then cut back north on the R603, the Umbumbula Road. You'll get from Durban to Pietermaritzburg in good time this morning and certainly quicker than anyone that's on that N3 corridor and associated routes. Just away from that, there's been a crash this morning on Joburg's Mike 1 at Athol Oaklands. Very heavy coming through from the Boysons area, although it is starting to move. I should say that as well. And then Cape Town, a collision N2 outbound just by Bunga Avenue. There's another one outbound at the R300 causing delays. A crash on the N1 at Kilbeson, slowing traffic heading out to Belleville, and a collision on the M3 at Hospital Bend, slowing traffic in from Newlands. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The Morning Brief with Tulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief with Tulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
It's just gone 9 minutes after 8. Welcome to it, the third hour of the morning brief here on SAfm 104 to 107. We are leading the conversations that move us, and I'm getting the sense that it's getting into December, and we mix it up as always. But I'm loving how in our interactions daily we don't miss the opportunity to sort of relax, have a laugh here or there. And mix that with the serious issues that we have to grapple with, right? Because those have not gone away. They don't get parked until January. But, clearly we do need to mix it up quite nicely. And I'm loving how you are interacting with some of those issues. It may not necessarily move the value of the rand or lead to a cabinet reshuffle or lead to a commission of inquiry, but they are interesting for you to engage with. And this issue around the Woolies bag, being called the money bag is one of those that has really resonated with you this morning. And I'm looking forward to engaging with you on that. A lot of voice notes, a lot of messages on WhatsApp, which I will read in just a moment. I do want to take a quick call before I get to that. Let me take a quick call from Ngonde in Cape Town. Good morning to you, Ngonde.
Morning, Tula Sizwe Similani.
Molo tat.
Let me talk about Madlanga Commission. And by the way, Madlanga must be my same age. I was with him at Rhodes, 84, 85. Anyway.
Where leaders learn.
Where leaders learn, you got it. He was doing prelim, LLB, and was doing PCOM. Anyway, Madlanga made me laugh, right? He said he remembers his English school teacher, right, who taught him very well that when a verb is followed by an adverb, the adverb which modifies the verb, right? If you say disband, right, immediately, that immediately modifies the verb.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
I like to say maybe it enhances the verb.
Yeah.
Right? It gives more meaning to that verb.
Yes.
So what did you mean by disband or disestablish immediately? It actually means to us switch off.
Yes.
Right? And on a serious note, that immediately has caused untold damage, repercussions.
Yeah.
Remember, the 5 scholars were sent from Natal to head office to be in the office of Deputy National Commissioner, allegedly, Sibia, gathering dust, active files. People died, told us.
Yeah.
You know, anyway.
Yeah.
I will leave it right there.
No,
Meet
thank you.
Tulas on Monday.
Yes.
I will sing for you and say, Tula, sing. Bye-bye, Tula.
No, thank you for that. So I take it that's a preview of what will happen on Monday. Do call on Monday and let's see. I can't promise that I will join you. That's not there reflecting. It's a ridiculous debate. It really is a ridiculous debate. Feel free to disagree with me. What does immediately mean? Guys, why is it a debate? And like Ngonde, I enjoyed how Mbuyisele Madlanga, Justice Madlanga, took it to grammar school and said, what does an adverb do to a verb? If the verb is disband, what does immediately do to that disband? In that sentence, what does that immediately apply to? And of course, Minister Mkhunu tried to explain and said, my decision was taken immediately, but, I didn't mean immediately as in switch off now. I was saying switch on the processes to switch off the political killings task team. It's been quite a debate, and I don't know why, dramatically. And I think, I don't know, perhaps we would all benefit from that being settled once and for all. Just lastly, Ngonde was talking about former Justice Madlanga having gone to Rhodes. Let's give Walter Sisulu University their credit as well, because he also did study a B. Juris degree at the then UNITRA, and that was in 1983. I'll read your messages, take your calls, and WhatsApp voice notes in a moment.
The Buccaneers believe they are unstoppable and will walk away as champions. However, Batabane Bantwa plan to reveal their secret game plan on match day. This is the Carling Knockout Final. Witness Orlando Pirates versus Marumo Gallants on Saturday, 6 December at 5 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC One. Then at 6 p.m. on SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
In life's most challenging moments of loss, compassion can be your greatest comfort. You shouldn't have to face the financial burden of losing a loved one by yourself. Rest assured, Clientele's funeral plans pay out cash within 24 hours. You can cover up to 13 family members on one plan, ensuring all your loved ones are taken care of, and 3 children are covered at no additional cost. With Clientele, you are not just buying a plan, you are also buying peace of mind. When the time comes, you will need to make important calls with your 200 Rand airtime you will receive when you claim. Plans offer double accidental death cover as well as a transport, grocery, and unveiling benefit. Apply today. It's easy. There are no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Call to Lasizwe now. 086 000 2032.
So let me quickly read 3 of your messages. Kingsley in Germiston says, I actually wish Woolworths had the Nando's or Chicken Licken creative or advertising teams working for them. Those 2 brands have done some daring and stunning work in the creative space for those 2 brands. Then again, Woolies may argue that they have a specific reputation, brand positioning, and targeted LSM. Having said that, it still seems like a wasted opportunity. Talking there, of course, about the Woolies bag and it being described by one Ket Matlala as being the money bag, the bag that he says he used to carry, 2 installments of 500,000 Rand that he claims to have given to former Minister Bheki Cele, and the ensuing debate around the branding and issues that arose out of that. Someone else says Mr. Cat and Associates will now have to use furniture moving companies to pay their bribes, says that person, as a result of Woolies, of course, having changed their bags from that traditional black bag to a white bag. And then Mr. X in East London says Nando's would have probably said, quote, the Nando's duffel bag will transit your chicken with the golden egg, says Mr. X there, being very creative around that particular issue. So that's that then. Let me go to your calls and then I'll come back to your voice notes in a moment. Let me take a call from Pat in Katlehong who wants to weigh in on the same conversation. Pat, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well. How are you? Yes, go ahead.
Before I give you my
Yes.
comment,
Yes.
I wanted to come on this issue of an unintended publicity.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You know, often there's a cash in transit. Then you hear the comment that the data waiter was a PMW. So you can hear that out of that, it's advertising
Yes.
a brand with intention of giving it a bad reputation. But anyway, my comment here has to do with Mr. Banda. I mean,
Madlanga.
he is Mr. Madlanga, I'm sorry. He is select. So compared to the stadium drought which is being exercised in the court every now and then, really, I think it's about time other people try to use their intellect case than postponing it eternally.
Yeah, except of course in as far as his judicial career is concerned, that's done and dusted. He's now retired. But I get the point. You
mean the president?
No. I'm talking about Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga. Remember, he was on the Constitutional Court bench.
Yeah, I know.
So as much as you're appreciating it, I'm saying in the manner that you're talking about, perhaps it being used elsewhere in other cases. Sadly, he's now retired.
No, I'm not saying that he should be used in that case.
Oh, I see.
I say, why can't the advocate who's handling that court case apply his mind and his intelligence to win the case than postponing it every now and then? Because the essence of those stating that is to postpone the matter.
100%. Got you. All right. Pat, thank you for that. That's an interesting one. And of course, sadly there, Pat, we all know which case he's talking about. It's the case involving former President Jacob Zuma, and he's making the point that why not get to trial and actually present your defense with excellence as displayed, according to Pat, by Justice Madlanga, as opposed to stalling and coming up with application after application. That is the subtle commentary that Pat, I understood him to be giving. Raj in Durban, good morning to you.
Yes, good morning, and thank you to Rajiv. I have some advice for former President Jacob Zuma. The government fails to pay his legal bills. Must tell the government, Shiniwam, Shiniwam, Shiniwam. Thank you.
Balethu umshini wakhe. They must give him umshini. All right,
Thank
Raj.
you.
But of course,
Goodbye.
the counter chant is pay back the money. Pay back the
Yes.
money.
Okay.
All right, Raj. Thank you for that. That's Raj out in Durban. Let me go to your WhatsApp voice notes. And let me start with these ones. Earlier on, we talked about the prospect of deploying the SANDF to respond to the killing fields, the gang killing fields, because that's really what it has become in the Cape Flats. The position of the Western Cape Premier, Alan Winde, and his sort of uncertainty about whether or not that would work, saying that in the past he was a champion of that, but he needs data that proves that that was effective. Let me take a voice note from someone who wants to respond to that.
Tell us if we grant from the state, we've seen the military deployed in the past. And what happened? The chaos, they're hiding. They are ready to serve in a high school. Never mind in the past. They got
Sure, that's in the context of combat. But what I was talking about specifically is in the context of peacekeeping, as in patrolling and doing all of that other work. I remember specifically their ability at the time when I went. I can't speak for the entire period. And admittedly, when I went was quite a number of years, I think around 2008 or thereabouts. That ability to maintain the peace, patrol, visibility, reach out across lines. In fact, many of the officers spoke Kiswahili quite fluently, and that helped in integrating in those communities. So deploying in the Western Cape would not be comparable, in my view, to combat readiness, as in, because obviously, if they were to shoot at a South African citizen in peace times, that would pose many constitutional issues and problems. So it's just about presence, disruptor effect, multiplier effect, helping the SAPS, I think.
Good morning to Sizwe. Good morning to the SAfm listeners. To Sizwe, it's Madlanga Commission. We learned a lot of things. We even learned how to effectively use the word immediately versus with immediate effect. Yeah, no. People must not play with us here. Sewanele Pretoria.
Good morning to the Sizwe and SAfm listeners. Marco Maseko here in Philadelphia. Tulas, I was very worried when Minister Mkunu was giving us a sermon of events during the week. But I'm glad that Commissioner Madlanga he's not interested in such sermons. He wants straight answers. I'm happy accountability will see it at the end of the day. Thank you.
What has the cat brought home? This is Chris in Camperdown. Yesterday, Senzo Mkunu's testimony revealed the caliber of the leaders that were given to us by political parties, giving us yet another opportunity to reflect deeper. Shouldn't we directly elect our members of parliament or public representatives? It is said that he lost any social or political credibility he has ever had. My view, he must admit and step down.
All right. That's Chris out in Camperdown there talking about Senzo Mkunu and his performance. I do need to move on very quickly. Let me go to one that has to do with the Woolies bag that we've been discussing and the branding, marketing complications and implications that came through from being mentioned by Kat Matlala. And it seemed clear that they wanted nothing to do with trying to ride the trend that started building up after he called their shopping bag the money bag.
Good morning, SAfm. Well, many are buying these Woolworth bags, and it's actually the sales are soaring up. Well, I'm taking mine to all my contractors and see if they can see the pun and fill my bag with gifts, even maybe some lacquer liquor for Christmas. Country Rich Bay.
Thank you for that. Yesterday I was at a Woolies and I made the joke. The attendant at the till was asking me, "Do you need a bag?" I said, "No, I'm fine. I don't need a bag. I don't have 300,000 rand to carry. And it's amazing how she actually got what that joke was about. Speaking of that, let me pivot slightly. The other person who appeared before the Madlanga Commission a couple of days ago was the suspended EMPD, Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi, Commissioner Julius Mkwanazi. This person wants to comment on that.
Good morning, Pratulas, Mbongo, Sundisa. Hey, Pratulas, I wish that Panazi gentleman from EMPD could give evidence the whole week. Hey, I really enjoyed his evidence. It's very entertaining, more especially if you're watching it live on TV. Yeah, the gentleman can lie. And he's sweating and he drinks a lot of water. That one. I think he will go down for a very, very long time.
There's no doubt the spectacle of it was quite compelling. It made for compelling viewing. It's a bit like a train wreck. You can't look away. You want to, but you really can't. And yeah, you would need a whole lot of bottled water, Benambongo, if he was to testify for a whole week. But of course, in the backdrop of that are the serious issues about how did we get to this point. Lastly, let me play this one.
You see, Tulas, I'm surprised that we are surprised that we are back to where we were before G20. Isn't it the president who's always surprised that things are not working out in this country said that you sweep when you expect visitors? We no longer have visitors. That's why we cannot continue sweeping. Honestly, this country under the ANC is going nowhere. There.
Well, as I said before all of this, before the G20 summit, we've seen that it is possible to put shoulder to the wheel, direct energies, political energies, resources, and the likes to fixing our problems. Are we going to accept a return to mediocrity? It's up to you and I, really. Lamenting what the politicians do, what the administrators do or don't do is one thing. But do we not have the power? That is the question.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Hey, Zai, good morning to you. Tell me about Katlego Mphela saying that the team, Bafana Bafana, can run with the big dogs. That must be a major boost in confidence for the team, yeah?
Absolutely, Tilas. Big dogs for dogs. I think Bafana has really presented itself as a team. It doesn't matter how big the dog is, it's about the size of the fight in the dog. And that's what we are holding Bafana to. Coach Hugo Bruce molding a team that, yes, can run with the big dog. And it's all happening tonight, 2026 FIFA World Cup draw taking place in Washington, D.C. Bafana returning to the World Cup for the first time since 2010. They are in pot three, and I think many of us are looking forward to seeing who will be with regards to the and what are their chances of reaching the knockout stage for the first time ever. Let's move to the Algerian Football Federation. They've rejected Manchester City's request to keep Brian Aït-Nouri beyond FIFA's AFCON release date. Clubs must release players by the 15th of December. City was hoping to retain their left back until the 19th. Algeria have said no, and Aït-Nouri is expected to join the camp immediately. Morocco, in the meantime, are sweating over defender Ashraf Hakimi, who's still recovering from an ankle injury suffered against Bayern Munich. He's been named in the AFCON squad, but may only be fit after their opening match. Let's go to cricket action. Proteas women's captain Laura Wolfhard says today's T20 series opener against Ireland at Newlands won't be a walkover, despite South Africa being the firm favourite.
Yeah, they're a good side. I think they have a lot of really good individual players. Gabby Lewis has sort of played around the world. I've played a bit with Ola Prendergast as well. Yeah, she's a really good cricketer. So I think players like that can sort of take the game away from you. So I think we'll have to be spot on with our plans against some of those big players. And yeah, it looks like they're a young side playing quite a fearless brand of cricket with the footage that I've seen. So I think we're going to have to be pretty on it on the day because players like that can take games away from you. So.
And finally, some golf news with Norway's Christopher Reitan. He stole the show at Sun City, carding a brilliant 963 to lead the NetBank Cup Golf Challenge by 3 shots. His round featured 10 birdies, the lowest opener at the event since 2019. South Africans Garrick Higo and Sean Norris are 4 under, while Ryder Cup star Victor Hovland opened with a 69. That's your sport on the morning brief. Swing back with John Hediker around 12:30. I'm Sai Khan.
For the headlines, I'm Dineo Motaung. A very good morning. Police Minister Senzo Mchunu has returned to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. Meanwhile, National Director of Public Prosecutions Advocate Shamila Batoy will face cross-examination when the Nkabinde inquiry resumes in Pretoria this morning. And the results of the election of the ANC's Greater Johannesburg regional structure are expected to be released this morning. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Right, Dineo, thank you for that. We do need to end it here. That will do it for the morning brief for this morning. And that the reason we are wrapping up is because the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry is about to begin. At the stand at the moment, the on-leave Minister of Police, Senzo Mchunu. In fact, as I say that, the situation shifts radically in that there seems to be a bit of a delay in starting those proceedings. That's what happens in broadcasting, isn't it? At that moment when you think this is the way that it's going to go, and then things change completely. So we'll have to wait and see what time exactly they are going to start. They were meant to start now at 8:30, which is why we had cleared the decks, and basically our plan was to go there live. But not to worry, that gives you and I more time to talk and actually enjoy the conversations and lead the conversations that move us. Having said that, let me take more of your voice notes. I want to take this one, this person who's talking about the interview and conversation we had with the Joburg Crisis Alliance, reflecting on the state of the city after the fixes that were meant to prepare us for hosting the G20 summit. And then immediately after that, I'll go back to your calls.
Morning, SAfm. It's amazing that Eunice did not even once condemn people who are littering the city. The city has been cleaned, and you come around, there are people littering, and nobody says anything. They say, no, someone should come and clean it up again. It's like having spoiled brats in a house. You come in, the nanny has cleaned up. Tomorrow, you come in, there are underwears all over, and you complain about the nanny. Teach the kids to pick up, so that the place will be clean. Thank you.
Yeah, look, I can't argue with that. Littering really also gets to me as well. I don't get it. I really don't get it. But at the same time, there are other issues at play, aren't there? One, provide people with bins. The number of times I've held on to a piece of litter because I don't want to, toss it and put it in my pocket or something. I don't know, a wrap of some chocolate or whatever. Fold it, put it in my pocket, hoping that I will see some bin to put it in. And you go for a long distance, there's no bin. That's one thing. The other thing is just bylaw enforcement. Just be serious about it. Consequence management. But it doesn't take away from what you are saying. I absolutely agree with you. We should all love our spaces, love ourselves, love our spaces such that, come on, man. No. And you see people opening the window while they're driving, tossing out a piece of something, some litter or another. It really boggles the mind and it really troubles me. Glenn in Bedford View, good morning to you.
Good morning, my brother.
Very well. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, loud and clear.
Okay.
You want to talk about Julius Mkwanazi and the bottles of water?
I want to say, and this woman, Imogen.
Imogen. Glenn, the name is not Emoji. Emoji and Mashazi. Thank you.
You know those 277, I don't want to talk about the ladies' education because I know that those people who have PhDs that say they can't themselves with her education. But our city is being run down by people who are incompetent, and I hope that our voters are aware that next year, please push out this incompetent government and give us better people. We are sick and tired. Our province is playing to play due to this politician. This one, really, there's deep embarrassment. Thank you very much, my brother.
All right, Glenn, thank you for that. The power remains in the hands of the people in a democracy. What's that saying? The people in a democracy, people get the government they deserve. So all of this that you are seeing, if you endorse it and you approve of it, sharp, sharp, let's proceed. But if you don't, you know exactly what needs to be happening. Mabule in Polokwane, good morning. I hope I pronounce your name properly. You want to talk about the issue of littering?
Yes, yeah, but before that, you know, Polokwane is hosting G2 Summit. Itamukawa Stadium.
G2.
Some teams, G2 Summit.
Kevin, you know. Kevin,
are not invited.
G2.
Some teams are not invited.
Okay, I hear what you're saying now. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, look, enforcement, you have it coming so right when you say among the big things, those people must not believe. When they litter, there must be enforcement of idols. I just to remember something next you interview anyone, or this municipality, there's so many fines issued to people who are littering.
Yeah.
In any municipality, there's always a bylaw that says you litter or illegal dumping, like that. How many fines?
Yeah.
It will be, so that will tell you. As long as people know no consequences, they will continue to do nothing.
Yeah.
It's to hold this local government accountable to count any fines you issue business. Once you do that, people will know that it's a litter. Somebody might be watching, there might be fine.
You know,
and then you'll start seeing change of behavior.
Let me add to what you are saying, Mabule, and it's a really good point. The issuing of the fine is one thing, enforcement thereof is another. Because we live in cities and in communities where even when when that rarely happens, that a person gets fined for littering, I don't know if it actually happens or it has happened. For instance, in the city of Joburg, an individual, as opposed to someone, going and doing illegal dumping, which I do suspect people get fines for those, perhaps not at the scale it should be happening. But individuals, people will know that, yeah, fine, write the fine you want to write. I won't pay it. You won't come for me. You have no way of then following through to say, I issued you a fine of 300 Rand, and therefore, until you've paid it, you cannot do X, Y, and Z. That's what, for me, that's what a system of enforcement would look like.
Yes, because and the distance I see the Bay of Planet C, if you go to the place, site and electricity, 2 weeks later he goes again.
Yeah.
So that there's a follow-up. Would be hawkers. If you do hawkers, much of the big littering is done to hawkers in terms of the technology that is just lower. You know that one of the fines could be that you could lose a license. If you continue to issue have a license to sell in a particular store, you losing it. If you want to lose it, it might have a big impact on other hawkers because they will know that if we litter, we might be losing license to the particular.
Mabule, thank you for that. Some great points that you are making. Of course, someone else listening might be saying the practicality of almost policing individuals everywhere would just be difficult. I'm looking at my screen and I don't know if the Madlanga Commission is starting. I'm asking Stanza, please check if that is currently happening or is that a recap of what happened yesterday. So while we do that, Vuyo, you might have just 30 to 40 seconds if indeed the commission has started. Good morning. Go for it.
Thanks a lot. Quick question. I think I'm hearing what your for this. I think uh, it's a and point was, news that is being the news generally that are being broadcasted to us. It's always bad news. I think they need to rename it bad news, and it's never anything good from the news. It literally polarizes everyone. And we can never. I think it's just literally divide people, and there's never. There will never be a day where we can come together and say, look, let's come and find a solution. Because honestly, it's just bad news. Trying to find a way where I think as a country we need to come together to get a solution. As we're saying, that the leaders of the day, not very conservative, not active interests of the country and the people of the country.
Yeah.
So we need to come together. I'll ask you the question. Maybe you can give us some direction. What do we do as a country to come together and say, okay, what is the next? We're not happy. No one is happy. I think a lot of people are saying they're not happy. What are the next? Because we didn't go through the same getting leadership. What is the next?
Sure. Some profound questions you are asking there, Vuyo. Thank you for that. I'm afraid I don't really have any wisdom as far as that is concerned. By the way, what's been happening at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, they're not starting yet. They're tendering an apology. I think one of the legal teams is tendering an apology as to why there's a bit of a delay in starting, something to do with just a bit of traffic. But I do see the evidence leader seems to be engaging with the witness, Minister Senzo Mchunu. So I think this may be a point where, yeah, let's take a shot. Let's go for it.
What you informed the commission yesterday as regards what informed you to take that decision. Now, if I understood your evidence correctly yesterday, you testified that prior to issuing that letter, you had had a meeting on the 1st of November at which the possibility of the disbandment of the task team was mooted, and I'll put it no higher than that. So that minute is your annexure SM1 in the same file. It's the very, very first annexure. So perhaps if you take out SM20 out of your file, so we can consider it with reference to SM1 and other documents. That might give you a better way of handling the multiplicity of documents, okay? So please take out SM20 from your file and hold it in hand. And then we go to the first annexure in the same file, SM1.
That they only team. I can't fight that women. Let's be out there. But the party doesn't use like in like situation. Women can get abused in our culture.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is really offer just copies of my childhood postcard. And it's really sad.
Yeah.
I understand I'm a unemployed man. I wouldn't quite make a big God.
Yeah, yeah. No, I hear you, and thank you for speaking from the heart about those issues, Wenas Pamandla. You and I are on board, as long as in our conversation we don't seek to detract from the main problem, being violence perpetrated by men against women. But you and I are aligned that abuse actually does happen in the other way, the reverse way, where some women will abuse men. As long as you and I don't try and excuse the abuse of women by men, the violence meted out by men against women, which is the main problem. You and I are on board about
Yeah,
the
so some
other
of us can't
factors. Yeah.
fight, so
Talk to
we
me.
don't have
Yeah.
we don't have violence in our blood. I mean,
Mm.
if people come and just speak to violence here, you have the culture allows you to be the main parent until you have millions of rand in India. I mean, to that money, right? I mean, because
Yeah.
I mean, remember that he's a free advocate.
Mm. No, I hear you. Spamandla, thank you for that. That's a sobering thought there. Something for us to all reflect on. Sorry about that. I thought you had completed your point. But yeah, it's a sobering thought. And as I said to Spamandla, I'm on board with pointing out that there are instances where abuse is perpetrated by women. But those instances are the exception to the norm, I would say. The norm in this country, which shouldn't be a norm, is that the abuse largely flows from men abusing women. That's the reality with which we live. And that's not to distract from those instances of people such as Sipamandla and others who say they've experienced abuse at the hands of some women. Let me go now. I think we can go to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. Let's see if we can take you there now.
I understood yesterday that you had these 3 meetings, and thereafter you had no further engagement with the management of SAPS, or in particular the National Commissioner. And then I understood for the Christmas break, over the period 29th to the 31st of December, that's when eventually you took the decision. Now, in explaining your reference to immediately yesterday, the use of the word immediately in your disbandment letter, you said that should not be construed as an instruction to disband immediately. So the immediacy attached to something else, the speed with which you took your decision, not the disestablishment that you are calling for. Did I understand you correctly?
Not exactly. Maybe it's a question of wanting to say it in my own words.
No, maybe, let me try with my own words, because my understanding becomes important to how I approach the issue. You recall your letter states, I therefore direct that the political killings task team be disestablished immediately. That's the phraseology used. And in your engagement with the chair yesterday, you said, immediately does not speak to the disestablishment. You remember the engagement with the chair about immediately being an adverb and then searching for the verb?
Yes.
Yes. So I just wanted to test that you didn't say it's the disestablishment itself that must be taken immediately.
Yes.
Your thinking at the time was that that would be subject to a particular process.
Yes.
That would roll out over time.
Yes.
Am I correct?
You are correct.
One thing I don't think we got to yesterday was an understanding of what process did you anticipate to roll out until the point of disestablishment. So if possibly you could address yourself to that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I didn't necessarily work out a detailed process beyond saying what I indicated in the directive, namely that once the National Commissioner receives the letter, what we would be looking forward to would be his response in the form of the preliminary report, which would be handed over to us and then, or to me, and then I would look at it as we move towards the UNESCO. So I didn't necessarily work out any detail at the time when I wrote the letter beyond those kinds of engagements. But I had in mind engagements going forward.
I understood. Thank you for that, Minister. Then this brings me to your annexure SM1, page 99. You have the page open.
Yes.
That page has at the top a paragraph with a bullet point. I want us to skip that, the next, and go to the third.
Yes.
It should be highlighted in yellow, I think.
I see.
Yes, and that paragraph reads, I quote, "The minister further indicated that there must be consideration and review of certain capabilities, such as the political killing stars team, which are primarily about addressing serious crimes. He stated that subs should guard against creating structures, units based on specific category, whilst these duplicate the existing capabilities. In this regard, you gave some examples, e.g., taxi killings, political killing, all about matters, close, parenthesis, close quote. You see that?
Correct.
Now, the process, let me ask this different question. This minute of your meeting states that prior to the disestablishment of these task teams, there must be a reconsideration and review of certain capabilities of these task teams. And you make an example with the political killings task team. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct.
When was that review undertaken, as per the minute? The review of the capabilities of the political killings task team.
That was in reference to what had already happened in one part, but it also was in reference to the need for ongoing assessments just after we had, because this was almost at the end of the year, this meeting.
Yes, 1st of November.
We had, I think, internally completed the process of those reviews, but it was merely referring to that, and of course the need for ongoing, which would include current or any other current task team that would still be there, including the National Political Killings Task Team, because although we had adopted the structure and all of that, but there were the National Killings Political Task Team was still there, and therefore it was in reference to the current structural situation.
So if I understand you correctly, much as this minute suggests that certain steps must still be taken in the future, because it states there must be a review of capabilities such as the political killings task team. I shouldn't understand that to mean the review must be undertaken. I should accept that as meaning that the review that has already been done.
Yes, and any other need for ongoing reviews, taking it into consideration that the National Political Killings Task Team was still there and there must be an ongoing review. It was all encompassing.
Would you accept that, and I hear what your explanation, but would you accept that on a simple reading of what is written, it doesn't lend one at the understanding that you are suggesting now? So we're not talking about reviews previously done. We're talking about reviews which must be done on the wording as it stands now. And I do take your explanation, but would you fault me for understanding what's written here in your minute as referencing a point in time in the future?
Yes, I would say not necessarily just exclusively in future, but because in the context of discussions at that time in the meeting, this would have meant that we are on an ongoing assessments of our structural review. We had not necessarily covered all the ground in the structural setup of SAPS. And therefore, broadly speaking, we were still in the process, but the structure had been basically adopted internally. But that didn't mean that that is the end of the need to assess, to review, because there were task teams that were still there that could be reviewed. So it was work in progress, in other words.
Yes. The other,
Mr. Before
yes,
you
yes.
go to the other, Minister, good morning. I'm not sure I understand your explanation, but let's look at this. It might help me. At this point, given your construction now, this explanation you are giving, that there had been reconsideration and review previously, and it must therefore carry on. That's what you were saying. At which point was there, before this meeting, at which point was there reconsideration and a review of the capabilities of the PKTT? If you say this was a reference to historical and into the future, at which point in the past had there been a reconsideration and a review of the capabilities of the PKTT?
This was not necessarily exclusively referring to PKTT, because capability within SAPS wouldn't be confined to one team. We were talking in the context, one, of cabinet priorities for the 7th administration, which among the three is developing and consolidating state capacity. So and then we talk about, then we had just completed the structure ourselves with that in mind. And it was then referring to what we had considered in that context of building capacity of the state as we reviewed the whole structure. But it was also referring to the assessments that had taken place, because in essence, the 2024 assessment in the form of the Marai report and other reports before,
yes,
they were assessing capacity of the state with regard to SAPS to fight crime successfully.
Yes. Minister, you are very specific in this paragraph, in your suggestion. In this paragraph, you say, you specify, it's clear that you are referring to other, you are including other task teams, but you specify the political killings task team, you say such as.
Yes.
And from that, I do understand that there are, you're contemplating task teams in general, but you specify PKTT. My question is limited to that which you specify. And it is simply this. At which point in the past before this meeting had there been a reconsideration and a review of the capabilities of the PKTT? My question is specific. PKTT, at which point had there been a reconsideration and review of their capabilities?
No, there had not been
Yes.
any specified assessment of PKTT as part of a capacity. Instead, capacity that was reviewed, that was assessed, would be murder and robbery, would be all of that. And it was always juxtaposed with the political killings task team, that you have developed a capacity or a capability in the form of specialized units. And then you have the political killings task team.
Okay.
And then you avoid that duplication.
All right. Can I then go on to my conclusion, therefore? With that explanation, that admission that there had not been a review of the PKTT in particular, here you could only have been speaking about a future review, therefore, if it must follow. If there had not been a past review of the capabilities of the PKTT, which you accept, which you say now, this sentence here that Ms. Silla was taking you through must be a reference to a future review of the PK, because it has not happened before. There can only be from the 1st of November, there must be a review.
Well, in the context of reviewing capacity of SAPS to fight crime.
No, Minister, sorry, I don't mean to be rude, I have to stop you. My question is specific. You have said now, in the last sentence, you have said there hadn't been a review as at the 1st of November. There hadn't been a review of the PKTT's capabilities and a reconsideration. You've just said that, and what I'm putting to you is, therefore, it must follow that in that proposal that you make, or in that statement that you make in that first line, you are speaking about the future. From the 1st of November, there must be a review. It has to be, Minister.
I agree with you.
Thank you. Ms. Silla, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Based on that concession, Minister, therefore, the same answer must extend to the requirement for a reconsideration. That too would be in the future. I'm still at page 99, still on the first line. There are two things that should be done, a reconsideration and a review. I'm simply asking, based on your response to Commissioner Baloi's question, must I accept that a reconsideration itself of specifically the capabilities of the political killings task team, firstly, had not been undertaken, and therefore you, because this minute reflects you as the speaker, you were suggesting that it be undertaken, there be a reconsideration. Once again, that is in the future. I'm correct to understand it that way?
You are correct.
Okay.
I must just add one thing that yes.
Point fairly made, I take it, yes. It says such as the political killings task team. We had only one political killings task team. When we reference political killings task team, because even the way it's written, it's a name, it's only one task team that comes to mind. You did not infer at the time every political killings task team. You were actually using that particular task team as the example. Am I correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So, this is the 1st of November. Did that reconsideration then remember we're talking about the review, now I'm on the point of reconsideration. Did that reconsideration take place between the 1st of November and the 31st of December? The 1st of November being the date of that minute, the 31st of December being the date of your letter. Did such a reconsideration take place? And if so, what were the outcomes thereof?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, it didn't?
Not that I'm aware of.
So, staying with that paragraph, perhaps before we go there, in your statement at page 56, if I may call that file up, the minister's statement. And I would like to refer you to paragraph 56 of your statement, page 56. Time to have in page 56, Minister, apologies for the confusion. And at page 56, under the heading Reasons for the December 31st, 2024 directive. So we've established that the reconsideration and review of capabilities of the political task team did not inform your decision of the 31st of December, and we know because it hadn't taken place. So we go to your statement at page 56 to locate the reasons as you put them forth. And on my reading of your statement, you advance 5 different reasons. They span page 56 to page 58. And I would like to invite us to perhaps consider each reason in turn to assist the Commission in having a better understanding of why the political killings task team was disestablished, or you, Minister, instructed that it be disestablished on that particular day. Your first is an invocation of a 2019 work study. And I'm going to read the second sentence of that paragraph. You state, the continuation of a temporary task team outside of SAP's organizational structure had become untenable both administratively and constitutionally. Full stop. You see where I am?
Yes, I see.
Before we deal with that work study,
Sorry, Mr. Lo, where are you reading?
Paragraph 167, the
Oh,
second part of
167.
167,
Oh,
yes.
sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Before we deal with the work study itself, once again, I think I would benefit from your guidance. You say the continuation of a temporary task team outside of SAP's organizational structure. What does that phrase mean? What do you mean by the phrase outside of SAP's organizational structure?
It means what is understood inside SAPS or internal in SAPS, what is attested as the meaning of a team. It is, task teams are always located outside the organogram per se, the adopted organogram. And that has been the case since 2019, if not even before. That if you establish a task team, you establish it not necessarily inside the organogram, because it is for a particular purpose at that time as it arises. And it ends as the need for that becomes obvious.
Okay. And you said that continuation has become untenable both administratively and constitutionally. We'll come back to the administratively. Could you explain what you mean by the conclusion that the continuation has become untenable constitutionally? How do you invite the commissioners to understand that phrase? Are you invoking any provision of the Constitution, or
No,
I'm trying to understand?
No, it was just in broad reference to our constitutional mandate that SAPS must, as a mandate, their mandate is to prevent, it is to investigate, it is to combat. So it was just in broad reference. That if you have, in other words, if you continue with structures that are not part of your organogram, you are less likely to fulfill your mandate.
So, in trying to test my understanding, or maybe before I do, I might benefit from a further explanation by you. So we have addressed the notion of the continuation being constitutionally untenable. I hear your answer. But then you say both administratively and constitutionally. What in this context would administratively refer to? What would be administratively untenable?
It was making reference to capacity of SAPS at any level, in this instance, national level in the first place, to manage a proliferation of task teams, because the more you have them, the more it becomes untenable or difficult to manage and control on the side of the National Commissioner.
So at this juncture, did you envisage a situation, or I'll put it differently, were you arguing for the complete disestablishment or abolishment of the notion of task teams within SAPS? Can I interpret it that way, or have I gone too far?
You are correct that by end of the year, I had gone deeper in terms of assessing the effectiveness, but from the perspective of sustainability. When you have internal units and you sharpen them, you strengthen them, as opposed to task teams, but not necessarily that you would completely abolish the need, because they are dictated to by the situation on the ground.
Yes.
Task teams.
I was going to move to another aspect of that paragraph, but
before you do that, so that I understand the minister's position, Minister, are you saying in that sentence, are you saying the existence of a temporary task team is not constitutionally permissible? Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily. I was, as I say, I'm saying I was referring to Constitution. I was referring to the Constitution in broad terms in relation to what I understand to be the mandate of SAPS, that they are less likely with dependence on task teams than when they depend on units that they cultivate, that they develop and hone over a period. That's what it was referring to, but not to say there is anything unconstitutional about task teams, because that you can't do away with, because it is dictated to by the need on the ground all the time. But just establish, assess, and then time frame all the time.
Yes. So you did not make the decision that to disband the PKTT on the basis that it is constitutionally untenable to have that task team, the PKTT. That's not one of your reasons for disbanding it.
Definitely, it is not one of the reasons.
Okay, so if we read this paragraph, if I read this sentence to be one of your reasons for disbanding the PKTT, then I am wrong. I misunderstood what this sentence means. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding of that sentence is that it generally sends a message to SAPS to discourage teams, task teams, keeping of task teams, because it makes it less possible for SAPS to reach out or to get their mandates fulfilled. Not to say it's unconstitutional, teams are unconstitutional and so on, but if SAPS more and more depends on task teams, which are temporal, firstly, you have a problem of administering them, carrying them on your shoulders, and then it makes you less likely to fulfill your mandate.
Yes. The problem with your explanation, Minister, in that paragraph is you're specific. You're speaking about the NPKTT. You speak about the NPKTT, and then you say the continuation of a temporary structure. So in the first sentence, you say, first, SAPS has made clear throughout 24 that NPKTT was an interim structure whose mandate fell squarely within the permanent remit of the murder and robbery unit created by the 2019 work study. So we know from this first part that the second part of that paragraph, where you say the continuation of a temporary task team, you are referring to the NPKTT.
Yes.
So my question remains, am I incorrectly understanding what you say in this last part of the paragraph? Do I misunderstand when I read it, which I did, to mean this is one of your reasons that the NPKTT that you give for disbanding the PKTT, it is that it is constitutionally untenable to have the PKTT, which you describe as outside of the structure, the organizational structure, that to have it continue to exist, this temporary team, the PKTT, is constitutionally untenable.
In the context of its impact to SAPS to reach out their mandates.
Okay. With that answer, then it must mean even the taxi violence task team is constitutionally untenable to continue to have it, given your reasoning about the PKTT.
That is why the taxi task team was put under specialized units inside SAPS organogram.
Okay, but you didn't dissolve it. You didn't disband it.
No, what happened with it, it was put under murder and robbery, which is under to permanently reside within the structure, which makes it better for SAPS to fulfill their mandates.
Yes.
So, which is different from a standalone structure like PKTT.
My point this way. The PKTT, as at the 31st of December, was not the only task team of the SAPS. You express in paragraph 167 that it's constitutionally untenable to have a task team exist outside of the organizational structure. That's what you say. The principle is it's question is, you dissolve only one task team when you have that concern about the constitutionality of task team. It is only one task team that you dissolve. You're happy to live with the unconstitutional, happy to constitutionality problem you have about the existence of other task teams, but just not the PKTT. Please explain in a way that makes that your decision to make sense.
Now, historically, the National Political Killings Task Team is the only team that had been associated with being inside or outside the structure all the time from 2019. And as indicated before, it was always expressly indicated by SAPS that it would need to be integrated, it would need to be absorbed. And therefore, that's why it sort of features higher than any other team in the conversation. Hence, even here in these paragraphs, it seems to be the only, but the principle is not necessarily confined to it alone.
Have you just said that the PKTT is the only task team
in the simply because of one by subs as requiring absorption to a specialized unit inside. And it's almost because fight as a problem, as a burden, as being untenable. Talk that language and integrate it into like murder and robbery and under crimes. They were doing integration so that it could be, these task team could be managed better in a sustainable way so that you could be certain about the instruments you are using to fight crime.
Okay. Can I just try one last time so that I understand what your answer is to my question?
Yes.
Are you saying to us the PKTT, and it's a yes or no answer, I either misunderstand or understood you correctly. I'm going It's either yes, that's what you're saying, or no, that's not what you're saying.
For my clarity, I hear you very well, but if you could be kind to me to repeat your question.
Okay, that's all right. You spoke in a way that made me understand you to be saying, according to the SAPS discussions,
yes,
the PKTT was the only task team that was considered to be outside of the organizational structure. You spoke in a way that I understood you to be saying that. So what I'm asking is that what you were saying, that understanding of mine that I've just projected back to you?
Yes.
And that's why I say
understand.
It's a yes or no answer. Either I understood you correctly to be saying only the PKTT was considered to be outside of the structure, or no, I misheard or misunderstood you.
You misunderstood me.
Yes.
And the reason for that is that National Political Killings Task Team is the only structure, or the only, not structure, team that was targeted, if I could use that language.
I see.
For, over a long time for integration. It's as if even the specialized units were established such that you would absorb, because
Okay.
that...
Can I stop you there, Minister?
Okay, thank you.
What I wanted to establish with you a few questions back was you have other task teams in the SAPS.
Yes.
Can we agree, if you are correct in this sentence where you say the continuation of a temporary task team outside of the organizational structure is untenable both administratively and constitutionally? If you are correct with that statement, it holds for all task teams.
Yes,
must be.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to establish. So it's not just unique to the PKTT.
Yes,
it
that's
also
correct.
applies to the mining task team, to any other task team that the SAPS has.
When there is a need to establish a task team, you would flinch from doing so. You would establish and then disestablish.
Okay.
But yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner. If I may just follow up on that based on your response. Because at some point I thought I understood, but now I'm not so sure of myself. If the statement is the continuation of a temporary task team outside of SAPS organizational structure had become untenable both administratively and constitutionally, that would mean reference to the existing task teams. Their continuation existence has become untenable administratively and constitutionally. Am
Broadly
I
speaking.
correct thus far?
Broadly speaking, yes.
So you say, of course, you do attach a caveat there that it does not preclude the establishment in the future of task teams as and when needed to, in response to specific challenges.
Yes.
So those that would be established in the future would not have the difficulty of being administratively and constitutionally untenable because they're outside the substructure. I'm trying to understand. Granted, we are talking about existing ones. If their existence and operation outside SAP's organizational structure is what renders them constitutionally and administratively untenable, that surely must be a challenge that would afflict any other future task team because they would forever remain outside SAP's organizational structures. Why would it be fine for the future task teams and not for the existing?
I did indicate at the beginning that, or at some point, that generally, when you look at mandates of SAPs and so on, you realize that it's important that whatever gets done in a sustainable way, cost-effective way, and so on, and with necessary intended impact. Therefore, generally discouraging, that statement is meant to generally discourage, in other words, to caution all of us that we're not going to make SAPs an organization of temporal task teams in general. But it doesn't mean that even when it is necessary to establish a task team, you would not establish one, but consider that it is cumbersome.
Yes.
Consider that it diminishes your chances to obtain or to reach out for your mandates.
Thank you for that. TT, the first time around you said was always identified for absorption. The second time you referenced this issue, you said was targeted for integration. Did I hear you? Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
Does your letter of the 31st of December achieve any of those objectives, whether it's absorption or integration?
It was meant to.
In retrospect, do you think it does?
It does.
How?
In the sense that even if you used disbandment, but in practice, you wanted integration. If the directive was not to say dismiss all those individual members, it was to say start processes, or let's engage in processes in line with what has always been intended with regard to the National Political Killing Task Team.
As I understand things, you did indicate that task teams are created for a specific challenge.
Yes.
To address specific issues.
Yes.
And normally it's for, I won't say specific time because it's very difficult to determine time, but it's for a limited period, it's for a period.
Yes.
So if my understanding is correct, then the disestablishment of a task team that has delivered on its mandate can never have the effect of dismissing police officers, can it? Because it's established from within the ranks of the police members. So its disestablishment will not result in any police officer losing their job.
Definitely. Correct.
So similarly here, the disestablishment contemplated would not result in the PKTT members losing their jobs.
Correct.
So I'm struggling with the notion of disestablish. So, put it differently. So we first break it apart, it being the team, to absorb the team into the substructures. Am I understanding it correctly?
You're understanding it correctly.
Okay.
So are you moving from this paragraph?
I'm still on the paragraph.
Okay.
Now that I have a better understanding of what perhaps informed your decision, I still read that. I read that paragraph. I'm still at 167. I read that paragraph. Okay, let me do it differently. You invoke, as I understand that paragraph, the 2019 work study to draw the conclusion that you do in the second part of that paragraph. Am I correct?
You're correct.
Okay. Let's find that work study on my reading of your statement that you should be your annexure SM3, and SM3 should start at page 115, same file. And in Annexure SM3, this document is titled Establishment of Specialized Capacities, Anti-Gang Units, Murder and Robbery Units, as well as Taxi Violence and Cold Case Investigation Functions within the South African Police Service. Rather a mouthful, but I had to say it all for purposes of the record. That is the document, correct?
Yes, correct.
Same page 117 under item 2, the heading is purpose. I read the following. The purpose of this investigation is to determine the feasibility of establishing specialized capacities, as well as to give clarity on the structural placement and functional, as well as enabling post-structure requirements within the detective service. Would the establishment be feasible? Okay, there might be challenges there in the construction of the sentence, but the purpose is clearly stated there, and we can fill in the gaps where we think some words are missing to try and understand and have a full appreciation of the purpose. So, the purpose of this investigation, of which this report is a result, was to determine the feasibility of establishing specialized capacities within detective service, in summary.
Yes.
Is that yours?
Yes.
Do you know what was the outcome of this study? That on that particular aspect, the feasibility of establishing specialized capacities within the detective service?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it's just that I don't see the date, but it sounds like the 2018 establishment. It talks about, it should be 2018 work study.
Apologies, Minister, I lost you.
I'm saying I don't see the date.
Oh, the date of this, if you go to page 155 of that SM3,
yes,
it bears the signature of it's Sectional Commander Operational Organizational Design Detection, Colonel A.K. Murray. It's got a date of 2019-06-19.
Oh, yes, yes.
And I take that person to be the author.
Correct.
Yes, 2019, yes.
Yes. So what was the question is, as I...
No, the question is...
What was the outcome?
The outcome of the, yes.
The outcome of this work study at that time was that it was indeed undertaken, that study. And it's 2018. And it was then signed or accepted and adopted in 2019 by the then commissioner, Commissioner Sithole. And he signed it off into implementation. That's why in September that year, 2019, a letter of implementation was then accepted after the work study had been taken and discussed and adopted. So this study was undertaken.
Okay. You referenced the implementation letter, and throughout your statement, you suggest that they be read together. That implementation letter is what you attach as SM4 at page 179. Is that correct?
To SM4, yes. Yes.
Is that the implementation letter you just referenced?
That would be the one.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll keep our finger there, we'll come back. But getting back to SM3, the report.
Yes.
I would like to refer you to page 159.
159.
159. Oh, sorry, 154. My apologies.
Okay.
159 is actually the other annexure. I do apologize for the confusion. 154.
I have it.
Oh, thank you. At 154 is under heading recommendations, is a list of recommendations by Colonel Murray arising from the investigation he conducted. Is that how I understand the document as well?
Yes.
We don't have to read in detail all the recommendations. There are 8 of them listed. Having considered the recommendations by Colonel Murray and the content of the report, I struggle to understand how it can lend anyone to the conclusion that the continuation of temporary task team outside of SAP's organizational structure is both administratively and constitutionally untenable. I struggle, so I request you to perhaps point me to something, be it in the recommendations or the body of the report itself, regard being held to the purpose that we looked at previously, how we arrive at the conclusion you seem to have drawn as set out in paragraph 167.
Now, these recommendations seem to be talking to establishment of these structures at a provincial level, which is a lesser point. The main point about this and the concept of specialized units was to the effect that pull all the proliferated at that time, prior to the study, teams, and then put them together, and they came up with the concept of specialized units, which would sort of integrate all the smaller ones that had been identified. And you will see that it goes on to 2024 when they do another assessment and they find out that there are still a number of there are still many task teams that are still hanging around. They have not been integrated into specialized units. So the whole concept of specialized units was meant to sharpen SAPs, make SAPs sharpened around certain identified crimes, as it were, as they were identified at that time, so that there is more capacity to deal with them.
Yes. I see at page 158, a few pages forward, just above the signature of the National Commissioner, General K.J. Sitole, who approved this report.
Yes.
And unfortunately, the handwriting, and I don't mean to cast aspersions, becomes difficult to read, but I'm going to try to. But I think the part I mean says a national pilot project process must be established with different, and then I struggle, and resources.
Sub-projects.
Oh, sub-projects and resources. And resources must be allocated from the national budget with clear account numbers. Do you see, that's General Sotole?
I see that.
So General Sotole said, he approves this with the comment that a national pilot project process must be established. What do you understand by those words?
Well, I understood him to have approved what had been submitted to him in terms of a proposal for specialized units. And then it talks about a pilot project process, meaning that they were not in a position to unleash these specialized units all over. They wanted to projectize it, pilot projectize it. And he was wanting to approve that so that they could maybe for a couple of months see how it would work.
So the implementation of this entire report, on my reading
Yes.
of General Sitole's comments or basis for approval, is that a pilot project process must be initiated.
Yes, they said so in 2019 when they adopted the work study to say it will be implemented in a phased approach.
Okay. Perhaps before I move further, because I wanted to then bring in the other document, Commissioner Balo, you had wanted to find out if I was moving from, I think, the work study.
Sorry, I have to try and remember. If you go back to that paragraph in your statement, Minister, that paragraph 167, and I think you did explain, Ms. Silo asked you the question, you explained, I'm just not sure that I understood, so I'm going to ask you to repeat it, please. The way you speak about this task team being administratively untenable, can you just explain again, what did you mean when you say it's administratively untenable?
It meant that subs with a proliferation of smaller, if I could just insert that, task teams, it would stretch them or it would overstretch them. There was a concept when they decided, in fact, even in terms of effectiveness, that is what landed them in a concept of specialized units so that they would absorb all these into bigger, into more specialized for control and management, which is the duty of the National Commissioner. And I think they were quite in line with the qualitative meaning of manage and control, because they had in mind, if I looked at it, effectiveness and efficiency. And therefore, here, it had become untenable. They wanted to make it possible and much more easier for them to administer.
Okay. To the extent that in this paragraph you mention the PKTT in particular.
Yes.
In what way had the PKTT become administratively untenable to have the PKTT? And the question is direct to the PKTT because our discussion is about your reasons for disbanding the PKTT. So
yes.
While you speak of broadly
yes.
task teams, let's come to the PKTT because that's one of the factors you took into account. In what way had it become administratively untenable to have the PKTT exist for another day beyond the 31st of December?
When I wrote the letter, I was already in possession of what I refer to as allegations from a number of categories of people, including civil society, and so on, but also including people from inside subs. Now, when I wrote the memo, that is the directive, I had that in mind that possibly certain things are setting in SAPS via PKTT in terms of control and administration. Now, that category of complainants, if I could refer them, I could refer to them as such, that I was advised by the Commission to seek advice from my lawyers on, indicated to me clearly that there are certain things that we are losing in terms of control and management. If you look at the complaints that I had received by the time I wrote this letter. So it refers to that, but it also refers to alleged abuses of human rights by those who had written to us in various categories as I referred them to. So this is what, this refers to that.
Yes. Now, all right, it's a separate discussion, those complaints. So I'm not asking that we get into them.
Yes.
We will have a discussion separately.
Yes.
These complaints, to the extent that that's what you're referring to here, when you talk about administrative untenability of the continued existence of the PKTT, you did not discuss them with the National Commissioner, those complaints.
We discussed some of them.
No, the ones that you've listed. You've given us a list, and
Yes.
you're referencing them now, including those names that you gave yesterday. You did not say to the National Commissioner, I've got these complaints. I want your response to them.
The ones that are here, I did. The ones that are in the envelope, I didn't.
Okay, all right. Where I'm going with it is you get to a point where you make a decision that those complaints are evidence of administrative untenability, to whatever we mean with that concept. You say these complaints, they show that there's a problem administratively, but you don't verify those complaints with your management. And yet, on the basis of those complaints, you conclude the continued existence of the PKTT is administratively untenable. You get them, and I'm happy to confine myself to the list in that envelope as one of the examples, that you get that list. You don't verify with your management, certainly not with the National Commissioner. You don't verify that list, so you don't know whether it's true or not. People are making allegations. You don't know whether what they've told you, whatever it is that they tell you, you don't know how it reacts to that, but you conclude that those make it untenable, administratively untenable for the PKTT to continue to exist. How is that a proper thought process that leads you to this far-reaching conclusion it's administratively untenable to continue to exist?
Again, the ones that are here, I discussed with the National Commissioner. The ones that are in the envelope, I didn't. And the reason why I didn't, it was solely because of the agreement between me and these people when they met me in person, indicating confidentiality, but more than that, indicating safety concerns.
Yes, we'll get to that.
Yes.
I ask you not to enter into the merits because it's a topic on its own.
Yes.
I'm simply putting to you the difficulty that you get complaints, you don't ask your National Commissioner, is this true, is it not true? Tell me what you've done about it. But you don't do that, but you get to the conclusion to use that as a reason, as one of your reasons to dissolve the PKTT, because you say it has become administratively untenable.
I did discuss with the National Commissioner the concerns raised by Mary de Haas. I did discuss with the National Commissioner concerns that were raised by Patricia Mashale.
The ones that Patricia Mashale raises in her Facebook,
We did discuss with the National Commissioner.
those Facebook extracts.
We did discuss that there are a number of things that, not necessarily one by one, but we did discuss that she is putting things to me, and
Yes.
is she putting things to you?
Yes.
He said, yes,
Yes.
I am receiving this. And then we had a small discussion
And
about
from that discussion, where the National Commissioner says, yes, I'm aware of this.
Yes.
Because she has raised them, you decide that those complaints render the PKTT's continued existence administratively untenable.
partially, and then the other parties, the ones that I didn't discuss with them, but I got to know about them, but I didn't discuss with them. But combining them, I'm trying to say, it's not like I didn't discuss any of the concerns or anything with the National Commissioner. I did, partially, but the others I didn't discuss.
Okay, all right. Perhaps to summarize, is your position from this discussion, are you saying where you refer as a reason for dissolving the PKTT, where you say it had become administratively untenable, you're saying that because of the Mashale complaints, because of Ms. de Haas's complaints, because of those 8 people in that envelope? You say all of that taken together is what led you to the conclusion that the continued existence of the PKTT for another day is administratively untenable.
Correct. Okay. But you remember that there are other reasons.
Yes,
These are not here.
Yes, you
in that
will
context.
discuss your other reasons.
Yes.
I'm just wanting to make
Yes,
sure that
correct.
administratively, where you refer to administratively,
Correct.
those 3 are the factors you took into
Correct.
account to that conclusion. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. El.
Thank you, Commissioner. Earlier then, you indicated that either the outcomes of this investigation that Colonel Murray undertook, that investigation as we have the report at SM3, if I understood you correctly, you say, no, you referenced an implementation letter.
Yes,
Please
correct.
explain to me the relevance of that implementation letter vis-a-vis this investigation report. What's the link between the two?
The link is that the implementation letter was saying that initiative of the work study has now been completed. It must now be implemented.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for that, Minister. And not the pilot project that General Sithole had approved, as we saw at page.
Yes.
Sorry,
yes.
if I may say, so the implementation letter, in your understanding, directs the implementation of the outcomes and recommendations of that report in their entirety, and no longer the pilot project process that National Commissioner Sithole at the time approved, as per his comments at page 158. I'm trying to understand which aspect is being approved by, which is being implemented. Is it the pilot project process in terms of General Sithole 158, or is it the report in its entirety?
What was to be implemented was the
Yes.
report in its entirety.
Okay.
But when the National Commissioner signs, he then decides that it would take the form of a pilot at that particular time.
Okay. Now, the implementation letter starts at page 179 of that same file, that's SM4. Have you located it, Minister?
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
yes, correct.
Is that the implementation letter you reference?
Yes. Correct.
Just for the record, it's a two-page document. It's dated at page 180, 14 November 2019. And it seemed to have been authored by Major General, Head Organizational Development, N.L. Mzima. I'm reading you, I'm correct?
Yes. Yes.
Now, my reading of this document is that it addresses the human resource issues within SAPS. Admittedly, in the context of the establishment of specialized capacities. So it confines itself purely to that. And secondly, I wouldn't expect it to enforce the report if it is issued by Major General Head Organizational Development. I would expect the one to implement the report or direct that it be implemented in its entirety would be the head of SAPS, and at the time would be General Sitole.
Yes, correct.
So, if we then accept that Major General Head Organizational Development, Zima is not the head of SAPS, if we try and interpret what her function is, the title might assist Head Organizational Development. In my thinking, I think she's responsible for human resources within SAPS. I may be wrong. I'm trying to interpret what I see here with a little bit of guesswork. It's somebody responsible for human resources in SAPS. And even if I'm wrong, one thing I am certain about, he or she is not the National Commissioner. At least on that we are settled.
Yes, correct.
So, the HR leader within SAPS then issues this letter, and if we go back to 179, references the work study investigation that we've just had regard to SM3, fully dated, and the like, and says was approved by Lieutenant Colonel K.J. Sitole on 26 June 2019. And we don't have to go back there. Going back to the report, I see that General Sitole appended his signature on the same date. It does not speak now our implementation letter to the directive by General Sitole that a national pilot project process be established, a pilot project. But perhaps that's how the General Nzima at the time understood it. But to go further, at paragraph 4 of the same implementation letter, it reads, for your information and implementation with specific reference to the recommendations of the report as well as comment by Lieutenant General Dimpani. That comment is to be found in the report again at page 158, and unfortunately is in manuscript, so I'll try and see if I can read it and understand. At 158, above the signature of Lieutenant General Dimpani, the following is noted. Members already in the unit must be accommodated in the PEFE? Huh? PE, thank you. For the WC gang unit, other critical basic resources were provided during the establishment of the unit. Funding to be provided to accommodate operatives. The costs, thank you. Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. And as a fourth point, for other AGU as offered in the report, a phased-in approach be followed with regard to the other units. And that's what I understand General Nzima to be referring to when he or she refers us back to Lieutenant General Dimpani's comments. And once again, I understand Lieutenant General Dimpani's comments to be confined to matters affecting members. Once again, it's HR issues. How accommodation of those members, what is it, in the PE, the Western Cape Gang. So the comments are confined to the members themselves, not the functions of the units, no, not the mandates of the units, no. So basically how members are to be treated. At 5, now I'm at SM4. At 5, General Nzima notes the provincial head's organizational development and strategic management is kindly requested to complete SAPS 495 documents for the placement and registration of the separate entities mentioned in the attached work study report. The completed SAPS 49 documents can be sent to marais@saps.gov.za for further handling regarding the PESAL registration. The report was presented at the Board of Commissioners and presented to the SSSBC. Two things come out for me here. The reference to PESAL registration once more confirms that is about HR issues. This is the system, as I understand, that records employees of government. Is my understanding correct? PESAL, the PESAL.
Yes.
It's confined to. That's the purpose of a PESAL system in the government, in the public sector.
Correct.
Okay. So the fact that there are requirements to complete SAPS 495 documents to be handed in regarding PESAL registration, it's human resources.
Yes.
Okay. Then it says the report was presented to the Board of Commissioners and presented to SSSBC. I had to do a bit of guesswork here, but I think the BC is Bargaining Council. I just did not remember the first 3 S's, what they stand for. But it sounds like it was referred to the Bargaining Council. Would you know what that SSSBC stands for?
It stands for, you're correct, for the Bargaining Council.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. And we know what a bargaining council, the purpose of a bargaining council, we all know. We don't need to detain ourselves. Safety and Security Sectoral Bargaining Council. Thank you. Then over leaflet 180, item 6. Job evaluations in support of the levels of the command structure should be completed as soon as possible. And lastly, at 8, it is important to note that units that are established will be evaluated for the correct determination of the post structures, as the current structural approval is for an enabling establishment, and it continues. And that is the last point on that letter. My difficulty with your suggestion that report, that letter, constitutes an implementation letter that brought into full force all the findings in the 2019 work study. To the extent that's what you are implying, I have a difficulty. Because this letter I interpret to be speaking to practical human resource realignment that would be required and processes that would have to be followed. What is your comment to that?
My comment just in a package in a way to make things easier. Firstly, the work study was a comprehensive kind of a document, even indicating, because you are establishing specialized units, then it included the ranking, it included qualifications of people who would be required in each specialized unit, and so on. Now, that's the human resource part. So they were quite detailed in doing it. So they completed the work study. They then write and discuss and adopt the implementation letter, which Commissioner Stolle agrees on and he signs, and then he says pilot it. Now, this letter by Mzima, which commissioners are referring to, is now written in essence to provinces to say we're now implementing. And that's why it's short and so on. And it comes in November. The work study had been adopted in September 2019. So this one is further implementation at a provincial level. Now, Dimbane comes in from the finance side to say money is being made available, but these are the conditions and so on. And then so all these components come in as a phase is entered into after September to actually implement on the ground. That's why they make reference to PE, to Western Cape, and so on, but they are stating what would obtain in the final implementation on the ground.
Yes. I think I'm clarified with about your position. I just want them to summarize, to test that I'm not misrepresenting your views. Once again, we are back at 167, because all this, this entire exercise was to try and help me understand the import of paragraph 167 and the reason that you advance. So I'm going to test it thus. So there was an investigation, and your understanding is that there was a directive that it be implemented in terms of SM4, which is what you call the implementation letter. And the effect of that was that automatically task teams would be operating outside the SAP's organizational structure and therefore would be impermissible. Is that a fair, is that a correct understanding on my part, or have I lost it completely?
Not completely, with a proviso that should a need arise in a province or elsewhere, a task team can be or will be, it will be permissible to establish one for that particular purpose, but this is an overall effort to integrating things in line with the concept of specialized units.
Thank you, Minister. Commissioners, I want to leave this paragraph, this specific reason. Commissioner Baloy?
You're still going to be discussing this work study?
I want to leave this work study, I want to move to the next. So if there are questions on this particular one.
Yeah, maybe let me then ask my question. Minister, Ms. Silo referred you to the recommendations at 154, Mr. Murray's recommendations. And then you have the approval of the National Commissioner, who says there must be a national pilot project. And then you have General Dimpane's comment there, which suggests what should be done. And the implementation letter speaks about the pilot being Western Cape, the anti-gang unit, and then it says in that paragraph 8 of that implementation letter, it says in the second sentence, third line, the first units to be evaluated to determine the criteria as well as ideal post-establishment will be anti-gang units in the Western Cape and Eastern Cape, as the units have been functioning already in the approval date, on the approval date of the report. We've established in your discussion with Ms. Sillo that this seems to have related largely to personnel staffing issues. Yesterday in your testimony, you said this work study dissolved the PKTT with effect. I asked you the question and you answered quite firmly that yes, the 2019 work study dissolved the PKTT. And I want, apart from the fact that this work study, nowhere does it refer to dissolving on the date of this work study. It doesn't say anywhere that the PKTT is dissolved. But I want to put a difficulty to you that to the extent that it is a pilot project that is being approved by the commissioner says there must be a national pilot project. And then General Nzima speaks about the Western Cape as being the first one to be evaluated. Surely you must accept that they were not dissolving the PKTT, because there is specific reference to we will start in the Western Cape. And posts will become available. We will do evaluations as posts become available. On a reading of these documents, there is no way that justifies a narrative or a conclusion or an understanding that this work study, on its terms as it is in 2019, dissolved the PKTT.
You would recall that I went further to say they then realized that whereas it would have meant dissolution of the PKTT, in practice, because of the phased approach of building specialized units, they realized that they were not ready to dissolve the PKTT in practice. But in theory, that is what they meant. That's why the extension was for another 6 months.
Okay. So this work study, and that's what I want to establish with you, you spoke very firmly. In 2019, this work study dissolved the PKTT. What I'm putting to you is in this work study and the following approvals from the National Commissioner and the implementation letter, there is no way that they speak of disbanding the PKTT as at the date of the work study. The PKTT, yes, I'm simply putting that.
Yes.
Yes. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Minister, since your appointment in July 2024 until 31st of December 2024, did you get the opportunity to have Mr. Murray, Colonel Murray, presenting his work studies to you, both the 2019 and the 2024?
No.
No. So it is you who's interpreting the two documents. You're doing that on your own. He did not give you a briefing on those two documents.
Yes.
I'm going to put to you, Minister, that you are misinterpreting what Colonel Murray said in both his work studies, and you are incorrectly using those work studies to justify your decision to disband the PKTT. Because nowhere in any of those work studies did Colonel Murray say the PKTT must be disbanded. What is your answer?
My answer is that in the conceptualization of specialized units, it was expressly said that the proliferation or the existence of a number of task teams is not ideal. In other words, is not is not an ideal situation within SAPS. Let's establish specialized units. And when they established specialized units, right from 2019, right in 2024, even in their assessments, they then established one of those units at a level called serious and violent crimes. It is in the structure from 2019, especially in 2020. I showed you the structure. And in that, or under that, serious and violent crimes, you have what they call the section. The section is called murder and robbery. And under that murder and robbery, as mandates thereof, they put sub-units. One of the sub-units that they put there is political killings. And of course, police killings, which we identified clearly yesterday. So it is expressed, not interpreted. It is expressed in black and white throughout 2019 and 2024. It's written down. And I did indicate that I had a chat with former Commissioner Stoll on the matters who indicated similar views when we had a chat on these matters.
So if PKTT is a unit within the murder and robbery unit, it's a structure within, how does that square up with its disbandment? Because surely then all that means is that it will exist, but it will form part of the murder and robbery unit. So it will be a team within the murder and robbery unit. How does that square up with its disbandment?
It square ups in the sense that it will cease to exist in the form that it is existing now. You would take the model, you would take some of the personnel, you would take some of the experience into the new specialized unit, but it tells you that they can coexist. You can't have murder and robbery, and then you have on your right-hand side, you have PKTT. Mind you, in the new setup, when we come in, we discover, if I could use that word, that there are 4 provinces that are a problem in the whole country. It's not one where PKTT is based in, which is KZN. Your problem in terms of the views of the new administration is that you are preventing investment in the country. They say South Africa is ugly because of a high rate of murders, specific. And people don't feel, they are not made to feel safe. Now, you can then take that to mean in KZN. You mean in the main, you mean in the whole country, but in the main, in the 4 provinces. Then what it means is that PKTT needs to be part now of the newly established, which is futuristic, which is not temporal, which is sustainable and budgeted for. You need to put it in the structure that is now has been processed all the time. That's where these 2 things fit in. They can't coexist. That's number 1. And you are looking at sustainability. You are removing the temporal nature, but you are not firing people. You are not. At some point, I said to myself, maybe I shouldn't have used the word disband. I should have used integration or absorption. But that was with retrospect, because maybe it would have been understood better than what is happening, but that's exactly what it meant.
Yes, I'm going to suggest to you that that does not square up with the thrust of your evidence, which is that the PKTT is set up by the IMC, the Interministerial Committee, and therefore it can only be disbanded by a minister or by that committee. Now, if you have studies that only go to a national commissioner and his subordinates, and they adopt the recommendations in those studies. The suggestion, if that's your suggestion, that the adoption of those recommendations can override an IMC decision that there must exist a PKTT, that does not make sense to me. Because if IMC says there must be a PKTT because the president has said so, and it must continue to exist, what is the relevance of a study that is approved by a national commissioner and his subordinates? Because on your version, the minister establishes the PKTT and only the minister can disband it.
I did yesterday indicate, and I'm still indicating, that the work study, the National Political Killings Task Team was meant to exist for 6 months. It is clearly indicated and written down. Hence, the assessment in December to say, do we do away with it or it continues to exist? They decide, that is the IMC. It must continue to exist based on the submissions and all of that, I suppose, of the steering committee. Then in January, they then say, okay, it must exist, but for the next 6 months, not permanent. Not permanent. They say another 6 months. Then it's extended and funded. And then after 6 months, this is now, they now say the extension must now take a year. Because if we assess the establishment of specialized units, especially murder and robbery, which would absorb PKTT, it's not yet that time. Then they extend it. That is why another assessment comes 2021, 2022. It's because these things were parallel. You assess, you conclude, it's still required. You then give 6 months, not more than 6 months, not more than a year, even when they extended the period. So always, and I'm not interpreting, I'm actually reading and taking advantage of my chat with the former Commissioner Stoll. But also, in reference to the meetings in November, one of which was quoted here, 1 November, where we were in consonant with the National Commissioner that, yes, PKTT was never meant to be permanent. It was meant as a temporal structure. And so on. So these things come together as a package. There has been never any doubt since 2019.
Minister, sorry to interrupt you. I don't want you to repeat what you've already said. I just wanted you to answer my question because I want to give Advocate Sillo her time back. We will deal with the IMC much later. Thank you.
Can I, maybe just briefly, Mr.
Yes, Commissioner.
Minister, can we accept, Minister, I'm here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Can we?
Commissioner Baloyi would like to address a question to you.
I'm up here.
Sorry.
That's okay. No, that's all right. Please, you don't need to apologize. It's all right. You speak of the PKTT as being time-bound. There's no debate about it was established for a 6 months period and it kept getting extended. You can accept because that's what the documents say. And that's what all the other witnesses have said. That's how it started and it kept. So there's no controversy there. But I'm concerned that you seem to speak of it as if it is different from how the other task teams were constituted. My impression, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that all task teams have a defined period, either in terms of time or meeting their objectives, after which then they come to an end. There's nothing exceptional about the PKTT. Am I wrong in thinking all task teams, the 10 that we've been told exist, they're for specific projects, mandate, with a time period, or they get dissolved at the end when the objective has been met? That's not unique to the PKTT.
that applies to the PKTT, the principles.
And
You are
all
correct.
other task teams?
You are correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just to touch on one aspect, I think it was in response to Commissioner Baloi's question, where you gave a response, which I understood thus, that upon the approval of SM3 being the report of 2019 and the implementation letter, SM4, in November 2019, the validity of the existence of task teams ceased to exist. So it's those two documents that bring to an end the political killings task team, because such task teams what they investigate and work on now falls under murder and robbery unit. Is my understanding correct there?
Your understanding is correct, but it's just needs to be qualified with one thing.
Please,
that there would be phases. They even said anti-gang unit is at that time the only one that exists in the Western Cape, and therefore it must be implemented, say immediately, because it was in existence. They realized that we're talking about something that is already there,
Yes.
and therefore roll it out, operationalize it. But the other, they are still in formative stages, and so let's extend PKTT and continue. So that was exactly how they looked at it.
And when you were, yesterday morning, when you were still putting your own version across to the commissioners, from your page 11, paragraph 35, you actually quote from SM3, and SM3 being this very Murray report we are discussing. And I understood you to do so to demonstrate that political killings are the same as all other killings, and as of the date of the report, they now resort under murder and robbery unit. Did I understand you correctly? Okay, I'll try again. I understood, if you have regard to page 11, from your paragraph 35, no, 34. You speak of General Sitole approving the work study, and then you speak to the murder and robbery unit's mandate, including serial murders, police killings, political murders, murders of elderly persons, and attacks on farms and smallholding. I'm reading from your paragraph 34.
That's correct.
And I think in your oral testimony in support of what you have at paragraph 35 now, which is a quotation from the work study itself, your explanation was seeing as political killings result in killings, and that the murder and robbery unit has now assumed the mandate to deal with those crimes. That put paid to any justification for the existence of the political killings task team. You said a killing is a killing, if I understood. Murder is murder. Did I understand you correctly?
You understood me correctly.
Okay. And the quotation you provided from 5.4.2 of the report is set out there. And it appears at page 126 of SM3. In fact, what you didn't reflect in your paragraph was the correct number, which is 5.4.2.1. The main heading at 5.4.2 at page 126, SM3. Thank you. The main heading reads at 5.4.2, mandate, murder and robbery. You see where I'm reading?
Yes, I see.
And then below what we have quoted at 112, at page 12, comes out of 5.4.2.1, and you did, I think it was in response to Commissioner Kumalo's question, specifically point out that political murders and attempted murders are part of murder and robbery.
Yes.
It was in that context I say that you were saying a killing is a killing. Now, based on the responses that you've provided this morning to the various questions, would it be logical of all to accept that in the country, for as long as there is a killing, that automatically results under murder and robbery unit? Should we so conclude?
Correct.
Correct. And it doesn't need a task team to be established. It's a killing. We know where the mandate resides.
That's correct, except when, according to all of us or National Commissioner realizes that there is something exceptional or remarkable in a particular area for a particular reason. There would then be a creation or establishment of a task team for that particular period or something that is happening there, flare up and so on. But generally,
yes,
all matters would fall under this.
Unless the National Commissioner, you said, and all of us, that including us in the room, who falls under the rubric of all of us.
In SAPS.
In SAPS?
Yes.
In SAPS, okay. So if it's in SAPS and you have made reference to National Commissioner, then it's unless the National Commissioner thinks otherwise and finds a need to establish a task team. So SAPS, that police service structure. Okay. Sorry, Minister, you nod. I forgot that the microphone doesn't record a nod or a shake of the head. So,
yes,
if you agree with me, thank you.
Yes, I agree.
Also, Minister, please just leave your microphones on, please.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, the work study, the implementation plan prohibits establishment, and I use it in inverts, of task teams unless the National Commissioner has good reason to establish a task team where killings occur. It's a very inelegant kind of summary, but I'm trying to understand that. Are you saying anything? Are you saying that or anything close to that?
Yes, I'm saying something close to that. There would be a discussion to say that there is a bubble or there is something unusual happening in a particular area, and it requires this kind of remedy.
A discussion between who? Who's discussing in respect of that bubble? Where is that discussion held?
What we have regular meetings, or there are regular meetings at least once a week between the Minister and the National Commissioner, but there are also other meetings that get organized, not necessarily falling within what would be an adopted schedule, but there are also meetings which I had said would be quarterly of UNESCO, that is ministry and top management. Those are the meetings that I'm referring to where things would be discussed on a regular basis.
But you said the National Commissioner will decide, so perhaps just to test, the establishment or the decision to establish or not to establish a task team, that's the sole preserve of the National Commissioner. It's for the National Commissioner to decide that.
The National Commissioner has power to establish within his constitutionally allocated mandate to do so, much as the provincial one has also that kind of mandate.
Okay. So, as you call it a constitutional power, a constitutional mandate, and it's not surprising, it's that constitutional mandate that will override the effect of the Murray report that says no more task teams. But because the National Commissioner retains this constitutional power, he can still establish.
Yes, because that report or outcomes of the report of the work study do not, those outcomes do not necessarily override the constitutional mandate and do not even exclude possibility that there would be this kind of reaction by management of police and even ministry or combined when a situation so demands.
Yes. And therefore, the establishment of a task team by the National Commissioner in those circumstances will not draw us back to the crisis you had on the 31st of December with the political killings task team, in that it was operating outside the SAP's organizational structure, and that had become both administratively and constitutionally untenable. At least we will not have that situation.
No.
Okay. So there's a bundle next to you. It's marked exhibit bundle.
There's one of two and two of two.
Indeed.
Which one?
Indeed. Apologies for the confusion. Two of two. Two of two. Sorry, before you leave the Minister. Minister, I hope you haven't closed our Murray report at SM3 at page 126. That remains open. Thank you. So we know from the Murray report that the mandate of murder and robbery, as it reads, and I'm reading from the document, including taxi violence. So all killings, political, I don't know what other murders are there. I don't want to say normal murders. There is no such notion. Attempted murder, killings arising from taxi violence, all that now sits within murder and robbery unit. And that was the line of march from the day of approval of this report.
Yes.
I've called for the exhibit file. If you could go to exhibit CJC 55.13, it's quite a mouthful, and page 371. She'll help find the right flag for you. .371 is an information note. If we go further to page 373 and 374, those are the signature pages, with National Commissioner appending his signature at 374 and approving this, this document from 9 December 2024 to the 28th of February 2025, correct? You see where I'm reading?
Correct.
Now, if I invite you to go back to 371, the heading of this document is called an information note, and I think we have seen a few of those. It's a request for funding, Eastern Cape report on taxi violence and extortion-related matters. I'm reading the top of the document. It is numbered and with headings, and under item 1, purpose, it reads, the purpose of this document is to present information to the reader regarding the tasking by the Minister of Police on murder-related taxi violence and extortion in East London, Butterworth. End of quote. Do you see that?
I see that, correct.
So I understand from a reading of that clause, that paragraph, that the Minister of Police, and I accept that, that's yourself, Minister,
Correct.
you called for and tasked, and I'll use that term guardedly, I'll put it in inverts. I'm not suggesting that you may, you have, or I accept that you have the power to task the National Commissioner to establish a task team, but I'm taking it from the document. But you tasked the National Commissioner to establish a task team to deal with murder-related taxi violence and extortion in East London and Butterworth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you so tasked him.
That's correct.
Why didn't you trust the murder and robbery unit, which in terms of page 126, stipulates that that includes taxi violence? Why didn't you instruct that it be dealt by that unit? Because we know that was the line of march from 2019.
It falls within what I explained yesterday. It's correctly written there. Asked the National Commissioner, who in turn tasked Major General Zulu. Major General Zulu is in charge of a number of combat units within SAPS. It's not task teams. It's not the units in the form of taxi violence or serious, and she is in charge of combat units like task force, like National Intervention Unit, TRT, and so on. So the kind of situation that arose there, we discussed it with National Commissioner. They were going to go there to reinforce via combat capacity, reinforce the murder and robbery with their taxi subunit in the Eastern Cape because it had elements that required an extra kind of capacity that would come in the form of combat units. So she was not going to establish a team, a task team. She was merely going to reinforce what is on the ground, but via something different, which is a combat unit. That's what I was talking to you yesterday, saying we decided in the new structure that there should be a separate division of a number of combat units so that they could assist specialized units and uniformed police on the ground.
Okay, I would like to then draw attention to page 372 of the same document overleaf. And at 2.5 it reads, in order for the SAPS to have a breakthrough and successful operations and convictions to combat mentioned crimes, a team consisting of 10 members led by Major General Zulu is formed, and then they are listed there. How different is the is what's set out at 2.5, except presumably for size? How different is that from a task team in the form of the PKTT?
Now, the principles are the same in a way. A problem has been identified in the Eastern Cape. Extra or reinforcement is required. It comes in that form. They go there, they do the work. It's specific and time-bound, and at the end of that period, they then pull out. Now, in the same as PKTT was established. It was established for 6 months, deal with political killings, and then you are time bound after 6 months, and after time, once murder and robbery has been fully established in KZN, it would be integrated. In a way, the principles are the same.
But this particular task team then is not impacted by the prohibition imposed by the Murray report. It is the same as the political killings task team. The same month that the political killings task team is dissolved, on the 31st of December, 2024, is the same month that you task the National Commissioner to establish, and as in your words you just said, an exactly identical task team for the purposes of this taxi violence and extortion matters in the Eastern Cape. And I'm not suggesting it should not have been established. I'm just trying to contrast and understand your reasoning. If your reasoning to task teams, and particularly the PKTT in December 2024, stands, I don't see how it can coexist with a thinking in the same month to do the direct opposite, which is establish another task team that is no longer afflicted by the challenges the challenges of the PKTT. I'm trying to reconcile myself with your approach, and I'm trying to fit in the Murray report and the fact that it was binding, all of which would have been issues relevant to both the dissolution of the PKTT and the establishment of this task team that you called for. I don't know if you are able to assist.
No, I'm able to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. The National Political Killings Task Team gets established because there's a problem that has just cropped up in KZN and is identified, and it gets established. Let's leave out for now by who and so on. Go there, you are established 6 months. And then after 6 months, and so on. In the Eastern Cape, there's a particular problem that gets identified last year. You go and deal with this particular problem. You must have heard me saying, in a way. In both provinces, you have murder and robbery. But the murder and robbery, under whom there's a taxi unit in the Eastern Cape, is seen to be sort of overcome by the nature of the problem, practical, requiring reinforcement. And then these ones go there to do so. Otherwise, they are reinforcing. In the case of PKTT, they are not reinforcing KZN, murder and robbery. They are deemed to be, because they are not established in the same way as this one. They are now parallel to murder and robbery, because they are there. This is now 7 years. And they are, in a way, I would say, the ones that the Murray report referred to, not this. I hope we're together. The Murray report finds a proliferation of sort of permanent task teams. And they say, don't have permanent task teams, don't have many of them. Reduce, integrate make specialized units. Now, as an example, that specialized unit does exist in KZN. So they must do the work that the National Political Killings Task Team does in KZN. But in case there is something that requires reinforcement, you will then send. In this case, if there's something that overcomes murder and robbery in KZN, but overcomes also PKTT, you will then have to form or establish this to go and reinforce the two. That's why there's talk of double packing. PKTT on one hand, 7 years now, murder and robbery, which is now there. There is that difference.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. Minister, this information note, if you look at paragraph 2.4, it records the problem. Paragraph 2, in the information note, still at page 371, that you were looking at with Advocate Silva now. Yes.
Thanks, I have it.
2.4, it reads, the Division Visible Policing and Operations currently does not have funds to run the operation. And then a decision was that an application should be submitted to move funds from another environment. But then turn to page 2.5 and see what in fact gets to be done. And then it says, in order for the subs to have a breakthrough and successful operations and convictions to combat mentioned crimes, a team consisting of 10 members led by Major General Zulu is formed. So there's a team formed. And then in 4.1.1, it says the team led by Major General Zulu be deployed to East London and Butterworth for the combating of taxi violence. And so there is a team which has been given the function to go and combat taxi violence, right? That includes murders. That's what I understand this to mean. That's the job of this team, is to go and combat taxi violence. I have a difficulty that from your evidence yesterday, you spoke about a false hierarchy. You said murder is murder. To create a task team that focuses on murder in a particular sector is a false hierarchy. Why is this not falling squarely into that which you define as a false hierarchy? These are matters that murder and robbery, not visible policing, murder and robbery should be investigating according to your approach to this, right? Murder and robbery should be dealing with these matters. You don't say to the National Commissioner, get murder and robbery to deal with these issues. You instead constitute a team to deal with them. What happened to your concern about a false hierarchy of some matters are more important than others, that they require particular attention? Can you just reconcile that concern of yours with you constituting a team in December 2024?
Now, firstly, if I could be allowed just to extend your reading to 4.1, which says the deployment is from December the 9th, 2024 to February.
Yes, I accept that it's time bound, yes.
That's number one. Number two, how do I reconcile? This is a team to go and work with or reinforce murder and robbery in Eastern Cape. But they are going there to reinforce. Why then, how do I reconcile that the hierarchy and so on? They are not there to deal with particular societal categorization in the form of what I would call, like in the form of KZN, in which I'm saying in 2018 there was nothing wrong because they were targeted, if I could use that, councillors at local government level. and therefore it was a specific category. Here, you are just going there to deal with violence in the same way that happened in KZN in 2018, but different, slightly different in nature. It's just violence, killing drivers, taxi owners, whoever in the Eastern Cape at that time. So go and reinforce murder and robbery, combat this problem between those months, and then you'll come back.
Why do you say this information note says go reinforce murder and robbery? I mean, I see in 2.4, it refers to visible policing and operations struggling. Is visible operations in murder and robbery?
Yes.
Is it in murder and robbery?
No, what's happening at the moment, or before the adoption of the new structure, is that visible policing is a branch, if I could call it that, and then Major General Zulu is under visible policing, and therefore they were saying visible policing doesn't have funds to do this.
Yes.
And therefore, if there is a team for those, for that period, get it from outside. This is what it meant.
Yes, what I'm asking, Minister, sir, what I'm asking, you say to us that this team was constituted to go and reinforce murder and robbery. So they were not going to do their own work as a standalone team in the way that the PKTT was doing. You distinguish them in that way. What I'm asking is what in this information note says they were going there to reinforce, not to be a standalone team, but to basically work with and within murder and robbery. What is it in this information note says that, tells us that?
Well, it may not necessarily be here, but it actually was there.
Okay, so on a reading of this information note, on a reading of these 2 pages of the information note, there is nothing that says this new task team that you have tasked the National Commissioner in December 24 to form. There's nothing in this document that tells us they are not a standalone team. They are going there to reinforce and be part of the murder and robbery team in that area. There's nothing in this document that tells us that.
I would agree with you that in terms of drafting, it lacks precision.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Minister, perhaps I should take this moment to clarify that and I don't think anyone in this room, is against the establishment of the task team, this particular task team in the Eastern Cape.
Ms. Sillo, may we take the adjournment now and resume at 11:15?
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
Thank you.
which is the empowerment partner of the Sun Boardwalk Hotel and Casino in Gqeberha, urgently requires important information from its shareholders. If you are a shareholder and have not received the recent email, please kindly contact the admin office either by email at zonwabisaresorts@gmail.com or call 041 368 1792.
#SAFM Talking Point.
All right, so we're in for extended days at the Madlanga Commission. Remember, this is the final day that this commission will be sitting for 2025. And, just in the next week and a half, they're expecting that they will be able to present an interim report to President Cyril Ramaphosa, as is what has been agreed to in as far as the schedules and the deadlines and the dates that have been given to this commission. So they taken an adjournment now. The police minister, the suspended police minister, my apologies, Senzo Mgunu, continues to give evidence. So we will continue with this on the other side of 11 o'clock. But first, let's take your latest news update.
In our top stories, Mkunu defends decision to disband political killing stars team and police probe fatal shooting of Alexandra taxi boss. Good morning. We start with breaking news. The Pretoria Magistrates Court has lifted bail restrictions of the crime intelligence head Dumisani Kumalo. He is now allowed to access the Crime Intelligence Office premises. Police Minister Senzo Mkunu says the aim of his disbandment of the political killing stars team was to incorporate it into broader murder and robbery units. Incorporating a specialized stars team into broader permanent units requires structured transition, for which he earlier said he had no detailed plan. A structured transition relates to focusing on case handover protocols, personnel integration, and administrative alignment to avoid disruption of ongoing investigations. Mkunu is under cross-examination at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria.
If SAPS more and more depends on task teams which are temporal, firstly, you have a problem of administering them, carrying them on your shoulders, and then it makes you less likely to fulfill your mandate.
Gauteng police are investigating a murder case after a well-known taxi boss from Alexandra Township in Johannesburg was shot dead. The incident happened in Hoodmead in Johannesburg last night. Police say the victim and another man were in a parking lot when two men fired shots at them. The 52-year-old taxi boss died on the scene. Provincial police spokesperson Mavela Masondo.
It is suspected that killing is related in fact taxi associations. Police are appealing to anyone who might have information that can help in the investigation, assist apprehension of the suspect, call the nearest police or stop 8601.
A second suspect arrested for the killing of a 77-year-old man at a Limpopo farm is appearing in a local magistrate's court today. The first suspect, Hendrik Chumule, who has now been charged with murder, was arrested on Tuesday. He appeared in court yesterday and the case was postponed to the 29th of January next year. Police spokesperson Malisela Lidwaba.
The brutal attack resulted in the death of Mr. Atiman, found inside his farmhouse. He was certified dead at the scene.
Police in the Northern Cape have arrested 3 men in Uppington for suspected rhino poaching. Following a tip-off, officers intercepted a vehicle on the N14 road that runs from Springbok and passes through Uppington to Gauteng and arrested the suspects. Provincial Police spokesperson Umpile Masegela.
The police discovered a rhino horn, a pistol and ammunition. They arrested all 3 suspects and the vehicle was impounded. The trio are expected to appear in court soon, facing charges including rhino poaching and illegal possession of firearms.
And finally, Transport Minister Barbara Creasy is leading a joint law enforcement and road safety operation along the N12 in Potchefstroom in the northwest. Law enforcement traffic officials have mounted roadblocks. The aim of the operation is to curb drunken driving and driving unroadworthy vehicles, which are considered to be some of the causes of fatalities on the country's roads. Many travellers are heading to various destinations as the festive season gets into full swing. Provincial Community Safety and Transport Management MEC Wessels Murweng says they are determined to reduce road fatalities.
So far, we have not recorded any fatalities on our roads, something that is very good. We need to maintain that and make sure that we don't even lose one life if possible, because a loss of one life is a loss to many. So that's what we are working on. We will, of course, the minister will, of course, January release the stats. The stats will be able to indicate how provinces have performed, but we want to be amongst the provinces that would have performed better in as far as accidents.
Recapping the top story with breaking news at this hour, the Pretoria Magistrates Court has lifted the bail restrictions of the crime intelligence head, Dumisani Kumalo. He is now allowed to access the Crime Intelligence Office premises. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
5 teams, one epic journey. No flights, no smartphones, just grit, maps, and pure determination. Race Across the World Season 3 is back, and the stakes have never been higher. From bustling cities to remote villages, who will conquer the chaos and cross the finish line first? Thursdays at 6 p.m. only on S3.
The Northwest Provincial Legislature Portfolio Committee on Premier and Finance, chaired by Honorable Nathan Oliphant, will conduct public hearings on Division of Revenue Bill and the Northwest Appropriation Bill on the 8th December 2025 at Moshana Community Hall in Gagamudrimolema District, Banquet Hall, Potchefstroom Room in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District, Pudimong Community Hall in Dr. Ruth Somuzi Mumpati District, and Moretele Municipal Hall in Buchanala District. All hearings will start at 10. If you are unable to attend in person, you can join the proceedings online via Microsoft Teams by scanning the QR code provided in the advert in newspapers or legislator social media pages.
Mntanami, uthando has no return. Stay, ubekezele. It's what makes you a woman. A home is built with patience and quiet. Thula. Don't answer back. Just keep the peace. That's what we were taught.
When you see it, you see the line between love and nokubegezela. Abusive behavior should never be excused. Search Bright Sky SA and bring the signs of GBV into focus. Connecting for good. Vodacom.
Tani Esther, or should I say the Tupperware Tani? How's business going?
Business is booming. I've been operating out of the boot of my car for 10 years, but shame, it couldn't keep up with my growing empire.
Okay, so you sold it to We Buy Cars.
Yes, quick. Sold my old one, bought a bigger one. I even sold some of my Tupperware to the friendly guy who picked up my car.
Stick to what you know best, eh, Tani?
Excuse me?
Never mind. We Buy Cars. Geared for your business, geared for you.
Yo, December is here. Festive mode on.
And this year it's louder. AFCON 2025 kicks off 21 December and runs until 18 January 2026.
We're catching every match with SABC Sport, the official broadcaster.
At home, SABC2 is the home of AFCON. That TV is locked. No channel hopping.
On the move, our favorite SABC radio stations keep us in the game.
And while we braai, we stream it all on SABC Plus. No missing a moment.
This festive season, AFCON lives on SABC. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of AFCON 2025. It's game on everywhere.
You could spend 10 minutes trying to fix the office printer or get a 10-minute quote from Outsurance that could save you thousands on your car insurance. For her 2025 Hyundai Exter, 65-year-old Helena now pays only 398 Rand a month. And for her 2024 Haval H6 4x4, 50-year-old Priya pays just 1,178 Rand a month. Ready to get more out of your car insurance? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
I don't love going to school. I don't love sitting in a classroom with 50 other children. But I do love learning. Ndiyakuthanda ukufunda isiXhosa as a language. I do love getting good grades. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 19 December.
This festive season, enjoy a province endowed with natural attractions, adventure, wildlife, and rich cultural heritage. Discover the ultimate wildlife experience that brings you closer to nature. Explore the breathtaking nature reserves dotted across Mpumalanga and the endless adventure and outdoor activities. Unwind on the spectacular landscapes and majestic waterfalls. Make Mpumalanga your holiday destination of choice. Mpumalanga, embrace the unknown, live the adventure. This message is brought to you by the Mpumalanga Tourism and Parks Agency. Mpumalanga, the place of the rising sun. Visit mpumalanga.com for more information.
The women Proteas want to celebrate summer and the festive with victory. But the Irish are confident they will prevail on SA soil. Catch the first T20 match between South Africa and Ireland on Friday, 5 December at 1:30 p.m. live on SABC3. Action continues in the second T20 on Sunday, 7 December at 1:30 p.m. on SABC2. Then the two nations will close the curtain on an exhilarating note in the third T20 encounter on Wednesday, 10 December at 6 p.m. on SABC3. All three live matches are available at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal offers professional legal services to all South Africans. Our plans are affordable, and you receive up to 745,000 Rand worth of legal services per year. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a 5,000 Rand bail benefit. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Streaming Scheme Sum on the way to class.
Catching the Premier League while waiting for your order.
Jamming to Metro FM before you even get out of bed.
On SABC Plus, sinayo yonke into ifunayo. Your shows, your music, your way, anytime, anywhere. Zero subscription fees.
On your phone, tablet, or smart TV.
Download SABC Plus on iOS or Google Play Store.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAFM, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide with me, KG Mweketi. Because where words fail, music speaks.
Hashtag SAFM Talking Point.
All right, it is 11:15, third and final hour of the Talking Point. Yeah, I know, right? If we're not at the commission, then we also have to make time to pay our bills. That's exactly what must happen because it helps to keep us on air. But you're still listening to the talking point, and Senzo Mgunu continues with his evidence before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. And much of it is really still centering on the rationale that the minister applied in deciding to disband the PKTT, but also the process, right? The process that he chose to follow. What was within his rights, what wasn't, and why did he choose to go in the route why did he choose the route that he did? What was really so pressing? Because I think that's really one of the big questions around this matter is that it was a pressing issue. But why was the minister so pressed to make a decision as quickly as he did? And I don't know that answer has been clear. And one also has to ask, was this a Senzo Mgunu decision? Or was he also acting on instruction? And instruction here, I mean, not out of his own interests or pursuing his own interests, but were they instructions from elsewhere that he was acting on that made this thing immediate, that necessitated that it be done? What else contributed to this or to this situation that perhaps we're not privy to, that perhaps can't go into files before a commission of inquiry like the Madlanga Commission? Because the more the minister gives answers, the more it does not make sense why he chose to do what he did. So he was clearly under pressure. But where was the pressure coming from? And I think that today is not going to end before we see these commissioners get to that question. All right, so let's take you back to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. Advocate Matlape Sello leading evidence in as far as that evidence, that testimony rather, is concerned.
Note, if you go to page 380, is dated February 26, 2025. And that you recall that in the previous document we read, the lifespan of this task team was until the 28th of February 2025. So the information note starting at 378 tells us at 380 that the lifespan tells us that this document was created 2 days before that task team was due to be dissolved. Do you note that?
Yes, sir.
And I want specifically to refer you then to page 379 of that same document, item 3.3. It says the current team consists of 2 detectives, 3 information collectors, 4 combat members, and 1 support. At item 4, there are recommendations as at February 2025. And it reads, this office recommends the following. 4.1.1, the current team to be beefed up, in parentheses, total of 19 members, to cover Butterworth, Ngobo, Kofimvaba, Mtata, and Zolo. The team will be placed in Butterworth. 4.1.2, additional members required are as follows: 2 information collectors, 2 detectives, 4 NIU operators. So, its original lifespan was for 3 months, effectively, and at the end of that 3 months, clearly from this second information note, its lifespan was extended once again. And not only extended, the team was beefed up. And by adding members from other different units into this team, the specific team. You see that, you accept that?
Yes, correct.
And it is safe to assume that that decision was taken because this team was due to the efficacy of this team. Would that be a fair conclusion?
Yes.
Before we broke for tea, I was anxious to make one thing clear with you, that and I don't think anyone within the commission or reading these documents would question the wisdom of establishing that test team. And that wisdom is demonstrated by the documents themselves. In a period of 3 months since the establishment of this task team, as page 371 tells us, that when the team under the leadership of Major General Zulu, I would say, got onto the ground to work and deliver on their mandate, at item 2.2, General Zulu, it states the following. Major General Zulu interviewed the families and survivors and was able to draw 20 dockets related to murders and extortion. She discovered that little to nothing was done on the dockets. The first docket she worked on, she was able to arrest the suspect linked with more than 10 murders and extortion. The suspects were arrested at the Mall of Africa in Midrand. At 2.3, it notes, there is currently a breakthrough on other dockets, but need further investigation and linkages. Major General Zulu believes that she can end taxi violence and extortion in the 2 affected areas through arresting with convictions of the taxi bosses linked to the mentioned crimes. See where I'm reading, Minister?
Yes.
At 378, when the lifespan of this task team was extended, page 378, and broadened to beyond Butterworth, to include Komani, Mtata, Kofimvaba, and others listed at 2.3, the following is noted, and I read at 2.4. Survivors and victims started to come out and provided information on the case, and trust was built. 99% of dockets were never investigated. Do you see that?
Yes.
And we must accept that that happens in an environment where there's a murder and robbery unit.
Yes.
And that demonstrates, I would say, the efficacy of this particular, the notion of a task team, and this one in particular.
Yes.
And it is for that reason I put to you that it cannot be in any SAPS operation that the establishment of a task team, the notion of establishing a task team, can be rejected in favor of an organogram. It cannot be. Do you have a comment to that?
Not at all. You would recall, commissioners, that the two are not mutually exclusive. The idea of specialized units in the organogram and continued monitoring of developments on the ground, the result of which may demand that you do something over and above what organogram specialized units are doing. It's not mutually exclusive. It can happen. You now have specialized units, but you need reinforcement because of the extent of the upheaval or the problem in a particular area. Then you reinforce. And I did say what General Zulu was, Major General Zulu was leading. It would be a combination of people from the NIU, from TRT, and they go there, or any other combat unit, and then they go and work there, and so on. So it's not mutually exclusive. What the difference between that and what we're talking about in PKTT is that they are not in KZN to reinforce murder and robbery units. They are there as a silo, a kind of semi-permanent, if I could use that. In principle, there's nothing wrong with them having been established, dealing with what they were dealing with. But what is at stake now is that does NPK-TT unit gets extended beyond 7 years while you now have murder and robbery, whose capacity you may not necessarily be using in its entirety, and then leading to coexistence. They are not there to reinforce and then go back, reinforce. They are kind of there sitting parallel with murder and robbery. There's a difference.
May I go back to the question Commissioner Baloyi asked you? And it's because you persist in the notion that they were there to reinforce murder and robbery.
Yes.
From the two information notes, one, the first being at page 371 that we referred to, and the next that we have just gone through of February 25, starting at 378. When I read both documents, I don't come away with the conclusion that this task team was intended to reinforce anything. So I would like your guidance with reference to these documents.
Yes.
From where I can derive such an understanding.
Maybe before you answer, Minister, also have regard at page 378, that information note, have regard to paragraph 2.2, which says dockets were collected from Provincial Serious and Violent Crime Unit, and the team conducted further investigations. So have regard to that when you want to tell why this is different from the way the PKTT operates.
First, the precise question was, we don't read reinforcement here.
Yes.
And I did concede to Commissioner Baloyi that it's a question of precision in terms of writing from where I sit more than any other thing. They could have added precision. No, they could have added that element of being precise that it's reinforcement.
Okay.
But it comes in this particular form. But the understanding should be that they were going there to reinforce. They were not going there to be a silo or they were going there reinforce. That's why they look at the dockers, they find what they find, because they are meant to reinforce, to say, so where are you, what are you struggling with? We are here for a few months, so let's work together and see how far. And that's one. And then on the other hand, PKTT was established exactly to do more or less. This is an example of what we are envisaging. And on the side of PKTT, it was established for 6 months and then leave once murder and robbery exists there. And then it took time, and they are there now, and we are not implementing. And by the way, I should say, PKTT are not guilty for that. It's us at management level who have created the situation that is there. They are doing what police are telling them to do. So an impression shouldn't be that they are wrong in what they're doing, because they are being allowed by management to do what they're doing. So, but I'm just explaining what should be, as opposed to what the obtaining case is.
Minister, that paragraph 2.2 in 378 tells us that Major General Zulu's team conducted investigations. There's a list there. So they became a self-contained team. So she says, we collected dockets, and then the team conducted further investigations. They applied for Section 205. They got post-mortem reports, photo albums for crime scenes. They did that. They took witness statements. They traced suspects. They applied for J50s. They did firearm inspections. So they were not there to let murder and robbery or serious and violent crime to do their work while they are back up. They took the dockets and they conducted the investigations. We have understood, that's exactly, or at least let me say I have understood, that's exactly what the PKTT does. They got the dockets and they did exactly the stuff. So the distinction that you seem to be drawing, so that's the one thing. The second thing is, the PKTT, you're right, was originally established for a period, kept getting extended, but exactly the same here. It was first established in December 2024, and this, which Advocate Sillo is discussing with you, requests and grants an extension for a further period. So that task team's set up for a fixed period, gets extension, doesn't seem to be the anomaly here. It's not an anomaly. That is unique to the PKTT. Your own task team of 2024 December, in fact, conducts investigations in exactly the same way the PKTT was doing, and then it requests an extension, and it gets it. The difference you're seeking to draw is not apparent to me. In fact, there is no difference.
Commissioners, I would say from where I sit, there is a difference. We're talking about 7 years. Consistent extensions. Well, with what I spoke about post-2022, but
okay, let me
these are
try
extensions.
So the difference you're drawing is the one has been in existence for 7 years, not how they operate.
That's not, and how they, I'm still coming to that.
Okay.
7 years. And that side, it's 3 months, it's extension. The principle is the same, but practically it's different. They get there, they found out that there is serious and violent crimes within which there is murder and robbery, within which there is taxi. But their level of performance is as stated there. They take over their dockets, they find that there's this, they then pick up things and they start working in accordance with what is expected of police ordinary. In other words, if they were working the way, up to the level they were, they would have found all these things having been done. But there was precisely a complaint there because they were not performing well. I know the practical problems that were there.
But that's exactly how the PKTT came to be formed. There had been a task team, which is KZN based.
Correct.
Of the province, which was responsible for investigating these matters.
Correct.
And when the president intervened, it's because the work that was being done by whoever was dealing with matters there was not effective, and it was thought, let's form a task team. The PKTT was formed, but you responded exactly the same way in December to a problem in a different area. There's no difference in how they came about. There was policing happening in both jurisdictions, KZN and your Eastern Cape here. Policing was happening. Then there's a realization that it's not effective. The solution in KZN was the president formed an IMC, and that IMC resulted in a task team being formed. In this case of the Eastern Cape, you became aware of the failures of policing, and then you formed a task team. And that task team does investigations, takes the dockets, did investigations in the same way as the PKTT. So the foundation is exactly the same.
Correct.
Yes.
The principles are the same, but I'm saying there's a difference here, 7 years The difference, again, is that there hasn't been action or existence of PKTT in line with the stats that I was shown, which show that political killings have gone down, but we're maintaining and so on. There doesn't seem to be strong assessments that are in consonant with this to allow the development of murder and robbery, whether for the worse or for the good. But we hold a view, a strong view, that say that if you want to deal with violence in South Africa, especially in the 4 provinces, have something that is stable, that is sustainable. Don't have a team, a task team on a temporal basis, because they are from where they come from a station and from elsewhere. Whereas these ones are from units that exist, combat units. It's simple taking them from where they are. You take them different from people that you take from a station. So there are those kind of differences. But the principles, I agree.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner. So then your challenge with PKTT was the period for which it had been in existence. 7 years you deemed too long.
In part.
Yes, in part.
Yes.
I'll accept that. Commissioner, are you aware of a task team called Operation Lock?
Ms. Sildo, you just called the Minister Commissioner.
Minister, I apologize. I've dealt with too many commissioners from EMPD, and please accept my apologies. Thank you. I wanted to establish, Minister, whether you are aware of a task team called Operation Lockdown / Thunder in Cape Town. Are you aware of that task team?
I am aware.
Are you aware of a task team called Emanguzi Cross Border in KZN?
I am aware.
Are you aware that both, as with the task team, have been in existence for 7 years and they continue to be in existence?
Yes, I am aware, but not exactly in that way. I'm aware of, for instance, existence of Manguzi, and from time to time they get withdrawn, as I heard a few months ago. But I'm aware of their existence.
Why does their long-term existence not be cause for concern for you, such that you issue a disbandment letter for those task teams similar to the PKTT one of the 31st of December 2024? I trust that there is a reason.
They are of concern. They are of concern. In the first place, well, there's a slight difference.
Yes.
Lockdown is a kind of an operation, again, working in the same kind of principle. Let's say, for convenience, it's a task team, and so on. It is of concern. Let me indicate what the concern is about, and we were about to land on them to show that there's a concern, not because I'm now facing a commission, but because of the concerns that we were continuously, or grave concerns, not just concerns, getting in Cape Town, in the Western Cape, about violent situation there, indicating gaps in the huge gaps, if you look at their existence on one hand and levels of violence in that. It could be concluded that they haven't performed up to the level that is required. And I discussed this with National Commissioner on a number of occasions. At one point, we had a discussion on the phone for 1 hour. And I said to I requested National Commissioner to deploy intelligence in Cape Town to check why there is consistent, seemingly growing violence in that, despite what efforts have been made there, and so on. So I am aware the concern is there. On the question of mongoose, there is a same concern that at one point when there is a flare-up, minister would go there and then they would seemingly work for a while. And I know that recently, maybe 3 or so months ago, I received reports from the ground that they had been withdrawn and activities, criminal activities went up in that particular area. So there is a concern. We haven't really been as effective as we would need to be in terms of the demands of the people, or expectations of the people of Mongoose. So both of them are of concern. But you couldn't do everything at the same time.
Why not? It impacts different places around the country. It's not like if you disestablished the operation lockdown in the Western Cape, that would further prejudice KZN. I don't understand why they could not be disestablished at the same time, because they are in two different regions, in two different provinces.
Well, what got us to attend to PKTT
yes.
is different from what we are talking about. PKTT gets in the form of us looking at organizational structures through orientation as we came, and we become aware of that and how it should have been dealt with in terms of the work study and all of that. While in the Western Cape one, it's in accordance with what I would regard as reinforcement of specialized units that are there, getting beefed up and so on. It's not to say there is no concern and so on. So in the PKTT issues are different from this in the sense that this one flows from the organizational structure studies to say we have this kind of a team. The intention was this and this and this, and that would have been determined by existence of newly established specialized units, which is not what applies in the Western Cape. And the concerns in the Western Cape are not structural, historically structural. It's just the way, it's just performance-based purely. So there are those differences.
Yes, thank you, Minister. I hope you have your statement close by.
Correct.
Yes, and I would like to refer you to page 60 of your statement. You touched on this, I think yesterday morning.
Yes.
And I would like to refer you to paragraph 180, and that's where you quote the report of General Masemula of the 22nd January 2025.
180.
180, paragraph 180 at page 60.
Oh, yes, I have it.
And I think you read part of that into the record.
Correct.
That quotation starts with General Masemula. I think it was in response to a parliamentary question.
No, it is taken from the preliminary report.
Yes, thank you for the correction. And the first sentence reads, the task team has undeniably achieved and far exceeded the purpose for which it was established. I'll stop there. Do you agree or you disagree with that statement?
I agree with the statement. And I'm cautious in doing so because of what the chair of the commission said yesterday in another context.
Okay.
Who said, you go and disestablish via your directive, but you didn't know at that time that on the 22nd you would receive a report that was like this. I accepted that, but I knew that internally I did have this thing that when I wrote the directive, yes, I didn't have this report. I conceded that. But I did say that I am from KZN. I am in the environment that PKTT is in and SAPSA in relation to KZN. I'm aware of certain things. One of that is that political killings have since gone down, particularly from 2023 in KZN. And it was in that part, so it is in that context that I'm saying I agree with that statement that by and large they have achieved. Violence in relation to political killings has gone down, and PKTT or NPKTT has been a factor among other factors. As I would have indicated, but I agree with the statement.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to my next point, and it's because you've done this a few times, I think all the witnesses that have appeared before the commission as an abbreviation called the task team PKTT. I note in your statement, and you just corrected yourself once again, you add an N before the PKTT. And I think yesterday in engagement with the chair, you explained that it's a national political killings task team. Where does the N come from? Regardless of where it was established or by whose instruction, is there a document perhaps I can turn to where I will see it referred to as the NPKTT, or it's only in your lexicon?
There are documents, not a document.
Okay.
If you read page 61.
Yes.
Of the same report that we are in, that conclusion of the National Commission.
Yes.
Paragraph 182. It says, what is evident from the disbandment report, or it's me who is writing NPKTT, no.
Yes.
Roman figure 5 up there in the conclusion, on the same page, 61. National Commissioner says the current capacity of the National Task Team.
Yes.
This is the document that you are talking about. There are other various documents. There is a memorandum which was written a month after I took leave, I suppose, in August, written by Provincial Commissioner Mkonas. And before that, there's another document which had been written by Lieutenant General Kumalo. Both of them referred to this team as National Task Team.
Yes.
So it's actually, in essence, a national political killings task team. But you know, people get shortcuts and PKTT, but it's interchangeably used. But it's not me who introduced the N.
Okay. I don't know if you heard the evidence of General Mkwanazi and I think General Masimula, I speak under correction, whether he specifically dealt with this point. And beyond that, I think it was General Dimpane, but that was in a different context. It was at the ad hoc. But General Mkwanazi made the point that the PKTT was one of 11 task teams that are funded from the national budget. And he indicated there are other task teams, but these 11 are national. And that's how I at least understood them to draw the distinction between the 11 and all other task teams in the country. So it is not the only national task team, it's one of 11. Is that your understanding as well?
Correct.
So the addition of the N to that acronym is just simply to indicate that it's one of the 11, not that it doesn't speak to who established it and therefore who can disestablish it. The reference to it being national, it's not in that context.
Not necessarily, but in a way it is so because the budget, it indicates that the budget comes, it confirms, in other words, that the budget comes from there and leadership of the National Political Killings Task Team, like in other national task teams, come from national.
The leadership comes from national office. I don't understand. Please assist.
Well, of the NPKTT, the head of NPKTT is based at National Headquarters of Police.
But that's a recent appointment, I think 2 years ago, and he had been the head of PKTT all along, actually since its inception in 2018.
Yes, it confirms that what I'm saying, that the head of NPKTT has always come from, has always been a national figure or person.
Is that factually correct, Minister?
Factually, factually correct. When it was established, it was the Deputy National Commissioner who was the head of NPKTT. And after that, it was Deputy National Commissioner Detectives. And after that, when Kumalo got appointed, he was appointed from national, and he's national.
We'll flag that, we'll come back to that point. From the documents I have considered, my understanding is that is not a correct factual position that you are advancing. We shall come back to it, and I'll seek to have you persuade me that that is the case, and I shall attempt to do the same in return.
I will do the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the moment, I would like you to turn your attention to in file 2 of the exhibits. And I'm drawing your attention to CJC 5.6, exhibit CJC 5.6.
5.6.
Page 50, starts at page 50.
Thank you, I have it.
At page 50, it's a briefing to the President of South Africa, investigation and prosecution of political related cases. It's dated the 16th of March, 2024.
I've got that.
And you, Minister, assumed office on
July
2024. So this was about 3 months before you took office.
Correct.
Now, if you look at page 51, it sets out a summary of what the PKTT has done over the years, what it has achieved. I think that has been sufficiently ventilated. We don't have to deal in the detail. You are familiar with the content of page 51, all those statistics?
Correct.
You are familiar with them?
Correct.
And most importantly, at page 52, is a map of KZN depicting the hotspots regions on politically related cases. And as you would know, what we have at page 52 was the situation as at 2018 when the PKTT started its work. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
And overleaf then at 53 is the situation in KZN regarding politically motivated cases, and one sees a marked improvement, whereas there were, I don't know, maybe more than about 15 hotspots. By 2024, when a briefing is given to the president on the 16th of March, this is the state of KZN, where the majority of them are identified as stabilized regions.
Correct.
And one is highlighted as becoming stable.
Correct. Correct.
And if you go through that document, it deals with, it provides the graphs to demonstrate the progress that was being achieved year on year until the 2024, when they now were down to 2 against, let's say, 2018, where they had reached 58 in that year. Do you interpret the graph the same way I do?
58 cases.
In against 2018, if you look at just below the graph, there's a legend there. Blue indicates politically related cases. Red denotes murder other than politically related murder. So if we look against 2018, you see that, at least on this page, 2018, I think it had the crisis had reached its boiling point because 58 politically motivated murders were recorded. And the last entry there of 4 and 2, respectively, green and blue, denotes that by 2024, 4 had been registered. And I say this speaks to the previous slide that demonstrates progress achieved over the 7-year period. You don't take issue with that graph, do you?
No, no issue, except to say you seem to be reading those figures as murders, whereas there are cases in the top squares. Murders are only below.
I've understood this to be politically related cases. So murders, cases of murders which are defined as politically related. Am I misreading the graph?
Well, I know that when they write cases, sometimes they distinguish, maybe here they don't distinguish between murder, is cases murder or attempted murder.
Oh, in that context?
In that context. So,
Minister, please make that point with reference to the graph for me to follow.
I thought that when in the squares below, when they say total cases 2011 to 2015, it's 11 cases. All of those cases were murder cases. And when you go to 2016, there were 49 cases, 32 of which were actually murders. And then it goes on like that. This is what I was checking whether we're one there. That's my interpretation.
Advocate Sello, I think where the minister was, your reference to 2018 figures, you had said 58 murders. And the minister's point was that his reading of that graph is that there were 58 politically related cases, but 14 murders.
Of which the 14 were murdered?
Yes.
That's the interpretation it attaches.
So in other words, it was not 58 murders.
Okay. We will flag that because there are quite a number of documents here, and I'll come back to the issue to demonstrate, or at least to seek to demonstrate that my interpretation of it is correct. And if it is wrong, I will readily concede. Thank you, Minister. When the Minister pointed it out to me. I was suggesting that during the adjournment, I will re-look at the documents that I have here to test that understanding. And if I am wrongly reading the graph, I will readily concede. But for the moment, then, I ask us to turn to page 55. And page 55 is important because it puts in bullet point issues concerning motives for political killings. And bullet point 1 states, prior and after any local government elections, prior and after any local elections, murder reported were mainly as a result of fighting over councillorship positions where candidate councillors are eliminated. The second bullet point speaks to infighting within branches and municipalities over positions between newly appointed councillors and old councillors. The third bullet point highlights the problem with elimination of ward and PR councillor of a municipality with the aim of decreasing numbers to be able to win over the municipality. And it goes. And let's look at the fourth bullet point, conflict between local municipality officials and traditional leadership over land disputes and corruption. And as I said, the list goes. Now, going back to General Masemula's conclusion, as you quoted in your statement, that the task team has exceeded the purpose for which it was established, I interpret that to mean that the issues listed in this page 55 that give rise to high incidence of politically motivated murders are successfully managed and under control. Is that your understanding as well?
Correct.
And not that they have been eliminated.
Correct.
So, if the task team has been this successful, why disband it in circumstances where, if one of the main contributors are the elections, why disband it where almost every 3 years we are either having national elections or local elections? So elections play a significant role in what spikes up politically related killings in KZN. Would it be wise to disband completely or to retain a force to ensure no further flare-ups?
That question, Commissioners, take me directly to what the intention was, as opposed to a strong word, disband. It's integration, it's reconfiguration of PKTT, drafting the National Commissioner, just to make an example with an unrelated topic, when he was making submissions after, even from the 22nd, speaks about the National Political Killings Task Team being absorbed into serious and violent crimes. So if you look at it practically, the actual intention, all the time, it has been you transform, you absorb, because you have established a specialized task, or you have established a specialized unit. Take what you have been doing in the PKTT, absorb it here. You are not throwing it away. You are not firing people. So that question is answered by practically what would happen. Practically what would happen is less of disbandment than actual absorption. That's the actual real issue that we were dealing with.
But would you accept, though, that even on that scenario, the focus on political killings would then be lost? The same focus that the Butterworth taxi killings has implemented to produce the magnificent results that we speak of. Once the focus is removed from that particular problem, then there is a risk of flare-up, or you would not accept that as necessarily?
Let's separate the issues. The flare-up may or may not be there, but looking at the trends, flare-up may be there. But if you have structured yourselves such that you are able to contain those flare-ups, because it's not given automatically that all murder and robbery units throughout the country where they've been established, except with Northern Cape, they are as weak as we found these units in the Eastern Cape. And there was a reason for that when we did more studies. But coming back to the topic, in KZN, you have serious and violent crimes, and under that, you have murder and robbery. And I haven't received a report that they are in the same weak state as just like those in the Eastern Cape. I have an example myself of, no, it's a wrong example. It's in the Eastern Cape once more. I don't have a report that suggests that murder and robbery and the killings team under murder and robbery is as weak as the taxi sub-unit in the Eastern Cape is. Because I don't have a report that says so, I assume that we have a fully fledged, maybe still to be developed to higher levels of strength in KZN, especially if you were to say, okay, we agree, we integrate what we have in PKTT and what we have in murder and robbery and its sub-units. I don't think that we could be speaking about a loss, any loss. I don't think we should be speaking about anything that would cause alarm, even in the community out there. And therefore, that would be, that's my understanding, and that would be my response to you.
Minister.
Yes, Commissioner.
Minister, on the back of that, when you made the decision to disband the PKTT, which you say you decided on the 29th finally, that you are going to disband the unit, what did you know at that point about the strength of the murder and robbery units, not just in KZN, because remember this is a national task team, as you tell us, so it may be based in KZN, but it's a national team. What did you know about the strength of the murder and robbery units across the country at that time?
I knew that, with the exception of Northern Cape, they had been established and that they were functional. We had not yet focused on what exactly in detail in Limpopo or in KZN or in Gauteng, but they were at different levels. What I know is that that was the only concern that was the only, I would say, issue that we need to beef up, we need to strengthen via a number of things, training, equipping. Myself, I was even talking about what we ended up doing in the structure itself, a new division, separate division from what's combined in Vispol, so that even those specialized units, you back them up, especially in the 4 provinces, because even by that time, December, I thought I had come to quite a satisfactory level of understanding the trends of violent crimes, especially in the 4 provinces. So I may not have known in detail, but I knew they exist in terms of reports that were presented.
Yes, you knew they existed. You disbanded on the basis that the work that the PKTT was doing can be done by murder and robbery units. That's the basis on which you disband.
Yes.
But you don't know anything about the strengths of those units in the country. So your decision to disband could possibly have the consequence that, in fact, the units that have been established can't do this work, because at that point, they don't have the capability yet. They haven't recruited the people. They don't have the right trained people. How is that a considered decision that ensures that investigations, prosecutions of political killings or political murders continue across the country after your decision on the 31st, from the 1st of January, actually?
Based on the reports, especially when we reviewed the structure with officials confirming that they exist, and it was actually written down, notwithstanding the fact that they were not necessarily individually examined, but based on those presentations and based on the absence which would have been made to say we do have, but it is weak or something, which was done in the case of Northern Cape to say it doesn't exist. And based on my visits as well to provinces, including, all provinces except for Free State and Northwest and Northern Cape, I would say I was fairly aware that they were there, and this was to be reinforced after the by information that I got.
I don't have a difficulty with a part of your evidence where you say you were told they do exist. I'm talking about their effectiveness and capability. And maybe let me do it by way of example. By the time you disbanded, you made the decision on the 29th of December to disband the PKTT. Had you had a discussion or a report from, and I use KZN randomly, I could be using Free State, so you can substitute. Had you had a report from KZN about the capabilities of their murder and robbery unit, their strength, their capability, and a general ability to deal with political killings, And when I say KZN, I'm asking the same question about Limpopo, Gauteng, Mpumalanga. Had you received any of those reports about their ability from the provinces themselves?
Now, I would say initially, when we were doing the review of the structure, we did receive a report of their existence. Now, we're talking beyond that. Now, we went to provinces, including KZN, including Limpopo, including Gauteng. We did find out and saw people that they are in murder and robbery. We did receive those additional reports. But I do want to say, it was not necessarily to say we're in KZN today to examine just one unit, that is support services, for instance, or VSPOL. It was not in that particular fashion, but we were satisfied with I was satisfied with the report of existence and what I had received, or we had received when we visited those particular provinces. But I do want to add, not necessarily with a view to wanting to exonerate myself from that scrutiny by saying that even despite the fact that we had not gone into detail about what was happening, you remember that we were arguing yesterday that the letter of disbandment still called for preliminary report. And indeed, when that report came, it did say, even though it had not come when we reported, it came later on the 22nd, it says, the National Political Killings Task Team in KZN would be absorbed into serious and violent crimes in KZN, which was evidence that it is known to exist. It may be at that strength or at another strength.
Maybe let me conclude it, because I'm trying to understand what your answer is to my question. I'm going to ask it differently.
Yes.
Is there a record in the SAPS or in the ministry which shows whether it's a minute or of a meeting or a report, which shows that before you made the decision on the 29th of December, you were provided with information by the provinces about their readiness, which led to your decision that they are ready and able to take over, that murder and robbery in those provinces is ready and able to deal with the work that the political killings task team was doing? I'm asking that kind of simple question, that do we have verifiable evidence that you were provided with that information and you had that information when you made your decision that it is not necessary to have the PKTT because our murder and robbery units across the country are sufficiently capacitated at that stage to take over this important function?
There is the Marai report of March 2024. And over and above that, when we were reviewing the structure, we did get presentations. I may not be precise in terms of the level of detail on units, especially murder and robbery, in all provinces. But I know that there was confirmation, as I've said, of their existence, and no concern was raised at the time that they presented. There was a feeling that, or there were presentations that said we do have.
Minister, I don't quarrel with their existence, and it's not my question. My question is not whether you satisfied yourself that they existed. It's not that. It's a completely different question. It is, you satisfied yourself because of information given to you that those units across the provinces are in a position to carry on the work that was being done by the PKTT. That's what I'm asking. But you've referred to the Marai report, so I'll leave it to Ms. Sillo to talk us through the Marai report and point us to where it says that. Thank you.
And also to when we're reviewing the structure.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sillo.
Thank you, Commissioner. Minister, as you were engaging with Commissioner Baloyi, I went back to check on the graph. Remember the graph we had put up? And the correction you made. That is CJC 55.6 at page 54. I just wanted to confirm to you that I have checked the further documents and your interpretation is correct. I consider I misinterpreted.
Thank you.
So that explanation you gave, I think is more fully articulated at page 51 of that annexure, just to place it on record. And in particular then for precision, at bullet point 5, that effectively is a narrative on that.
Yes.
On that graph, and it supports your interpretation.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on the point you, Commissioner Baloyi just engaged you on, I don't know if you are aware that General Mutsepe appeared before the Commission and she has submitted a statement.
I am aware.
General Mutsepe, as I understand, is the component head of serious and violent crimes, of which murder and robbery is a part. Is my understanding correct?
It's correct.
At her paragraph 20 of her statement, she noted that although the murder and robbery structure was in place, the units were not properly capacitated. That's her testimony. In fact, the very engagement you just heard with Commissioner Baloyi had with General Mutsepe. And during her testimony on the 17th of November 2025, Commissioner Baloyi asks of General Mutsepe, General, when General Sibia tells you about the organizational structure that is there and that the PKTT must now cease to operate and fall under murder and robbery, you conclude in that paragraph, that's reference to paragraph 20, by saying all that was required for the murder and robbery units to be properly capacitated, but the structure was already...
Ms. Sillo, does the minister have this?
No, I'm just reading.
Oh, all right,
just a little excerpt from the transcript.
All right.
The first reference I made was to paragraph 20 of General Mutsepe's statement, where she says the structure was there, but there was no capacity. And she confirms that here in the hearing through her engagement with Commissioner Baloyi. So, according to the component head responsible for murder and robbery, as at the time of disbandment, that, can I call it a unit? Murder and robbery, yes, unit, did not have the capacity. The structure was in place, but there was no capacity. Hearing what you do now, do you think that disbanding the PKTT in circumstances where political killings could flare up ahead of the 2026 local elections was a wise decision?
Commissioners, in the context that, I'll come exactly to your question, but I just want to say first a preamble. In the context of what would practically happen when you disband or when you reconfigure PKTT, it would mean in practice integrating what is there currently. You would take what is there in PKTT, what is there or not there in murder and robbery, because going together with the establishment of specialized units was to ensure that SAPS has greater capacity that is sustainable. So there is nothing preventing me from saying, yes, General Motsipe, component head, may have said that, but if in the process of integrating, you were not going to throw people and they become unemployed and all of that, you were going to integrate them. I have no doubt that this would result into the required capacity once integrated.
Minister, how do you arrive at that conclusion? Because you did not know how the integration would take place. So how can you say if the unit is disbanded or if the team is disbanded, then I know that it would result in the murder and robbery unit being properly capacitated? How do you arrive at that conclusion?
I arrived at that conclusion because in the reports and in the assessments, including implementation assessments, latest 2024, that's exactly what they were saying. That when we fully establish serious and violent crimes, that's why they even wrote qualification levels of people who must be recruited or whatever in the murder and robbery. Everything was there, payment, equipment, and all of those things. So reading that report, I know police knew what it would take to establish, and they had it written down and assessed twice. And I did say earlier, there was a letter, implementation letter in 2024, but which unfortunately National Commissioner did not sign for a year up until this year. He only signed in 2025 saying it must be expedited. It means that the implementation letter that was signed by all other officials, all other officers, except for the National Commissioner in 2024, they were satisfied that the specialized units have reached a point where they could, in their criteria, be functional. That's why they signed them for implementation, not establishment. And then they forwarded that to the Office of the National Commissioner, who then for a year didn't sign. So that's how you would have established that, or I established that.
Go ahead.
So the implementation contemplates that there would be recruitments, for example, of people who meet certain criteria, right? To be in the murder and robbery unit, you have to meet certain criteria. You don't have, there's no information before you when you make the decision on the 29th that everyone that's in the PKTT meets that criteria. You didn't have that information, right?
In the PKTT?
Yes. What I'm trying to clear is you say there would be integration, reintegration.
Oh, yes.
No one is going to lose their job. And the impression it creates, Minister, and I don't know if that's the impression you're seeking to create, the impression it creates is that after you made your decision and instructed, from the 1st of January, everyone who was in the PKTT will neatly be slotted into the murder and robbery unit so that skill and experience would not be lost. That's the impression that your evidence is giving. Is that what you intend when you say they would be integrated and nobody will lose their jobs? Is that the impression you're seeking to create?
That's correct.
But that cannot be correct for two reasons. You don't know the qualifications of the people who are in the PKTT, whether they meet the requirements, the implementation requirements, as at the 1st of January. You have absolutely no idea about that. So you can't say to us, you knew that the people in the PKTT would all be integrated into the murder and robbery. You couldn't say that because you know nothing about their qualifications.
But I know that there is a report signed by all officials up to Deputy National Commissioner in 2024, signed for implementation. Okay. I know that. Okay. And there's nothing that makes me doubt that all of these officials would have signed something that they were not satisfied is at the level that is required in terms of the prescripts of the work study before. But two, when National Commissioner signs in June 2025 now, so it's after my letter, he simply says it must be expedited. It doesn't say there must be any other thing. He says implementation must be expedited, which when I read that, I assumed that he knew what he was doing, meaning that what had been signed in 2024 would be something that exists, it would be based on something that exists to their satisfaction up to Deputy National Commissioner.
So what we know is what the National Commissioner approves includes that expedite the recruitments, capacitating these units. That's part of it, right? We know that's what he's signing for. My point is, when you disband with immediate effect on the 1st of January, and please don't focus on immediate for now.
Okay.
It's a separate conversation altogether. When you say disband, you say people would be integrated into the murder and robbery unit. The simple point I'm making is, or that I'm seeking to establish with you, is that as at the date of your instruction, you don't know, Minister, sitting there at that time as you sign this letter and you send it off, you don't know whether your PKTT people will be integratable into the murder and robbery units in their different provinces. You don't know that.
No, I know it, Commissioner,
Okay.
because it was made abundantly clear during orientation
Okay.
what would need to happen.
Okay, we can leave it at that. That's your answer. Can I put to you that, well, General Sibiya seemed to have understood things differently because he gave an instruction that everybody must just go back to their old stations. Every one of PK, that's what he said. His instruction is, so you seem to have had a different idea that people will be seamlessly integrated into the murder and robbery unit, but your divisional, is it divisional? Your deputy National Commissioner for Detectives, I think that's what he is. His instruction is everyone who was in the PKTT, go home, go back to your stations. That's not to integrate them into the murder and robbery units in their provinces. So it seems you and General Sibiya had different ideas about this. And for me, that's part of the problem that naturally follows from a failure to speak to your managers about your intention and how you see it playing out. That here's my thinking about it. You just gave an instruction, you let them execute. Well, Sibiya does what he thinks is best. He calls for dockets, and then he says to people, go back to your stations. So there are murder and robbery units in the provinces do not benefit from your decision on the basis of Sibia's instruction.
Now, the understanding that is written down black and white, including after the effect, was that they would be re-recruited, if I could use that, into serious and violent crimes, including in documents on the 5th and 6th. So this is now from the National Commission, not from SPIA. What SPIA subsequently says could loosely be interpreted as to say, if you were from Limpopo and you are in PKTT, in KZN, you would go back to your province, but to murder and robbery.
Minister, no, we can't do that. Please don't do that. Sibia's letter doesn't do that. It doesn't. It says, go back to your station. That's it. Please accept that's what it says. Let's not try and reconstruct it. He may come back. He will come and testify. Maybe he'll tell us what his intention was, but you cannot. You can't interpret it to suit your evidence now. It's just wrong to do that.
I understand, but my primary reliance is on the reports that we received, as I say, which indicate that members of PKTT would be absorbed into serious and violent crimes.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Ms. Silo, I think I took you very far from the question you had
No.
asked.
No.
I apologize.
It's still within theme. It's quite okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps then just to close on this topic, you are aware, we have been talking about the IMC. On our records, and we don't have to go there, we have 8 minutes of the IMC meetings, which is the totality of number of meetings the IMC had, with the first being on the 21st of May 2018, and the last on the 5th of September 2023. I assume that you know that fact.
Yes, correct.
And I assume you know what the IMC discussed at each of those 8 meetings. Is it a fair assumption to make?
Correct.
And therefore, you will remember that at the meeting of the 21st of May 2018, which is the first meeting after the President has established the IMC, that the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal led the discussion about the problem in KZN, and that a presentation was made to the newly formed IMC. He was duly assisted in that regard by Major General Chilitsa. Now, I don't intend to go too deep into this meeting, just to refresh your memory, because you said you are aware of the minutes and their content.
Yes.
No, they are not on record. They're not part of the bundle yet. But no, the only issue here, and the minister has assured me, if the minister hadn't seen them, then I would have stopped this question. But the minister has assured me that he's seen the minutes and he knows. In that presentation, it is stated to the IMC that a task team was established in 2011 to find the causes of political killings. You are aware?
Yes, I'm aware.
And I highlight that because I think earlier in your testimony you had said this IMC established the political task team. So that contention has got to be wrong. Because on its constitution, this IMC was told of an existing political killings task team that had been established since 2011.
What I know is that there was a task team that was established in 2011. There was another that was established in 2014. There was another that was established in 2016, if I'm not mistaken, which then, on the basis of which then the PKTT took over. I know that.
I'll accept that, except I'm going by the minutes that you are very familiar with of the IMC, and I just wanted to highlight that at its first sitting, after the president had constituted the IMC, during a presentation by the Premier and the General Tiliza, is it? Yeah, I hope I'm not mispronouncing it. The IMC is informed of an existing political killings task team established in 2011. That's what they say in 2018. So the minute doesn't reflect any other.
Any other, I accept that.
Thank you. So then do you accept that any belief that the IMC, the 2018 IMC established the current PKTT is incorrect?
No, it is correct.
How?
It is correct because it is the IMC in 2018 that took the decision to establish a mechanism in line with the instruction of the president, a mechanism to contain the situation. And yes, that's my statement. It is correct.
And that's why I refer you to that minute, because if you read that minute together with the minute, and now you're forcing me to go and compile a pack of these minutes perhaps, with the minute of the 3rd of August 2018 of the same IMC, you understand that the political killings task team established in 2011 was what was operative at the time. And that is what the IMC was engaging with. It's only in August, when new engagements were had, that a debate about the effectiveness of this team, as was constituted, how effective that team was. And it was accepted it is not, it requires reconstitution, and that was from the SAP's perspective. And SAPS went and reconstituted its already existing 2011 team, together with a strategy, and presented to the IMC in September. And the IMC approved the strategy. In none of those minutes, I suggest to you, is there a claim that the IMC established any task team? You are not willing to accept that for the moment?
Not willing, because they were specifically asked or requested or instructed to establish a mechanism. But I can't deny that in the process of doing that, implementing that, they discovered that there had been various teams established before, as I indicate the years, but they were not as effective as the situation required them to do in 2018. And on the basis of the discussion, they then established, but it was no longer the same. And that one that had been established in 2016 had been established, I think, by the commissioner of police at that particular time. So they assessed. I'm not denying that there was something that was there. All I'm saying is that by 2018, in whatever form it existed, it was no longer, or it was not seen to be containing or equal to the challenge that was there.
Yes.
Hence, then the establishment of a new outfit.
Okay, I'm staying with the same minute, the very first minute of IMC of the 21st of May 2018. And in that minute, decisions are reflected under the heading decisions. The meeting resolved that, 1, the task team coordinate its work and minimize working in isolation of each other, because that was one of the problems that was identified with the 2011 task team. And the task team should develop an investigation and prosecuting strategy that will mitigate all the risk factors associated with investigation and prosecution. So the task team is being instructed here and being given responsibilities, and in particular to go develop that strategy. And that minute reflects the task team receiving that instruction to be the existing 2011 task team, unless, well, that's a minute that informs me so, Minister, I can only go by what the minute tells me. Will you, and you still maintain your position? I won't persist if you do.
Yes, I would maintain the position that there was a task team that was established in 2016, not just 2011.
Okay.
And if the minutes don't reflect that, like you, I would be willing to correct myself. But so far, I'm maintaining that there was a task team established in 2011, there was another, I think 2014 and then 2016.
And
But
what-
2016 there was.
And what happened in 2018 when IMC was formed? Did they establish a fourth task team?
What they did was to merely inform those who were in that task team to say there is now a new instruction, a new initiative. We are now doing 1, 2, 3. And that's what happened. They were not like told you are now formally go home and so on.
Yes.
But they were told, look, there's now an instruction to establish a new setup. And it's going to be done like this and this. Those who were invited were invited. Those who were not invited were not invited.
At some point in your response, I thought we actually were closer than we started, because I understood you to mean that the 2016 task team is the one that was in place, that then the IMC instructed to develop a new strategy. Did I understand you correctly? Or are you suggesting that the IMC established its own task team? That's where I think we're missing each other.
It established what I would say its own, but building from what they found there in 2016, maybe in more detail, in whatever form that they saw fit, and they did it. But there was recognition that there is something that was there, but it doesn't meet the expectations, and doesn't have the capacity or is not positioned to deal with the new challenge.
I will then provide the full minutes, and then I'll leave it to the commissioners to test as to which is the correct interpretation of the minutes. Is it yours, as you have articulated, or mine, as I've placed on record? The commissioners will decide in the fullness of time. I want now to turn your attention to Exhibit File 2.2. So good.
What page?
In particular, I want us to start at CJC 55.8, starting at page 74. Page 74. Now, from page 74, Minister, presentations to the Interministerial Committee. Sorry, the first being on the 3rd of August 2018, as appears at page 74. They are quite extensive, and unfortunately, they are not individually marked. But if you go to page 120, once again, it's a briefing for 2018. 13 September 2018, my apologies.
Page 120.
120.
Yes.
And if you go to page 142, it's for the 28th of March 2019.
Yes.
And once again, at 161, it's for the 30th of July 2019.
Yes.
At 176, it's for 2nd of June 2021.
Yes.
And 196 is 2nd of February 2022.
Yes.
And the last one is page 211, 6 September 2023.
Yes.
They are very detailed briefing presentations with statistics and everything that I would suggest the IMC needs to be kept abreast of to enable the IMC to take appropriate decisions. Would you agree with me in that
Yes.
regard? We don't have to consider the content because if you haven't, I apologize, but I think you assured the commissioners that you are familiar with the content of all these briefing documents.
Yes.
I want instead then to refer you to, if you could just give me a second to find my place. The last minute, which was of the 6th of September, 2023. It's right here, yes, and that is Exhibit CJC 55.5, and it starts at page 24 of the same file. Have you located it, Mr. Minister?
I'm trying to locate it.
CJC 55.5, and it starts at page 24.
Oh, there, page 24. I have that.
And this is, should be headed in your file as minutes of the JCPS Interministerial Committee, Political Killings in KZN. It's dated the 5th of September 2023. And I don't have to go through the detail as well. It was, the meeting discussed in detail the issues around the political killings in KZN. I want specifically, because of time, to ask you to turn to page 49 of that document. No, let's start at 48, please. And at this meeting of September 2023, which happened to be the last meeting before the 2024 elections, at 48 is a summary of various remarks by members of the IMC. And as at September 2023, insofar as the PKTT is concerned, I want to draw your attention specifically to bullet point 3. At that time, the committee, as Minister Cele expressed, appreciated the importance of dedicated courts for political related cases. So as at September 2023, the thinking was to take it a notch further, actually dedicate courts for these kind of problems. The next bullet point, bullet point 4, records Deputy Minister Matale indicated that he agrees with recommendations of task team and the team should be enhanced. Do you see that?
I see that, correct.
I understand Deputy Minister Matale is also your current Deputy Minister.
Correct.
The next bullet point notes that Minister Cele indicated that the task team is involved in the investigation of Fort University, I take it's Fort Hare University, and 8 arrests were made. And if I then jump to the second bullet point from the bottom, Minister Lamola commended the task team about their good work, and he indicated that the progress is indeed visible. Then it deals with other issues regarding Kwagogo. I think it's a prison, if I'm not sure, but we can skip that. But now I want to draw your attention to page 49. Under specifically resolutions, The last bullet point reflects as follows, or it notes the following. The task team cannot be dissolved. It must continue. That is the decision of the IMC in September 2023. You take office in July 2024. And in December 2024, you take the decision that it must be disestablished, technically dissolved. Please explain to the commissioners what objective or scientific information you had to support that decision in circumstances where a year earlier, your own colleagues, after 7 years of engagement with this process, had come to the point where they specifically take as a resolution that the task team cannot be dissolved and it must continue. What changed between September 23 and December 24?
Commissioners, I have indicated a number of those changes. One, in 2023, 2024, and then later on up to where we are, there was a marked decrease in political matters in KZN, starting from 2023, where you registered an estimate, I think we have the same figure here, of about 11 by 2023. And then going down to 7. And then I think in March this year, it was 1. There could have been another additional. So that's the first reason, starting from 2023, 2024. But the second one, I did indicate you are now in a position to implement that work study and processes that followed, and now reinforced by the review of the organogram, which is the exercise that we went into in 2024 and endorsed and even added new features to fight crime, murders. But we are now doing it with another perspective to say the problem in South Africa is murders. It's not, yes, you could categorize murders into political, but the call, the general call and the general outcry in South Africa is murders. It doesn't categorize whether of old people or young people, whether kunaloko or something that is distinct in the national call is murders of women and children. But generally, the call in the 7th administration when we come in, it says reduce murders in South Africa. It doesn't say reduce political killings, it says murders. So we have to listen to that. It says the murders are the face of crime in South Africa. In other words, you have crime, all categories of crime, but the face that attracts everybody in the world and makes everybody fear for their lives and is murders, the rate of murder in South Africa, which is reflected by figures year on year. And at some point, I think 2023, 24, reaching 27,000, if not 27,800, something like that. And in KZN alone, reaching at some point 6,000 per annum, but getting down to 5,000, the last figure that we have. So that is, the focus shifted, not to say exclusively, but inclusively, inclusive of the figure that PKTT doesn't deal with, and that is the murder of people, which happens to be a way higher than those that the PKTT is dealing with. Now, we couldn't not respond to that. We had to respond to that to say, so the call for SAPS ministry is to deal with matters in South Africa. Hence, the meeting that we called, I think on the 21st, in Kiviskruol, in Pretoria, just to deal with matters, just to deal with firearms, especially illegal ones, and just to deal with drugs. And I may as well add that meeting was followed up in June, but in relation to drugs and firearms. So there is that shift of emphasis in the new administration, which doesn't necessarily look down upon the resolution, but it says integrate, it says recognize that there are these people that fall outside political killings, so that the national clamor, the national focus should now be on matters, all of them, especially in the 4 provinces, because figures were instructing, were demanding that kind of attention. So I did indicate that, and even added that you could walk among people as Minister of Police, but when you are alone, you reach home, you know that what you should be dealing with is the outcry in the country of matters in the country, including matters in KZN, other than just those that are political. So I can go on and on, for which you needed a budget, and then want to scrap here and there, just to fulfill this mandate, to meet this demand. It is a huge demand.
Yes.
Yes.
Chair, if I may just encroach on the Commissioner's lunch hour for 2 minutes, so I can just close this topic. Thank you. You raised a number of points, Minister, and amongst them, and I think it's a point that you've consistently raised at various points, and you always make reference to the 7th administration. Why do you seek to draw that distinction?
It's because each and
in brief,
okay,
yes.
Each and every administration would have what they would refer to as their top priorities or priorities.
Okay, so it follows the 6th administration, which was under the leadership of President Ramaphosa,
yes,
as well as the 7th.
Correct.
Am I to then understand from your response that when President Ramaphosa called for a targeted response to political killings in KZN, he was either not aware of the high murder rate in South Africa in general, or he was wrong in his approach? Where do I land?
He was correct in his approach because there was a consistent flare-up of this category of murders. And in his view, and by and large, in the view of people in KZN, something needed to be done at that time about this category of murders or assassinations. So he was correct.
So,
but he was aware of murders generally in South Africa, and in KZN, matters outside this. He was aware.
Now, he established this IMC for that purpose.
Yes.
Which is chaired by the Minister of Police.
Yes.
You come into office, you automatically become its chair. Did you call for the IMC to engage the IMC on what you consider the changed circumstances, and therefore to go back to the President and say, the steps we have taken, we are going to suggest be wound down? Did you take that approach?
No.
Why not?
We have said in the year, let me just call it the year, 2024, 2025, the IMC on political killings doesn't reflect. And therefore, we were, for instance, appointed as co-chair. I was appointed as co-chair of the JCPS instead. So there was no IMC to go to talk about that matter that you're referring to.
And lastly, what had disestablished, if I can use that term, the IMC?
Well, it simply was not.
Sorry, can I just conclude?
Okay.
Because in my understanding, when it was constituted, it identified not the incumbents of the various offices, but it was
Yes.
the Minister of Police, the Minister of Justice, and it listed the ministers.
Yes.
And I interpreted that to mean it shall be those ministers, meaning whoever occupies that office at that time becomes part. Now, you are suggesting that at some point that structure of ministers was disestablished. When was that and by what?
What I'm saying, no, first, my understanding is that if you look at the list of IMCs over years, others would simply not be there, would not reflect in the Gazette, not because there was a meeting that was called to say you are being disestablished. They will simply not be there, either by cabinet or by the president. Now, in 2024, as of February this year, there wasn't any political killings, IMC, on political killings where all other IMCs for the same period are reflecting. And therefore, we would discuss issues of security in JCPS as we did on Volume Code and other matters.
Thank you, Minister. We'll use the lunch hour to try and understand and locate.
No, let's carry on. We had decided that we would take a 45-minute lunch.
Okay.
And we meant to adjourn at 1 until 1:45. Now let's go on to 1:15.
Till 1:15?
Yes.
Okay, let's see how much time I have. 7 minutes? Okay.
You want to carry on this topic?
No, I was just saying I need to perhaps consider the minister references a gazette regarding IMCs. So just to try and locate that gazette, and as soon as we are wiser, we'll pick up that topic again.
And can I understand the last part, Minister, of what you said about the Gazette and other IMCs being there and others not being? Are you, what does it mean? Are you saying there's a Gazette that was published which has all the IMC, and in there we will not find this IMC? Is that what you're saying?
Precisely what I'm saying is that whether gazetted or not gazetted, the list that I have, that I've brought to the Commission, reflects a number of IMCs in line with what has happened in the other years. But in that list of February this year, the IMC on political killings doesn't reflect.
Okay. What according to you should have happened for this IMC to have continued existence beyond 24? Are you saying the president was required to do a new act and reconstitute? Is that what you're saying? And let me tell you why I'm asking. It's because so far, my understanding has been that you, as the new minister, would have continued from where these left off and convened a meeting, because the IMC is not individuals, it is the office. So at any one time, it doesn't matter who's the minister in office. So now you're the new minister, you are the one that was supposed to convene it. Then it would come into life, have its own meeting, continue actually from where they left off in 23. That's how I've always understood the evidence before us. Are you saying that, in fact, it's the president's fault that you haven't done anything as an IMC because he's not reconstituted you?
I am not saying so. I am simply saying, if you take the list of IMCs as of February 2025, the IMC on political killings doesn't reflect where other IMCs reflect. That's my statement. I'm not blaming anyone.
Okay, the list that you are referring to that you
A little bit early between yesterday and today. Normally, they followed quite a tight schedule, but they've jigged things a little bit over the last 2 days or so. And so we've had to be fluid on our end as well. As per usual, though, we're going to catch up with Usbatle Mota, who's SABC News reporter, find out what are some of the highlights coming out of day 44, and of course, what transpired in the afternoon yesterday, where we left it off. And then for stages, pages, screens, and more, we're going to be looking at 12 years since the passing of Umadiba with the Blue Era exhibition that is going to be launching as a tribute to Nelson Mandela. That is coming up on stages, pages, screens, and more today. And I'll let you know what else is coming up later on in the hour. We could be taking a little bit of a short left to Mpumalanga with the Mpumalanga Tourism and Parks Agency. It's just gone 10 past 1 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
We're now going to classify gender-based violence and femicide as a crisis.
This 16 days of activism, SAFM stands firm under the theme Letsema, men, women, boys and girls working together to end gender-based violence and femicide. Together, we can break the silence. Together, we can protect our communities. Speak out, report it, take action. SAFM says no to gender-based violence. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, Sibahle Mota is joining us, SABC News reporter. We're catching up on what's happening on day 44 at the Madlanga Commission. Today is the third day of testimony for Police Minister Senzo Mchunu, and he's currently on special leave. We know he's returned to the Commission on the dissolution of the political killings task team and more, etc., etc., etc. How are you doing, Sibahle? Sibahle?
Yes, I'm here.
There you are.
Apologies.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me.
Good, 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 good. All right, let's reflect. Yesterday we spoke, of course, in the morning, just before the police minister had his full session. What else transpired? Perhaps let's reflect on the rest of what was day 44, day 43, before we get into day 44.
And if you remember, Bridget, I think when you was in people what he means by immediately, and people the commission say, you know what, my decision was immediate. The decision that I think was immediate, but I did not mean that he had to be suspended immediately. He wanted to, Fanny Masibu to provide him with a preliminary report. And we would start to meet with deputy ministers as well as these top rounds, speak about this assignment. So that's against that. That is how he position. As you know, he's been told why he wants to spend so that and he was even when he was at a funeral in December, not even what he is him. For him to clarify his why his like that was not a his it was not spending he as what he's educated that he only consulted with the relevant of I think biggest today that he admitted there was no detailed plan about the how the PKT. It also explains him consulting with only after the decision was taken. Even when your general had also the PKT immediately, but rather they were offering a sort of approach
Mm. I mean, this issue of immediate has been an ongoing one, as you so bring up, and then the issue of consultation. It almost became quite contentious yesterday because Commissioner Madlanga was like a dog with a bone around this lack of consultation. And it really was drilling the point of well, how do you make the decisions without consult? Even at one point, talking about the comparison of two of reports as to the cost factor of the PKTT versus, for instance, other bodies of similar nature.
No, definitely. And I think from what is great other class teams, actually, you know, the was he. But as a class team, well, he chose not why he the and why also all class teams they the thing and to the consultation I think quite evident. I mean, general found out about it. And I determined later he saw from somebody who was not in the police. Even saying that when she was on leave, and he, out of all people, who was that he wasn't in the funeral, he said, so there was seemingly a lack of consistency in the committee where was in getting that they wanted how to process. So IMC that it it took the hope so he and that control.
Mm. What are we missing this morning? I can see very much that the commissioners are still drilling some kind of point, but obviously we have the televisions on mute right now. But what are we missing from today?
So I think the other thing that has come up is of people and robbery and that even there's a duty part doesn't have enough resources, and manpower to manage. And this, I think, and is where I could um, in my that goes, which further, brings the question: what would have happened if documents had they been taken and robbery unit? Sometimes they wouldn't as we are, you know, thinking one time having a around time of it. So I think it really go back to what were was, sufficient to teach the
Mm. Well, listen, I will keep still a keen ear for the commission as the day drags on. Perhaps I should ask, Sibahle, whilst we're on the line, will Minister Senzo Mkhunu be the last of witnesses for this season of the Madlanga? And then when we resume again in 2026, we come back with a host of other folks, because obviously there's been a lot of names that have been named by the people who've taken to the hot seat at the moment. But is the minister the final guest for this year?
No, no, definitely. Well, this year he is final who will January 12th. So what we think is to just as well as come back other institutions under the commission. So we also, I think, have been with then 3, you the life
All right. That was Smash Mosha, SABC News reporter. It's 20 past 1 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga. Let's hit a quick reset button and we'll be right back.
Wanda ladies want to rubber stamp with a win that they belong to the summit. But TSG have a plan to display a terrific brand of the beautiful game to stop Kabuyelo. This is the Hollywood Bet Super League. Witness Mamelodi Sundowns ladies versus TS Galaxy Queens the Sunday 7 December at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC One. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
At Auto & General, we understand your business is built on more than just vehicles. It's your stock, tools and equipment, and the premises where you work. Auto & General Business Insurance is designed for businesses like yours, protecting your assets against fire, theft, storms, and other unexpected events. To protect your livelihood, visit autogen.co.za and get an obligation-free business insurance quote. Auto & General, never not there. Auto & General is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, it's just gone 20 past 1 o'clock on the Full Circle. We're shifting focus a little bit and we're looking at 12 years since the passing of the great statesman Nelson Mandela with a new exhibition, the Blue Era exhibition, which is a tribute to Nelson Mandela, being hosted at the Castle of Good Hope. It is stages, pages, screens, and more.
Stages, pages, screens, and more on the Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
So my guest is the CEO of the Castle of Good Hope, Calvin Gilfillan, and we're looking at this new exhibition, Blue Era exhibition, which is a tribute to Nelson Mandela. Today marks 12 years since the passing of the former president. How are you doing, Calvin?
Good afternoon, Bridget. No, very well under these circumstances. You know, it's a busy time of the year. But I'm so happy that we have finally agreed to make the thing I know it's like almost like we successful completed.
Absolutely.
We have paintings of Mandela there. We don't have dedicated dedicated like
Let's talk about how this exhibition comes about. Obviously, it marks the 12 years since the passing of the former president. And these are works that have been created and sponsored by the multi-talented cleric, Dr. Willa Busak. But how does the exhibition come about? Where does the conversation start?
Yeah, let's start with Mandela's years. He's like the beginning, you know, childhood. His brave moment where he was saved his life. And then this person released because of Dr. Mandela and etc. From that point of view, the artwork is reflective of those moments. And what is so significant, we didn't even think about it. We didn't calculate the time we did, but it worked out like that. It was painting. This is wisdom, humility, passion for children, passion for humanity, and corruption. I think he is such a symbol that we miss that. Globally, corruption is not a South African problem, it's a global problem. We need Mandela's, new Mandela's, to get forward. So to have this exhibition, always remind us about the huge contribution that this giant of a political has made.
Yeah. I'm also interested in the conversation had between yourself and the Castle of Good Hope as an institution, and of course, Dr. Busak, when you all decided to initiate this tribute. And I'm not sure if it was a conversation that began a year ago, a conversation that maybe was ignited at the actual passing of the great statesman, where you looked into the future and thought, at some point, maybe we should, curate and bring together this body of work in honor of the statesman?
Yes, yeah, you probably, your run-up is correct. Richard and I had this discussion years ago. And the Castle of Good Hope is a symbol of the national of the old defense force. So Mandela fought against the old defense force. He was the first commander in the new defense force. The significance of the castle into Mandela is there. And it was 7 years old when he was released on the parade opposite the castle. There's everything just fit in. So it was good territory, it was both spiritual, but it was both, political and culturally, that the conversations that we have about the transformation of the castle, the history of the country, has come together in this new and investment. That's what the oneness of what genuinely committed to peace, transformation, to an inclusive narrative, then the world will give it to you. Or the forces of the world will give it to you. And that's it, I feel about this exhibition. The room was previously housing Adam Tuss, one of the voortrekkers who took up the great trek up into the north. He didn't want to with this place in the and I mean, we could spend more time on this.
Absolutely. And then this forms part of now the permanent exhibitions at the Castle of Good Hope. And I mean, it's a very generous donation to the institution by Dr. Busak.
Yeah, absolutely. There's another 12. I didn't realize it. But by Dr. Busak donating this permanent exhibition in the Central Memory and Learning, we now have 12 permanent exhibitions. And I'm not lying. You can come. I can name them now. It's something about this. As I said earlier, culturally, it just, and boom, very so looking forward through his own, his own internal and the art as an expression. That's what, but that's what I can.
Surely, Kelvin, you can beg our indulgence and just give us maybe a little bit of a teaser for those of us who won't be there for the big launch with Dr. Busak tomorrow. As you've mentioned, these works trace particular time frames in Madiba's life. And I wonder, as part and parcel, are there significant works or works that really capture a very specific era and time in his journey, or even in the journey of South Africans?
Yes, I think you summarized correct. So the paintings are all in blue. So I start the blue with a very mystical blue. I can't say it's navy blue, it's sky blue. All of the paintings have Mandela's face in it. It has moments, the moments where he either lost the wife, or lost the grandchild, on those moments. That's why the painting is blue. Blue means you go through a blue space in your life. Every other painting from Mandela, but it's either, it's smiling, it's laughing, it's the force is noise, it's being paid. He's organized as a president. We don't, he's not an angel. And he also, like us, had this human, this divorce, pain of that. And that's what I think Dr. Busak first in
Well, listen, it sounds like quite the exhibition indeed. And since it's forming part of a permanent collection at the Castle of Good Hope, for those who can't make it through for tomorrow's launch, who don't happen to be on the invite list and who might miss just the energy that comes with opening weekends and opening weeks. The exhibition is permanently there at the Castle of Good Hope, so you can see it at your leisure at any point in time. That was Calvin Gilfillan, who is the CEO of the Castle of Good Hope. That exhibition marking 12 years since the passing of Nelson Mandela. Blue Era is, of course, opening tomorrow at the Castle of Good Hope, and those works donated and created by none other than Dr. Willa Busak.
SAfm music, crafted to make you feel real good. Handpicked just for your pleasure. Classics sounding so good, only on SAfm.
Good afternoon. In the headlines, the High Court in Pretoria has ruled police officers were present when defence witness Fiso Gwabini Zungu disposed of a statement be recalled in the Sinzumehiwa murder trial. This comes as the state wants to cross-examine Gwabini on the statements he is said to have made to the police in June 2020. Luiso Masuku is the new chairperson of the ANC's Greater Johannesburg region. This follows elections in which she beat Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero at the region's ANC conference in Sandton in Johannesburg. And Police Minister Senzo Mchunu has conceded there has not been any formal review of the capability of the political killings task team. He directed the immediate disbandment of the task team in December last year. He is under cross-examination at the Commission in Pretoria. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Bridget Mazinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
We keep asking, forgetting that when we speak, no one listens or we get beaten to submission. The war on women is on the whole nation. We miscarried our blessings. Now the women are weeping, bleeding, constantly under attack for breathing. Webafazi asiphelelanga, abanye bethu abalali ebusuku, abanye bethu bafihle inhlungu, abanye bethu abakwazi noyicula le ngoma ngoba bazawubona ngamanqindi. It's pity somama bamaviti-viti. An injury to one is an injury to all of us. May we never hold our silence at the victimization of our strong ones, our wild ones, our loud ones, our problematic ones, our Winnie Madikizela Mandela spirited ones, the strange fruit that were not born to be submissive. May we find unity in our voices to protect our bodies. The enemy of women is not always men, but other women. May I see another woman and see my sister, see my south webafazi akuphelelanga simane sibazi hashtag masihlanganeni webafazi akuphelelanga when we speak no one listens or we get beaten to submission
It is Le Sauce coming through Afro Soul singing sensation. Been on a sabbatical, from what I'm told, and basking in her success from such hits as Emma Fairney and, of course, I Do, that featured Amanda Black. Remember that song? Well, she's back on the music scene and back with a new song that speaks to the issues around GBV. And this track features the living legend, Mam Yvonne Chaka Chaka, and of course, vocal poet and podcaster Unsiki Mzwai. How are you doing, Lasos?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm awesome. I mean, wonderful track. Speaks to a very heavy theme in the country, but delivered in a way that only music can.
Absolutely. I think one of the, what's happening and just the whole, like you say, it's for the nation.
How did the project, by way of this particular record, how did that come about? And the conversation to say, well, you know what, let's feature the legendary Imam Yvonne Chaka Chaka and, of course, the ever so contentious Nsiki Mazwai.
Well, again, it was inspired by, what we about, LGBT days of action. And as women, as a woman myself, moved movement freedom. When I was in a creative, I just felt like God has given me the gift to why not use it to empower women at time and moment in South Africa? And I sat down with my team and I remember when she's getting my money going Saka Saka, I from her to have her on the track, just singing also as a mother, as a legendary musician, and just a great person in general. I think he delivered very well. And this is why, regardless of when we go to regardless of any that I just amazed me as a woman, and that's all that really matters. To just be the voice.
Wait, did I hear you say that part of the inspiration from a drawing from source was the Woman for Change movement, the Purple campaign that happened. So was the song just recently written, recorded, and final mixed?
Absolutely. I think we recorded it just this so I think women in all had to stand in unity. That's my look. We are in and it's in was unbreakable. um, symbolize of the and for women in the world. So I think as a young woman myself, I do relate to what it country, and I believe that time is
Yeah.
one to stand up, see the immunity, and teach even the young ones that are growing, the girls and the boys, to say, look, know your place, know your position, know how to present yourself, so we are able to harmony.
Yeah. Does this become a sort of an introduction to a full project that might come at some point soon?
Yes. How did you know, girl?
Just
No,
a clever guess.
it definitely is about young people for women, you know, currently. It is a generation and when anybody listens, they get to grow with it. Again, this is what makes, you know, for what people that is going to be very uh, people who have this, I love it.
Awesome stuff. Well, we look forward to that EP releasing. We'll leave it there for today. We appreciate the time. That was La Source, and of course, the song featuring Mom Yvonne Chaka Chaka and Siku Mzwai, as well as Melanin Drip. Imbogoto is out for you to stream wherever you stream your music. It is 3 o'clock. A quick pause, and then we come back on the other side, and we go to Mpumalanga with Mpumalanga Tourism and Parks.
Are you looking for the best spectacle and sunglass deal? With Specsavers buy one, get one offer, you get great value for money. Get a free pair of branded single vision prescription sunglasses up to 3,300 Rand when you purchase a comprehensive eye examination and spectacle frames with lenses on your first pair. The best part? Choose from top brands like Police, Hugo, Under Armour, Tommy Hilfiger, Red Bull Specs, and more. Affordable eye care? Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
You could spend 10 minutes hunting for the TV remote or get a 10-minute quote from Outsurance that could save you thousands on your car insurance. For her 2024 Kia Picanto, 52-year-old Janine now only pays 561 Rand a month. And for her 2025 Jatura Dashing, 29-year-old Sana pays just 796 Rand a month. Ready to get more out of your car insurance? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. JCs and information online.
We're now going to classify gender-based violence and femicide as a crisis.
This 16 days of activism, SAfm stands firm under the theme Letsema, men, women, boys and girls working together to end gender-based violence and femicide. Together, we can break the silence. Together, we can protect our communities. Speak out, report it, take action. SAfm says no to gender-based violence. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to the Full Circle.
All right, let's head on over to Mpumalanga with Mpumalanga Tourism and Parks Agency. We're going to be chatting to the executive manager, Umdwanano Mtungwa. It's the festive season, and Mpumalanga Tourism and Parks is ready to welcome visitors to the province to experience and explore the vast tourism offerings. This is my mother's birthplace where the sun rises. How are you doing, Mdwanano?
I'm very well. Greetings to the
Thank you so much for the time. Much appreciated. So the festive season is here. Let's talk about your readiness to welcome visitors to the province.
well, certainly, Malanga, we really welcome the province. We hope and visit have me semi, but what is enjoy, put together measures to the of the aid to incidents crime that so we are quite ready. Our ME economic development tourism was launching the plan. We are quite ready to welcome that.
I mean, Mpumalanga is one of those provinces that has a vast offering for, you know, for tourists, domestic and international. We're talking everything here from wildlife to the scenery to the culture to the heritage. So, what are some of the places perhaps that people can look forward to experiencing when they come through? Are there particular spots or even areas that you are highlighting today that maybe we overlook whenever we go to
Yeah.
Mpumalanga?
No, certainly we want to promote the left area province first. Tourists come to Mpumalanga, they come to the local with an array of offering food, starting by which uh, which uh, uh, we've got other systems offer at back to what activity. So Melo is one of the other located area. So many it is not nature example both there the farm can be the hub in visit is the now in no plus with many tourists in the Kangala area which is well known for its Ndebele culture. We have the Dalstrom town which is many living in so the Loskop area is also one of the things tourists can enjoy in the area. So we not only setting the strict many can afford that support.
You know, like I said, Mpumalanga is my mom's birthplace, proudly born in Barberton. So I frequent, but here's the thing. What's been on my to-do list has been the Blade River Canyon. I've seen the pictures. I'm yet to go. Are South Africans aware that that is in Mpumalanga? It's so picturesque that I think a lot of the times people think it's somewhere else.
Well, tourists are aware of the Blade River Canyon, which is along the Panorama route, which God's window, the black city, stated that it's a route tourism activity, and there are so activities along the route, and particularly on transport, which activity can be done. So the upland to market the panorama route and increase the flow of traffic there, but also to introduce new other experiences in tourists here that to increase their province also spend money. Those
Mm, mm. And way of events, you know, like people like a little bit of a travel destination where maybe they can go off the beaten track, you know, do a little safari, explore some of the nature, but there's also an appetite for event-centered vacationing. Is Mpumalanga supporting a few events this festive season?
certainly not only we are hosting events generate rivals in the province started in already event been already because like so moving into December there are just so many activities on in the area we the all white service on the so signed up with a number of events are meant to engage the community bring to why nature the wildlife uh, get it. So we are using our social media platforms to promote these events, also the platform promote on our.
Mm. But speaking of social media, as a parting shot, where can people track you? Are you present on all the social media platforms?
We are present on all the major media platforms, including X, Facebook, and Facebook. Go into those and search the Mpumalanga Tourism and Tax Agency. Find our handles. You need to search. That's all. Follow us. That is that is Mpumalanga.
Wonderful. Mdwanano, thank you so much for the time. That was Mdwanana Mtungwa, who is the executive manager of the Mpumalanga Tourism and Parks Agency. And they are present on all the social media platforms. You can find them there. It is 10 to 2 o'clock. It's time for us to get into our kids' programming, which will lead us to the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello, friends, and welcome to Nali Bali. Do you know how to tell the time on a clock? Learning to tell time is like having a superpower. It helps you know when it's time to play, time to eat, time to go to school, and even time to sleep. One of the most important times in the day is the morning, when we wake up and get ready for the day ahead. Sometimes it can be hard to wake up on our own, but that's when the alarm clock can help. Setting an alarm and waking up when it rings is a great way to start being responsible. When you learn to tell the time, you don't always need someone else to wake you up. You can do it yourself. It helps you be on time for school, for fun activities, and for the things you enjoy the most. So today, let's remember that learning to tell time is not just about numbers on a clock. It's about being independent and ready for all the adventures of the day. Let's listen to today's story called A New Home, written by Joanne Block. But before we listen to today's story, let's all get up and... Mr. Glover had a problem. His cell phone was broken. While it was being fixed, he couldn't use its alarm to wake up in the morning. Mr. Ngube frowned and scratched his head.
Ugh, man, what should I do now?
He wondered. Then he remembered his old alarm clock in the cupboard, the one he had used in days before cell phones. Mr. Ngube found the clock and put batteries in the back. Soon the clock was sitting on the table between Mr. Ngube's bed and the window. It had a dark, shiny face with big white numbers and two smart red hands that told the time. As the hands moved, the clock made a gentle tick-tock sound. Mr. Ngube set the alarm so it would make a long, loud tring to wake him up at 5 o'clock every morning. The first time the alarm went off, Mr. Ngube reached out and turned with a grunt and a sigh. He left his cozy bed to get ready for work. The next morning, something different happened. At 5 o'clock, when the alarm clock rang, Mr. Ngube didn't wake up. He was dreaming that he was a little boy again, playing ball with his friends. Still dreaming, he reached out, grabbed the clock, and threw it straight out of the window.
Catch!
He mumbled and smiled in his sleep. The alarm clock flew through the air, still ringing. It landed in a clump of long grass, knocking against a stone that swished it off.
Oh my goodness. Where am I?
Panted the alarm clock. It was strange to be out in the big wide world. The clock laid quietly, listening to the sounds around it. A breeze rustled the leaves in the trees nearby, and bats chirped and twittered.
This place isn't too bad,
thought the clock.
I'll just lie here and wait for Mr. Nube to come and find me.
But somebody else found the clock first. A scruffy brown bird with a yellow beak came stalking up on his long, skinny yellow legs.
Ooh, I see something shiny. What can it be?
He cawed. The bird flapped his wings and pecked gently at the alarm clock. This tickled and made the clock giggle.
Ooh, whoa, what are you?
Asked the bird, surprised.
I'm an alarm clock,
replied the clock in a trembly voice.
Listen, and you hear my tick-tock sound. My alarm rings at 5 every morning to wake up Mr. Nube. I'm not sure what happened today. When I rang, I suddenly found myself flying through the air.
Never mind. I'm going to take you to a wonderful new home,
chirped the bird. He opened his beak and picked up the clock. Then they took a little run and lifted off into the air. The alarm clock was flying again. In a few moments, they came to a hole high in the trunk of a tall tree. The bird gently dropped the clock into a nest inside and hopped in after it. In front of an alarm clock were a tired-looking mama bird and 6 squeaky, wiggly, fluffy baby birds, all rolling about and screaming. Mama! Mama! Mama!
What's this?
Asked Mama Bear. It was a surprised and worried look. She hopped over to the clock that was standing shyly in the corner.
I must say, Papa Bird, I wish you could just stop bringing all of these things home.
She pointed with her beak to a small square of mirror, some shiny purple Swiss wrappers, and a little red bouncy ball at the back of the crowded nest.
The things you bring home are pretty, but they take up too much space. They also make it hard to tidy up. I have my wings full already with these hungry baby birds.
Never mind, never mind. I think our new friend will be welcome in this nest,
said Papa Bird. He turned to the baby bird and said,
Come closer, children.
The baby birds wiggled over until they stood around the alarm clock.
Hello,
said the clock softly. The baby birds were so surprised when it spoke to them that they all forgot to chirp for a second. That was when they heard the gentle tick-tock of the clock. The quiet sound made the baby birds feel very calm and happy. Soon they all fell asleep.
Thank you. Thank you so much. At last I can finally get some rest,
said Mama Bird gratefully.
Welcome to our family. We don't need you to wake us up, but we do really, really need you to put us to sleep,
Papa Bird said to the alarm clock. The alarm clock was thrilled.
I'm happy to help,
it said. And what about Mr. Ngube? When he woke up 3 hours late for work, he couldn't understand what had happened to his alarm clock.
It was here when I went to sleep, but now it's gone,
he said to himself. He wondered if someone had crept into his room and stolen it. But the door was locked and nothing else was missing. Mr. Ngube often spoke about the mystery of that morning, but nobody ever guessed what really happened to his alarm clock. And so we come to the end of another Nali Bali story time. Today's story was called A New Home, written by Joanne Block. Did you know that reading and telling stories to children at home can help them do better at school? If you want free stories to read to your children or for your children to enjoy on their own, visit the Nali Bali website www.nalibali.org or Mobi site www.nalibali.mobi. You will find stories in 11 South African languages, as well as tips for reading and sharing stories with your children to grow their potential. Also look out for the bilingual Nali Bali Reading for Enjoyment supplement with great children's stories and activities, available in newspapers. Nali Bali, it starts with a story.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
In our top stories, police officers to be recalled in the Senzo Mehiwa trial, and Masuku, the new ANC Johannesburg chairperson. Good afternoon. The High Court in Pretoria has ruled police officers who were present when defence witness Fiso Gwabini Zungu disposed of a statement be recalled in the Senzo Mehiwa murder trial. This comes as the state wants to cross-examine Gwabini on the statement he is said to have made to the police in June 2020. The defence has objected to the statement being used to question Gwabini, who is said to have hosted a party where all the 5 accused were present on the day Mehiwa was killed in October of 2014. He alleges police assaulted him before signing the statement. Judge Rata Mukwetleng says the allegations are very serious.
Even after the councils have closed their case, even after they've argued, the court can still call a witness at any stage. So the cross-examination of Mr. Gwabini can continue thereafter, because he has made or said or testified to evidence which the court wants to hear from persons who are accused of saying or doing or things. Okay.
Louis Masuku is the new chairperson of the ANC's Greater Johannesburg region. This follows elections in which she beat Johannesburg Mayor Dada Murero at the region's ANC conference, which started on Wednesday in Sandton in Johannesburg. Masuku secured 184 votes against Murero's 149. Tabiso Khadebe reports.
Masuku's victory could position her as a mayoral candidate and possibly the first woman to lead the Johannesburg under the ANC banner. In other key positions, Masilo Serekele won the deputy chairperson with 188 votes against Eunice Mqina's 143. Sasabona Manganye was elected regional secretary with 205 votes, beating Lebogang Shabalala, who got 128. For deputy secretary, Lerato Bob received 187 votes over Mnisi Nomoya's 157, and Maxwell Nedzamba retained his position as the treasurer with 233 votes, defeating Muzinkosi, who managed 98.
Police Minister Senzo Mqunu has conceded there has not been any formal review of the capability of the political killing task team. He directed the immediate disbandment of the task team in December last year. Witnesses that have appeared before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry have testified that Mqunu did not consult stakeholders before the disbandment of the task team. They also allege the decision fell outside of his mandate. Mqunu is under cross-examination at the Commission in Pretoria.
Can I then go on to my conclusion, therefore? With that explanation, that admission that there had not been a review of the PKTT in particular, here you could only have been speaking about a future review, therefore. If it must follow, if there had not been a past review of the capabilities of the PKTT, which you accept, which you say now, this sentence here that Ms. Sidler was taking you through must be a reference to a future review. of the PK because it has not happened before.
Eastern Cape Police are investigating a case of murder and an inquest following the discovery of two bodies at Kwanobuhle in Kariga outside of Gqeberha. Police spokesperson Sandra Jansen van Rensburg says on arrival on the scene, police found two lifeless bodies. One body of a female was found beheaded lying on the bed, while the second body of a male was found hanging from the roof truss. Van Rensburg says it's alleged the two were in a relationship and the circumstances surrounding the incident are unknown. The Cape Winelands District Municipality says firefighters fought several blazes in various areas of the district. The municipal spokesperson, Joanne Otto, says the fires do not pose any danger to properties at this stage. She, however, says a number of mountain huts in the area may require protection should the fires spread.
The Cape Winelands District Municipality's fire services, together with multiple partners, have spent a very busy night engaged in active firefighting. The fire in the Boerswarmut Pass was mostly contained after ground teams and aerial support worked the lines late yesterday afternoon. However, late in the night when the wind picked up, the remaining spots spread into 3 different fire lines. Teams were able to contain these lines, but further in an area known as Nolly's Kloof, a fire line continues to burn. There will be a shift change later this morning, bringing in 2 ground teams to manage the line in Nolly's Kloof above the farms.
Recapping the top story, the High Court in Pretoria has ruled police officers who were present when defence witness Sifiso Gwabini Zungu disposed of a statement be recalled in the Senzo Mehiwa murder trial. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAfm, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide, with me, KG Mweketi.
In life's most challenging moments of loss, compassion can be your greatest comfort. You shouldn't have to face the financial burden of losing a loved one by yourself. Rest assured, Clientele's funeral plans pay out cash within 24 hours. You can cover up to 13 family members on one plan, ensuring all your loved ones are taken care of, and 3 children are covered at no additional cost. With Clientele, you are not just buying a plan, you are also buying peace of mind. When the time comes, you will need to make important calls with your 200 Rand airtime you will receive when you claim. Plans offer double accidental death cover as well as a transport, grocery and unveiling benefit. Apply today. It's easy. There are no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Boxing beats fashion. While boxers exchange heavy punches in the ring, fashion and entertainment will brighten the night at the AA2 Multifunctional Center in Soweto. This is the Bring Sexy Back Boxing Tournament. Experience the incredible combination of boxing and fashion. Bring Sexy Back Boxing Tournament this Friday, 5 December at 8 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC Sport on TTT Channel 4. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
I don't love going to school. I don't love sitting in a classroom with 50 other children. But I do love learning. Ngiyakuthanda ukufunda isiXhosa as a language. I do love getting good grades. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 19 December.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
It's so interesting, the observations that people make on social media around the Madlanga Commission. Of course, we know that we follow the commission alongside your commentary on social media as well. And people are making the observation that today, Commissioner Madlanga has said not a single word to Minister Senzo Mkhunu. So they're like, well, I guess he was defeated after some of yesterday's exchange. I don't know. Or bathi ngesiZulu mhlawumbe ugeza izandla ngaye angazi. Let's go back to the Madlanga Commission that's coming live from Pretoria. Police Minister Senzo Mkhunu is still, of course, facing cross-examination there. Should all go swimmingly, we're going to take this live for the remainder of the show, and then the National Pulse will take over at 3 o'clock.
It could be. It could have been done. I didn't check.
Can I pose my question differently?
Yes.
Did you satisfy yourself that that exercise had been undertaken in respect of the PKTT before you directed that it be disestablished?
No, I didn't. But I did say I relied on reports that were presented to us, among which was the document that was signed by all officers and brought or submitted to the Office of the National Commissioner, which he didn't sign up until this year. He only signed this year.
Which document is that? Apologies, Minister. Is it
on
on record as far as you're aware? Have you tendered it as part of your annexures? I think Commissioner Khumalo is about to come to our assistance. Thank you.
Okay. But it's a document on specialized, it's Marai report.
This is the same document we are dealing with.
Yes.
So the signatures you are looking for are on pages 211, 210, 212, 207.
Oh, yes.
And 205, but it's the same document, and 204. So the signature page of the report is on page 202. What then follows are the comments and recommendations.
Yes. Yes, this one is the latest 2025.
Yes, and the
2024 that I'm talking about that I looked at was the one that was signed in 2024.
yes.
Yes.
And that is your SM5, is that not so? And that is what Commissioner Khumalo referred to, and is the same document I was reading from. Your SM5, just to orientate ourselves, starts at page 181 and runs up to the document itself up to 212, and then it's got another document attached to it headed Supplementary Input Financial Implications, starting at 213. The signatures, I think that you were referring to, or I understood you to be, unless I misunderstood, start from page 202 with the signature of Colonel Murray on the 6th of March 2024 at page 202.
Yes, if
and
it's that
it
one.
goes to page 211. No, 212, with the
Yes.
last one being General Masemola, who appends his signature on the 5th of June 2020.
Yes, that's the document.
Oh, I think I see your issue. You recall I directed you to page 202.
Yes.
The first signature is that of Colonel Murray, and that is a 2024 signature.
Correct.
And everybody else thereafter also appends their signature in 2024 up
Correct.
until page 210.
Correct.
And with General Sibia signing on the 16th of September 2024.
Correct.
Okay. Now, at 211, General Dimpane signs, but on the 3rd of March 2025.
Correct.
And overleaf at 212, General Masemola signs on the 5th of June 2025.
Correct.
Okay. So you are With reference to what I read out, I had asked whether the recommendation that the current task teams be subjected to an impact analysis to ensure feasibility, as contained here.
Yes.
What is your response, that it was not a requirement at the time, or?
No, I understood myself to be responding to your question by saying this is the document that I relied on, if I could use that word.
Yes.
And to say that all these signatures would be indicating approval of the assessment by Marai.
Yes.
Yes.
And would they indicate approval of the recommendations set out therein?
I take it that everything that is said in the report.
Okay, I think where Commissioner Kumar was trying to assist us was where you referenced a document in 2025, but in effect there isn't one. It's just that General Masemula signed in 25. It's the same document.
There isn't one.
There isn't another document
Oh,
signed.
yes, it is this
It
that
is
I was
this
saying.
one.
It was in the National Commissioner's Office for a year.
And in fact, at your paragraph 168, you do invoke this report when you advance your second reason for disbandment.
Yes.
You base it on this report.
Yes.
Hence, I go to the recommendations and say they stipulate that there's an exercise that must be undertaken to ensure the feasibility or to determine the feasibility. And what I was checking with you was, did it take place? And I think your response, if I'm not misquoting you, was you're not aware it could very well have happened already by the time you assumed office. My second question was then, did you satisfy yourself that it indeed had been undertaken? Because this becomes a central document to support your reason number 2. Did you satisfy yourself?
No, not to that extent, because this is work that gets done under the National Commissioner, processing that and doing so. You wouldn't find Minister going to Western Cape to check whether the component on such and such is at the level. You get it at high level. And this is what I got at high level, that there has been an assessment and it was signed off, and meaning that they accepted, all those who signed, accepted whatever was recommended, including things that needed to be done shortly thereafter or at whatever other point. So with this, you say these people, when they signed, they were indicating readiness, and you have no reason to doubt because you don't have any other evidence that makes you doubt the officials.
Thank you, Minister. I note your response. I would like us to move to the other aspect, which is central to your letter of disbandment. And I think you had very briefly touched on it in your engagement this morning with Commissioner Baloyi. And this, I think you termed them human rights abusers,
Yes.
the reports that you had received
Yes.
of human rights. And you deal with that from page 26.
Yes, correct.
At paragraph 73, you list a number of complaints and the persons that complained, and you summarize basically the essence of the complaint. And these are some of the complaints that informed you that the best course to take was to disband.
Correct.
Now, I look at And I think yesterday you did indicate that they are more HR in nature. Did I understand you correctly?
I said HR and.
Yes.
And other practices that are not, there's something that I qualified,
Okay.
further qualification.
I accept that. Thank you. But I see all of these persons listed here in 73 are police officers.
Yes, on the list.
Now, insofar as HR matters are concerned, I would expect SAPS to have a grievance procedure or process
Yes.
with all its appeal stages.
Yes.
And at no stage would the minister be involved. It's internal within the SAPS organization. Would I be correct in my assessment?
I do indicate, and I did indicate yesterday, in case by case, for instance, with regard to number one, that it went beyond National Commissioner directly to me in terms of the grievance, and I referred it back. In fact, we had a discussion with National Commissioner on that, and we ended up allocating it to Deputy Minister Matale, who dealt with it, and until it was finalized, as is indicated there. So there are those instances where things like grievances or complaints would involve us, I must say that. Well, not by way of escalating a complaint or a grievance, I would say so. So this is one of them, and
Please go
the
ahead.
others that follow.
My concern is this, Minister, I think it's only appropriate I share it with you. SAPS is a very large organization.
Yes.
And I think the workforce is well over 20,000. It's a significant organization. And one would expect in an organization like that there'll be systems and processes to deal with issues, some of which may in fact be reflected in regulations.
Yes.
And they dictate how members should engage with grievances or issues they require address.
Yes.
And the only way the system will operate and function and serve the organization is if everybody adheres to a determined process.
Yes.
And looking at the ranks, Lieutenant General, Major General, Lieutenant General, above these people, there is still the National Commissioner who is the General. The part I struggle with is where the minister gets involved in a matter involving a Major General within SAPS on HR matters, where that problem hasn't run its course through the organizational systems. How do you justify the minister's involvement?
Those matters would have run, as I know, they did run their course. At the end of the course, as prescribed, as you describe it, then the person wants to make an appeal or is not satisfied with that course having run its course. And then it comes to us. We don't invite it. You don't say, anyone with a grievance, come to me. They come to you. You then go to the National Commissioner. You say, there is this thing that I'm coming across, as we did. What is this? And he explains and he says, we dealt with this matter, but this person was not satisfied. You call the person, you say, your matter was dealt with. You are still not satisfied. What's the problem? That's when I then asked Deputy Minister Matale to work with the National Commissioner and other officials to resolve the matter, and it was resolved. They just changed some of the issues, whatever they were. I can't remember in detail. But it had to do with somebody who was transferring from SAPS to the National Assembly with some conditions that they were not agreeing to. So it happened, and it does happen. And then each of those, we dealt with them in that way. And as you see, others, like I did indicate, that others say, no, I make an appointment. Okay, what is it? No, I've got such and such a grievance, but my matter is in court. I don't want your assistance. I was just making you aware. So people come, you don't know what they want to come for. They tell you, you then channel whatever grievance. Not because you invite yourself or you just get into matters. It's because you want to satisfy the other person. And you want to do a collective effort to the best of your ability, all of you, because at the end of the day, if you don't do those things, but properly, of course, you are going to be confronted by a question in Parliament, and you are going to be confronted by a question, what did you do? Thank you.
Minister, the complaints in paragraph 73.1 to 73.8, are they against the PKTT?
No, I did indicate that from SAPS, others, human rights, and I did say others from PKTT in the paragraphs that are relevant. And I then categorized them into two. Possibly these ones are SAPS, SAPS intelligence, but there are others that are from PKTT. Maybe not in this list, but in the other list where the Commission advised me to take counsel from council. Though in there are those who come from PKTT.
Thank you, Commissioner Balwez. Minister, under this heading, human rights concerns, you start in paragraph 71, and that's how I would like us to look at the context in which we must look at your paragraph 73, what it is you're seeking to convey or to do. In paragraph 71, you say your office received a series of complaints and reports from civil society actors. You haven't named them in your statement. You say whistleblowers, maybe in their nature they are not to be disclosed. You said SAPS members, parliament, and members of the public. You say you received complaints. And then you say these reports, and this is the important part for me, you say these reports raised concerns about the human rights abuses by members of the NPKTT, governance failures affecting the various temporary and ad hoc task teams, including but not limited to the NPKTT. So let's limit it to the PKTT because you've mentioned them specifically. So you say these complaints that you've received from those different categories of people, they implicated the PKTT. And remember that we are in this inquiry because of the decision to disband the PKTT, and we are looking at why that would have been done. Having given that summary of the people that came to you with reports and complaints about the PKTT, you then say in paragraph 72, the complaints from various complainants varied in content and emphasis, but they shared common themes: unmonitored task team operations, resulting in grave human rights abuses. Now, we know later on that you rely on Ms. De Haas's complaints because you have referred to her about human rights abuses. And in fact, I think yesterday when you testified, you said one of the things that have been reported to you is members of the PKTT wearing balaclavas when they go and do operations. That's part of your concerns about them. And then you say again, unclear reporting lines, allegations of overreach, duplication of functions, and significant strain on SAPS resources. And you have said what your concerns are about the financial implications of having PKTT. Now, from 73, you then set out, from 73, 74, and 77, you then discuss the complaints that you have. The first 73, it is, you say, for the benefit of the Commission, the complaints are listed, and you give us a list of employees and what the issues in some cases were. they look typically, all of 73, they look typically like employee relations issues, HR issues.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
I have a question. I made a note for myself to ask you, are these PKTT issues?
No.
They are not. Okay. Then, so we can discount all of 73 that you've got. It has nothing to do with PKTT, and it could not have been part of your reasons for dissolving the PKTT.
Correct.
They were not. All right. But what you haven't explained to us is what are the issues relating to PKTT about unclear reporting lines? What are the allegations of overreach against the PKTT? You've spoken to us about duplication of functions, and I think there you refer to what the murder and robbery unit can do, which is being done by the PKTT, so maybe I do have an idea there. And then your strain of SAP's resources, you're talking about the financial implications, but the rest of it you haven't. So I have struggled in reading this, and so far you haven't explained to us why or how these factors you list here would have been, except for financial strain and duplication of functions, you haven't said to us how it is that these were factors that you would have validly taken into account in the decision to disband the PKTT.
There is it's just that I'm trying to find in my own submission. There is a last sentence there that say other people.
Apologies, I might be able to assist you. What are you looking for in your statement?
73.8, I think it is, Minister, on page 27. I think that's what you're looking for.
Page 27.
Yeah, paragraph 73.8 of your statement, the very paragraph that we've been looking at, and then sub-para 73.8. I think that's what you're looking for?
Yes. There is then 73.8.
Yes.
73.8 says, and other names to be submitted to the commissions, to the commissioners.
Yes.
For confidentiality.
Okay. Now,
those
yes.
have something to do with PKTT, but I couldn't write here for
Yes.
confidentiality.
I accept, and I know how we resolved it yesterday, your list, but you haven't told us what is it about those names. First, what is it about those names rather, that contributed, if they do, to your decision to disband the PKTT? You haven't said it. You handed up the list yesterday, and then it was handed back to you to say your counsel, maybe you should speak to your counsel to advise you how to handle that list. But as we sit now with your statement and you're sitting there, we don't, at least let me say me, let me speak in the singular, I don't know what those 8 names have to do with your decision to disband the PKTT, if they do at all. That's 1. 2, because I don't know what the issues are about the 8, I'm not in a position to say whether you validly or correctly took them into account in your decision to disband the PKTT, if that's in fact what happened.
It is covered, they are covered, that category, in paragraph 71, in the main, where we say these reports raise concerns about human rights abuses by members of the NPKTT, governance failures, and so on. They are covered there in that paragraph. I didn't write anything separate for them because this paragraph covers all the categories, including Ms. Becker and all of that in just one paragraph. But the details are not here.
So where, yeah, I guess I'm trying to see how 73.8 is of any use to us if we don't know what in fact it is about these individual complaints, those in 73.8.
Yes.
If the commission doesn't know what it is that they complain about to you and that you could have validly taken into account
Yes.
in your decision, until you tell us the nature, I think it doesn't help to say they fall under 70.1 or 70.2, 72 rather, 71 and 72, if we don't have details of it. And I want to remind you that you have just conceded, for example, to Ms. Sillo, and to me you've accepted that 73 is typically employee relations matters, right? That have nothing to do with the minister ordinarily. And I have nothing right now, looking at your statement and having listened to you, there's nothing that tells us that those 8 people in that list, it's not exactly the same issues of employee relations. Because if it is employee relations issues, then they must be irrelevant to your decision to disband the PKTT. We must look somewhere else for an explanation.
It is for that reason, commissioners, that I thought I would be able to appeal favorably to the commission to listen to those people. Then I submitted the names, 8 names, so that the commission can know and determine whether my assessment was actually correct as to be part of what would have influenced me to write the directive. Now, the commission advised me to revert to my lawyers for advice, which I accepted. Now, we haven't processed that so that I know what my lawyers are advising me to do, so that you can know as the commission what is it that is I couldn't write that, because if I wrote that would mean that I would be breaching confidentiality that these people contacted me and made reports based on confidentiality arising from their security. So that is the issue that I have. That's the explanation that I can give.
Maybe then lastly about that, can we then agree that until that list and the detail of the issues that they have raised with you and the dates when they raised it,
Yes.
Until all of that is properly placed before the commission, we don't have any relevant evidence about complaints of SAPS members on which you relied to make the decision to disband the PKTT? I'm not sure if I'm articulate enough that you understood what I'm saying.
You're articulate, I've understood. I will take advice. I will then test again whether the commission does accept that, and I'll proceed on those bases as advised.
All right, thank you, Minister. Thank you, Ms. Sil. Minister, if you are able to answer, the 8 that you have, the list that you have, when would those people have raised those issues? When did they raise those issues with you?
They exactly fall in the category of 71, where I say during the latter part or half of 2024. That is after we got appointed, shortly after.
So all of them is before your decision?
Yes.
Before the 29th of December?
Yes. They called, others went up to an extent of requesting private meetings or confidential meetings, and I did hold such meetings with them.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Minister, in your disbandment letter, do you mention these complaints and these human rights violations? Do you say in your disbandment letter, I've decided that the PKTT should be disestablished because I have received complaints, some of which include allegations of human rights abuses?
No, in the letter, I didn't include details. I think on all three directives that I issued, except maybe in a very high level kind of thing. But when I wrote this, I did not particularly indicate any detail. It was just high level. And I was relying that
Even at a high level, surely you can say, I have serious concerns about human rights violations being perpetrated by the PKTT. I no longer think this group should exist because of that reason.
yes, I could, but I didn't. Because if I could go further, when I received all of this, I think in January or just before the end of the year, somewhere there, I had a discussion with the Special Advisor Advocate Pikuli to say, look, there are matters here of a security nature, very sensitive. In order to deal with them, no, I said I'm not in a position to go to the National Commissioner to report these matters or to any other official. They have been raised with me on a confidential basis based on security. I think that we may need to consider a ministerial inquiry. That's how I put it when we're discussing with Advocate Pikuli in confidence. We went up to the extent of coining some names of such people. That is the gravity, the extent of gravity of those complaints in that category of 8 people. But we got overtaken by events. We didn't get to that particular stage. But it was such that these are not matters that you can just call an official and say, sit here, repeat what you told me. They are not that simple. In the first place, a person comes to you in confidence and then say to you, look, I'm afraid, I have fears for my life, but I trust you, I'm going to share with you 1, 2, 3. Then you start. At the end, you go back to what they would have said. You believe it, that, yes, I don't think it would have been advisable for you to do otherwise. You keep this thing.
Minister, I think you have answered
Okay.
me, because otherwise we will take the
Thank
whole
you.
day. We won't get to the end of what we want to get to.
Sorry, Minister.
Yes,
Still on
Commissioner.
this. Can I just check this? Minister, those 8 people that come to you confidentially, they give you their complaints.
Yes.
What did you do with those complaints? And I'm not asking you to, I note that you say you spoke to Mr. Pikoli.
Yes.
Other than that, about these 8 and their allegations, those allegations in particular or complaints, what did you do about them?
As I say, well, I know of one case, possibly, of one of them who wrote to the National Commissioner as well. But I don't know whether, I didn't inquire whether National Commissioner responded or not responded. But what did I do?
Yes.
I discussed with Advocate Pikuli. We resolved that a possible option is an inquiry, because if these things are true, they are quite grave matters, not just of HR, but there are issues of security and there are alleged murders in them as well.
Okay. You said to Advocate Pikoli, if these matters are true, right, they are serious. That means you did not verify them. You thought about a ministerial investigation, but you did not verify them, the truthfulness of those allegations or complaints.
I didn't, beyond what they told me and beyond what they then subsequently deposed in their affidavits.
Now, you did not verify them, and yet you took those complaints into account as if they affect in making the decision to disband the PKTT. I have a difficulty with that you have this organization or this task team which has been endorsed by your predecessors, which has done work. You said in the morning to Ms. Sillo, you don't disagree where the National Commissioner says they have done beautiful work, great work. I think you read an excerpt on your statement. You said you don't disagree. You get complaints from 8 people. Maybe they are serious, we don't know. I'm prepared to accept you saying they are of grave seriousness, the allegations. But you don't verify them, and yet you rely on them to make a decision to disband the team. I see a problem there about how you got to that decision, that this is a factor I'm going to take into account.
Commissioner, I had no reason, even without verification, to doubt that, but I accept that there would need to be a platform that verifies, but they were serious enough. They were serious enough, and I'm honest with the Commission. Serious enough, detailed enough, with anecdotes to convince me that indeed they are serious and they need to be processed in a particular way.
I'm prepared to accept on your word that it is serious allegations that were made. I'm prepared to accept that. What I'm unable to accept or to understand is that even before you verify the truthfulness of those very serious allegations, and that in fact they implicate the task team as a team, not individuals in the team, even before you've done that verification for yourself, you take them into account towards your decision to dissolve the team. I do have a difficulty with that.
Well, I would accept that as Commissioner, you may have a difficulty, but from where I sit, listening to these people, showing me anecdotes and taking me through that and making references to incidents, in some cases that they were able to verify, like whatever case number where they apply. I took, they caused me to really feel that it would be irresponsible of me not to take them serious. And I do admit here that they did influence me, rightly or wrongly, as the Commissioner says, to accept them, that I would be able to take that risk. And in some of my statements to the lawyers, I did write that, and that it was a risky exercise. There are, just outside the actual instances where you receive a verbal report from somebody, but it is strong enough for you to proceed in a particular way. And it was on those bases that I took them seriously, their numbers, their names, not necessarily writing everything in terms of notes, and searched for a particular platform. I can simply say, or go on to say, I couldn't engage National Commissioner on these matters for a reason. That it was, I considered it quite beyond that in terms of how it would affect him and people under him to do that. So I preferred not to go on at all with them. I just wanted to make sure that they are with me. I don't take any chance about them, because National Commissioner is a human being. He could find himself relating it to another official who might have been affected by what they are saying, at least in terms of allegations. And then the whole thing gets contaminated in that particular way.
All right, I have a difficulty, a separate difficulty with that last part, but let me ask out of your paragraph 71, the civil society actors that you refer to as your sources of complaints, is that a reference to Miss Mary DeHaas?
Mary DeHaas.
Okay, that's the civil society actors you refer to. We've established this SAPS members, and then Parliament, you said from Parliament.
Yes.
What is that? What are you referring to?
Well, just to exhaust that list, Mashale and Ms. Becker, who publicized a lot of,
yes.
Made a lot of allegations. Then continue to what you are looking for, to say, let me check.
You don't discuss any members of Parliament
yes.
or anything coming out of Parliament.
There is a member of Parliament who wrote to us in the ministry, and his matter was then processed in a particular way. I was referring to that, a member of Parliament.
Adams, I think we've heard the name Adams
Yes.
here. Is that where you say Parliament, you actually mean
National
a
Assembly.
member of Parliament?
A member of Parliament.
Not Parliament itself.
No.
Because the way you've said it here, you say, I received a series of complaints from Parliament.
It's a typo. It
So
meant
it should have been a member of Parliament.
Yes.
And that would
Accept.
be Mr. Adams.
Accepted.
Okay, so you took that into account as well.
Accepted.
What he got to say.
Yes.
Okay, and then members of the public, you've mentioned Ms. Mashale and I think Ms.
Ms.
Berger.
Berger.
That's what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Having then addressed the complaints from people you listed, paragraph 73, all of whom are members of the service, let's now turn to what I think you term as members of civil society. I'm looking in particular from paragraph 74, after your listing of the various police members. You start with Ms. Mary DeHaas, and then at paragraph 74, overleaf from paragraph 77. You then deal with Ms. Patricia Mashale.
Correct.
Without engaging necessarily with the content of Ms. Mashale's complaint, because I see that you rely on what she published on Facebook, but basically on Facebook. I think it's Ms. DeHaas who also relies on press releases. Did you have opportunity, just on that, to engage with Ms. Mashale about the contents of her Facebook postings on these issues?
Both Mr. Haas, in fact, all three of them, Mr. Haas, Mashale, Berger, I didn't meet any one of them. I took what I was reading. In some cases, like in the case of the Haas, she wrote to me.
Apologies, Minister. Can we confine ourselves to the House now? I want to split them. I'm going to first deal with Ms. Mashale, and thereafter we'll go to the House. So
yes, I picked
currently
up.
my question relates to whether you, because you have quoted her postings on Facebook.
Yes.
And I want to know if you engaged with her on.
No.
Did you otherwise test the veracity of the claims she makes in those Facebook postings?
Not necessarily, except at one point when she made claims about people somewhere in Mpumalanga, there being camps and so on. When we went to investigate, indeed we found the camps. But we didn't tell her that we were going there to verify or to do whatever. I'm just saying that we did receive that allegation about existence of camps in Mpumalanga, and subsequent to that, SAPS made and other security units found that there were in fact camps there.
So it is on the basis of that, then you decided that the claims she makes in Facebook about SAPS no longer require verification, and you accept them at face value. Is that your position?
When we are using the word accept, what I did was to read.
Yes.
And having read, because I didn't speak to her, to say, well, in fact, I did speak to the National Commission about Mashal. And it did confirm that, yes, they are also, or he is also receiving a number of whatever she writes, sometimes directly to him, or he would find just allegations in one way or the other. So I got to know that what I may be receiving, he has also been receiving, and we had a description of her in the light conversation. So then that's how they are here.
Yes, and I have no difficulty in accepting that General Masemola would potentially have received the same messages. They are not directed to him. They were published by Ms. Mashale on Facebook. I have no difficulty in accepting that he would, one way or the other, have received them, whether directly or indirectly. I am not aware of General Masemola having taken drastic steps insofar as the organization of SAPS is concerned in respect, on the basis of those Facebook allegations. But you have, because you, Minister, you cite those Facebook claims that she makes, which you don't verify, which you state you had a conversation with General Masemola about, only to establish that they have come to General Masemola's attention. You do not indicate that you direct, if you can, or you could, or request General Masemola to investigate those claims. You do none of that. So the truthfulness or otherwise of those claims remain unknown, but they are sufficiently weighty for you to base a decision to disestablish the PKTT in December 2024. Is that a fair summation?
That would be a summation, but I think you are using quite lighter words than whatever is written, whether Facebook or elsewhere, would affect the image of SAPS, warranting your attention to do something about them. And therefore, you rely on what you see to say to what extent and so on. And in this particular case, I had a conversation with General Masemola, and he confirmed that there is something like this. I am indicating here what has come to our environment, which came back as I wrote the letter that, at some point I came across something like this and something like that, and then I then indicated that, not measuring my reliability or whatever extent of influence in me writing the directive.
I understand your answer to mean that the claims advanced by Ms. Mashale in large part affect the image of SAPS. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And you consider that serious enough and therefore you accepted those allegations and acted in the manner you subsequently did?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at paragraph 77 of your statement, page 28, you state at the last line of that paragraph, I learned that Ms. Mashale is a former police officer. Based on the time you have spent with the police service, I hope you can help me here. I understand that the people who work within SAPS are either employed in terms of the SAPS Act, and those would be the police officers, and anyone else who is not is employed in terms of the Public Service Act. And there's a distinction between the two bodies of people that work for SAPS. Is that a correct understanding?
Correct.
Okay. Now I see here you call Ms. Mashale a former police officer. I would like to refer you to exhibit bundle 2 of 2. 2 of 2. Annexure CJC 55.12. And 55.12 starts at page 351. And if you have located that annexure, please turn to page 364.
I have it.
Perhaps you might be familiar with that document. It is titled SAP 96. And I think when we were considering, I don't remember its general, the implementation letter, you recall, where the head of HR was talking about the necessity to complete documents and updating the PERSAL system. You recall that conversation we had? I understood that there to have been a reference to SAP 96. If you don't recall, I'll understand. But
yeah, I won't be sure. Yeah.
Then 364 is SAP 96, as we understand it. Every single employee within SAPS has got this document, and it must be maintained at all times at SAPS. It records every detail about the employee. And one of the most important details is, I'm going to count lines to try and direct you. Line 10, and the first part of this document. The extreme left reads Appointment Act, and against that, it reads PSA 1994. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that is the Public Service Act.
Yes.
The next line reads job description, and against that, it states admin clerk. Do you see that?
I see that.
And we are informed that based on those two only from her SAP 96, she cannot be classified as a police officer. How did you determine that she was one, or she was ever one?
Well, I would say that that was merely colloquial.
Apologies, I missed that. You say that was a mere?
I would say that that was the use of the word in a colloquial sense.
Oh, okay, I get you. I accept that, thank you. Now, turning,
Which one is the use of the word colloquial? That she's a police officer or that she's an admin clerk? Minister? You say the use of the word was colloquial. My question is, which use? Because you've referred to her as a police officer, and the form refers to her as an admin officer. Admin clerk.
Yes.
So there are two different descriptions of her, and you say one of them is colloquial. So I'm asking, which one is colloquial of the two?
I'm saying this word, police officer, was used in that context.
Okay, all right, I understand. Thank you.
Are you aware of, you do know that Ms. Mashale, yes you do, because you call her a former. So that implies that she's no longer with the SAPS.
Yes.
Are you aware of the circumstances under which her employment with the SAPS ceased?
Am I aware?
Yes, are you aware of the circumstances in which her...
Oh, yes, yes.
And
I'm
what
aware.
are those?
I'm aware.
Could you briefly summarize what those were to your understanding?
She was dismissed, as indicated there, from SAPS.
Okay. I would like to draw your attention to page 356 of the same file. It's still the same annexure, CJC 55.12.
Which page?
356.
356. Yes.
Page 356 is a letter dated the 11th of February 2022, signed by Brigadier District Commissioner Harip M.E. Makubo, and it is addressed to the Provincial Commissioner Free State, which, as I understand from SAP 19...
Momentum Group Limited, an authorized FSP and a registered credit provider.
They say the early bird catches the worm. Great advice, unless you're the worm. Generic so-called wisdom doesn't work for everyone, so I settle for a financial plan that's one size fits some. Momentum accredited financial advisors take the time to get to really know your unique situation. Advice meets your context. Momentum, your journey to success. Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized financial services and registered credit provider.
In sports this hour, Erasmus gets contract extension as Springboks coach until 2031, stage set for FIFA World Cup draw, and the Proteas women on 170 for 1 after 15 overs against Ireland in the first T20. More details at 3:30.
SAfm. Prime time all day long.
Zonwabise Resort Holdings, which is the empowerment partner of the Sun Boardwalk Hotel and Casino in Gqeberha, urgently requires important information from its shareholders. If you are a shareholder and have not received the recent email, please kindly contact the admin office either by email at zonwabiseresorts@gmail.com or call 041 368 1792.
The Buccaneers believe they are unstoppable and will walk away as champions. However, Bahlabani Bantwa plan to reveal their secret game plan on match day. This is the Carling Knockout Final. Witness Orlando Pirates versus Marumo Gallants on Saturday, 6 December at 5 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC One. Then at 6 p.m. on SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
You know what? As I got to studios today, I bumped into a person as I was driving on the side of the road. It was a gardener, and I promise you, he looked so distinguished. Like he went up. Well, I told him through the window. I said, "Listen, first of all, you look like a Mfundisi. Like he looks like this priest, this minister." And he had this big chuckle. And then I said, "But seriously, you look like the splitting image of Sam Nujoma, the former Namibian head, right, leader." And I said, maybe this is just your part-time job, but that's your real job because you just look it. Of course, we had this good chuckle, and then I went on my way, and it got me thinking. Have you experienced that before as well, where you see someone, you know it's not him. So of course, I know it's not Sam Nujoma, right? But the image, the splitting image, is just so identical in many ways that you just can't help but link the two together. So how often does it happen to you? And if so, who was that person? I'd love to know. Now you can WhatsApp us 0614 with a voice note because we can't take your live calls now, only because it's a big day at the Madlanga Commission and the police minister on special leave, Senzim Kunu, he's been testifying at the commission early on, and Kunu explained what he meant when he said that the PKTT should be disbanded immediately. Well, right now, the evidence leader is one of the voices, the two you'll hear. You'll hear Senzim Kunu, and then you'll also hear Advocate Matlape Sello, right, who's been questioning the minister. But I think as I talk to you right now, this is what happens with the live broadcasts getting to the Madlanga Commission. I think they may have just had a temporary adjournment of sorts. So let's see if I say cross to them, it's a case of crossing, yes, no, maybe. I think there's an adjournment. So what I'll do then is it's a chance for me to take your calls right away. Now to call in live, it's 086 000 2032. And you don't only have to talk about the Madlanga Commission. You can also talk about the FIFA World Cup draw, which happens at 7 p.m. this evening, okay? And South Africa, after a long period of absence, 2010 was the last time we played in the Football World Cup. We're in the draw of 48 teams. Have you had a look at the possibilities? And if so, what for you has been South Africa's best case scenario? Meaning the weakest group you potentially can get into, and what would be the worst case scenario? I wonder what you may think. And of course, you do know with this 48 team group, 48 teams playing in the World Cup, you have knockout stages that starts with 32 teams, not with 16. So it's a lot more difficult to not qualify for the knockout stages, if I can put it that way. But fine. So that's the calls. You can tweet us as well. Hashtag the National Pulse, tag SAfm Radio and myself, Ashraf Garda. And if you have that story like the Sen Nujoma one that I just spoke about, someone that you've connected with that you like, oh my goodness, this person is the splitting image of a world figure or someone very renowned, a public figure, who would that have been? Your calls we go to Danielton first up. Tebogo, you start, you get the ball rolling. Hello.
Thank you.
I'm good indeed, right? What's your point?
My point is that
You never what, sorry?
I never thought I'd see the day President Macron corner.
Oh, okay, but you've seen it today.
I've seen it today and I'm loving everything about the Madlanga Commission. I'm loving everything. I believe this Madlanga Commission will find it.
But when you say you specifically, just so that we get it right, which is the part, because he's been speaking since yesterday. What is the one single part that he was asked and responded that effectively saw you saying, "Hey, he's cornered"?
When he was asked if he validated the allegations he's mentioned, he didn't validate. He had not to this country. No, the dismantling you meant to bring the thing apart, and he didn't make sense.
Okay, did not make sense. And you've identified that. All right, Tebogo, thank you for that. By the way, just thank you for that. Let's get more calls and certainly WhatsApp comments, whatever it is you want to get off your chest. I've just given you some examples. By the way, I've heard that the musician Pops Mohammed had passed away sometime this morning. He was already been buried, before lunchtime, very, very quickly, according to Islamic rites. Very early burial. Quite a legend. I've been looking at tributes from people like Firdaus Bubulia and Ismail Mohammed, the playwright, as well as Jay Naidu and many others who know him. Quite the legend as well. So just a thought on that. I understand the break is because they're trying to sort out Nkono's hearing aid. It's been the subject of big topics. You know that, right? From one saying the only reason he's got this hearing aid is because he has had someone whispering in his ear literally every moment. And the other is like, no, he said actually that, no, I've had a problem with my hearing and I want to hear every word very clearly. So therefore I brought my hearing aid. But subsequently, they then said, okay, that's fine, but then you can use our hearing aid, not your hearing aid. So drama within the drama. And talking about the drama, let's get back now to the Madlanga Commission.
This is before the disbandment. So my question was, which is where we broke, having received such reports about her from an investigation initiated by you, when you are then finished with the allegations she makes only on Facebook against an entity you are politically responsible for, why do you take her allegations at face value and not interrogate them? Or cause at least for the issues raised therein to be properly investigated before you act upon them?
What happened after I received the report, it was with advice, and I did exactly that I should avoid speaking to her, and I had not spoken to her when I received the advice, and I kept it that way. I've never spoken to her. What I do is when I see something that she would have written, I just read and leave it like that. So I'm not relying on this. I'm just indicating it as something in the environment, not necessarily to say, yes, why did you rely on this? That's why I said reliance is quite heavy loaded for what actually is represented here. Here, I'm just throwing things that came into, simply because the report also said, in some cases, yes, she would say something that is reliable, but in most of the cases, no. So I don't put any weight to the extent that it would have been taken to influence me into disband. And most of the time she writes about crime intelligence more than NPKT2.
So you place these issues before the commission under a specific heading, human rights concerns emanating from the public, and under that heading, you include Ms. Mashal's Facebook claims. You state at your paragraph 71, these being reports from civil society actors, whistleblowers, SAPS members, Parliament, you clarified the issue of Parliament with Commissioner Baloyi, and members of the public. You say these raised concerns about human rights abuses by members of the NPKTT, governance failures affecting various temporary and ad hoc task teams, including but not limited to the NPKTT. They formed part of the broader pattern of structural issues with SAPS that required ministerial attention. So based on what I read, my understanding is Ms. Mashale's Facebook postings, notwithstanding what you subsequently learned of her based on your investigations, they required and received your attention as the minister, the ministerial attention. Is that so?
You would recall that Commissioner Baloyi asked me some questions in relation to categories, and I said the names of people,
Yes, at paragraph 73.
the list,
Yes.
are people in SAPS, and we engaged with them openly and all of that. And she asked the question, specific, are these people part of those who complained about PKTT? And I said no. Now, those that complained about PKTT, who would be associated with that statement that you've just made, are those that are in the envelope. She's out of them. She has nothing to do with those.
Okay.
I was merely at a high level indicating what came into the environment, but there's no decision because all the decisions that we took in relation to complaints brought to us were from people who are indicated here
Yes.
clearly.
Yes.
And we did follow them.
So then, we must accept that when you speak of human rights concerns emanating from the public, that doesn't extend to the claims made by Ms. Mashale in her Facebook postings, which postings you have shared with the Commission. She doesn't fall in that category of those who advance concerns regarding human rights abuse.
She calls herself a whistleblower.
Okay. I'll put it differently. What value do you ask the Commission to attach to Ms. Mashale's Facebook posts, considering that you have confirmed that you did not test the veracity of the claims she advances? So what value are you asking the Commission to place on that?
I'm not asking the Commission to put or not to put any value of whatever weight. I'm merely saying this is one of the things that came into my environment during that particular period.
Yes.
But I had a qualification for it based on the advice that I got from IGI, who didn't say she is absolutely untrustworthy or whatever. He just advised that, well, most of the time this is the case. Some of the things she says are true, some of them are not true, and all of that. And I avoided talking to her directly and so on. This is just environmental, not the commissioners, if there were to be a privilege of advice as you request, I would say that this is an environmental issue. And when I discussed with National Commissioner, we described it as an environmental issue.
And it can be environmental in the manner, I guess, we all understand. It's a environmental issue. Not, I shouldn't think trees and streams when you say environmental. Just, I don't want us to talk past one another.
Okay.
Okay. Except the challenges here, Minister, the caution you applied to her material following the IGI investigation, you overlooked in your statement to disclose to the commissioners to say, so that they know that they're being given this information, but there's a caution that don't rely on that because the author of those claims is, I won't say questionable, I don't know what the report was. But you didn't attach any
Correct.
caution, at least for the benefit of the commissioners. Why didn't you?
Correct.
Yeah.
That was oversight.
Okay.
My apology.
Then, as I said, in your statement, you start with Ms. Mary De Haas. Sorry.
May I? You want to? Okay. Minister, still about Ms. Mashale. I am concerned that you now disavow your reliance on her as one of the factors or people you took into account in your decision to disband the PKTT. And here's why I have that concern. In paragraph 71, which we looked at, you list her. You said she's a member of the public. I don't have a difficulty with that, who made complaints about the NPKTT. But then when you go to 77, paragraph 77, the heading is Patricia Mashale. You say there, on or about 18 September, I was appointed. My attention was brought to posts on social media by a whistleblower. I don't have a difficulty with you refer to her as a whistleblower, Ms. Mashale. And then here's what you say. You say, Ms. Mashale made serious allegations against General Masemula, Lieutenant General Kumalo, and the NPKTT. So you say she's made allegations about the NPKTT. You've given us a list of posts, of Facebook posts that were made for her. I have read them more than once. Nowhere do they refer to the PKTT, her posts. Not a single one of them. They refer to General Kumalo, they refer to other people, they refer to crime intelligence. Nowhere is there a reference of the PKTT. So it is not correct that you say she made allegations about the PKTT, and I think you do need to correct that.
Point taken,
Yes.
Commissioner.
So there were no allegations from her about the PKTT.
Correct.
Yes, so you couldn't have correctly or validly taken her posts into account in your decision to disband the PKTT.
Not at all.
Okay,
Not at all.
thank you. And you do confirm, just for completeness, you do confirm, we won't go into the posts. I know they're in a bundle here, and there were quite a number of them that I looked at. But just the summary of her posts from paragraph 78 of your statement up to 86. None of, in fact, 86 is your conclusion. Up to 85, none of those annexures make a reference to the PKTT. You confirm that? So from what you've done is from
85,
yeah, up to 85, you've got annexure. At 85, it's now SM13. None of those annexures make any reference whatsoever to the PKTT.
Yes, that's why, Commissioner, I said any complaint about PKTT comes from the envelope, not from the list, neither is it from
Ms. Mashal.
these other categories here.
Okay.
Including Mr. Haas.
Okay, so when you say at 86.4, concerns that certain task team structures were susceptible, remember, maybe let me start at 86 at the top. The top of 86, it says, that sentence says, the disclosures made by Mashale, Ms. Mashale, expose the following structural issues, and then you list them. And then in 86.4, you say it exposes concerns that certain task team structures were susceptible to manipulation or abuse. Ms. Mashale doesn't speak of any task teams that are being abused or manipulated, but more specifically the NPKTT.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's then turn to Ms. De Haas's allegations that you cite under that heading. You deal with Ms. De Haas from paragraph 74. And you state, at page 27 of your statement, I also noted complaints from Ms. Mary De Haas, an academic and long-standing observer of policing oversight issues in KwaZulu-Natal. These complaints are attached here to and marked SM8. SM8 is your annexure, and it will be in file 2 of your statement, yes, file 2. SM8 starts at, have you
Yes,
located it?
I have it.
Like, it starts at page 265. You see that?
Yes.
So let's then look at your SM8. On my reading, it is actually made up of multiple documents, and I would like that we won't deal with all of them, but I note from SM8 that at 274, Ms. Dihas, on the 31st of October 2024, wrote a letter specifically to you, the Honorable Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo Mkunu, and this appears to have been dispatched per email. Are you at 274?
Yes.
Just for the record, you confirm, well, I take it you confirm receiving this document because you are the one providing it to the Commission.
Yes.
Thank you. And this letter is quite a lengthy one, but I just want to highlight some aspects. And it starts under item 1. This letter and its 3 appendices is to request that, for reasons I set out fully below, you take urgent and appropriate action to deal with the abuses and gross wastage of personnel and financial resources by the irregularly constituted political task team. Do you see that?
Yes.
I continue. In this regard, I request you, 1.1, instruct the National Commissioner SAPS to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary, and wasteful political killings task team and send its investigators back to the detective units established provincially and nationally in terms of the SAPS legislation. The National Commissioner must immediately stop the deployment of General Kumalo, who heads CIS, to this task team, which he did not have the qualifications and experience to command in the first place. Why was he allowed to occupy both positions, for neither of which he has qualifications at the same time? I'll pause there for a moment. Did you respond to Ms. Dihas's letter?
Possibly we did by acknowledging correspondence as we normally do, but I didn't substantively respond.
Okay. And is it fair to assume that in that letter, one of the first things you raised with Ms. Dihas is that she errs when she considers the political killings task team to be irregularly constituted, because you know differently? Did you bring that to her attention?
As I say, I didn't respond to her substantively.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Perhaps let's start here. Do you recall what issues you could potentially have raised in your response? You can't, off the top of your head.
I didn't respond substantively to her.
Okay, how did you respond then? I get it's not substantively. I'm trying to
yes.
understand.
It would just be acknowledgement or of receipt of what she wrote, but not substantively.
Also, in your response to her, you didn't engage with the content of her letter?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Well, I felt that it was sufficient to acknowledge that I received the letter, but without necessarily substantive follow-up on the matters.
So then it has got to be that you took the content of her communication, this letter, seriously. It required no further engagement with Ms. Dihas nor verification, because we know from your statement that those are as some of the PKTT issues and challenges that you had in mind when you decided to disband. So you took on board what Ms. Dihas told you. Regarding the PKTT in this instance, She goes broader, of course, in that letter against various senior personnel within SAPS. But let's confine ourselves to PKTT. You accepted her allegations as she advances against PKTT, and they informed your decision to disband, amongst others.
No, not to that extent.
Okay, to which?
I just read what she was saying, and we acknowledged the receipt, not to say that it would have played any role to whatever extent when I wrote the letter.
So this letter too does not reflect the human rights abuse concerns that you enumerate under that heading in your statement.
I indicate that in my statement, insofar as she indicated those things to me as part of what I received, not to say it would have been the only factor that I saw this and then it influenced me. It is just something that I acknowledged, but it is, I must say that I am aware, other than from her, of what I indicate here, and part of it is in the allegations made by the 8 people. So it was merely to indicate, but I know that there are other people outside this. In fact, it could be more than 2 in the 8 who had specific cases that could be interpreted as of human rights abuse.
I'm a little confused, Minister. Did you take this letter into account when you made your decision on 31st December 2024?
Not necessarily the letter, but I took what I had picked up in the process into consideration. I had that, but without necessarily attaching a weight that could be interpreted as having influenced you to write the allegation. There are structural issues, there are budget issues and other issues that were more weighty than this. This I threw in as part of the environment.
So the similarity between the language used in this letter and your disbandment letter, purely coincidental?
Purely coincidental. I didn't memorize anything.
You didn't have it with you when you wrote your disbandment letter?
No. In fact, most of the letters, and I suppose this is one of the letters, the way we do it in the office, PAs would present a letter. There's a letter here, Minister. It comes from so-and-so and so-and-so. Summarize the content. The complaint is about 1, 2, 3. Write acknowledgement and file the letter. And I didn't have it at all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Steve, you say before your engagement with Commissioner Khumalo, your response to my question was that this was not the only factor, correct? The contents of this letter.
Yes.
Is it correct to say that it was one of the factors?
It would be correct to say it was one of the factors, in a sense that I'm putting it, because the factors, when you do something, you don't weight them the same.
Yes.
But even if they are all factors. Okay. Yes.
Now, that is important to know because she raises a number of issues. So I'll just perhaps go through a few to see which played a role in this decision. But before I do so, I would like invite your comment to her paragraph 1.2. And that, remember, she said, in this regard, I request you to, we dealt with the first sub-point at 1.1, now I'm at 1.2, still at page 274. And she says, prioritize the establishment of a judicial oversight body to investigate the dockets taken by the task team, including but not exclusively the 3 matters I provide details of in the annexure. Since there is a great deal of other information about grossly irregular conduct of this task team, the investigative mandate of such a body must be wider than these 3 cases. Then she says, there is a great deal more information about the suspicious and criminal actions of this task team. I don't have to go beyond that. My first question to you is, did you understand what judicial oversight body Ms. De Haas was calling for?
Not to the extent that I engaged her on it, just on reading what she was saying.
But just from the reading here, were you able to appreciate what she's talking about? Or what she's asking of you to do?
I think I understood. Judicial, where you appoint a judge to investigate.
You wouldn't have if it's a judicial inquiry, I speak under correction perhaps, but I've always understood that to be the preserve of the president. Is that what she had in mind, or?
Exactly, because that any judicial inquiry is appointed by the president. I just saw that and understood it in that particular context.
So her request to you that you establish one, it's doesn't make sense. She doesn't understand how the law works and how the systems work, right? Would it be fair to say so?
It would be fair.
Yeah, okay.
It would be fair.
I think the most important part of that subparagraph is the claims she makes. And she says there's a great deal of information about the grossly irregular conduct of this task team. The investigative mandate of such a body must be wider than the 3 cases. So she specifically says there is a lot of other information regarding the grossly irregular conduct of the PKTT. Do you see where I am? Because this is the PKTT she's talking about here. And for avoidance of doubt that it is the PKTT, her subject line in the letter reads as follows, a call for the immediate disbandment of the SAPS political killings team under the command of General Kumalo and the urgent establishment of a judicial oversight body to investigate task team operations and cases and related matters. So we know this is the task PKTT she's talking about. And she alleges that it is guilty of a great deal of grossly irregular conduct. Did that concern you?
Well, on eyesight, as you read, you do get concerns.
Yes.
But you read and the extent of allegations, wide nature, and the way she writes, just too many things all at the same time. You get the impression that she's all over.
Yes.
And you end up with that kind of a taste in your mind.
Yes. And it is quite a long letter, and she covers various topics.
Yes.
And I think I appreciate your challenge, but matters such as what I have read would surely strike you once there are allegations of gross irregularities by an officially established task team of SAPS. Is a matter that really would be of concern. I would expect it to be to you. Would it?
I'm saying, insofar as you read, you come across.
Yes.
It sounds like that.
Yes.
But you go on and read, you finish. You have that kind of a mixed feeling. up until possibly you get to an incident that there could be a concrete reference that could be there or referenced, and then you would be able to raise your level. But it's not like you want not to read what she has written. You want to read. She's quite, especially those of us who come from KZN, we recognized her as a person of substance and sound mind for quite a long time, and very helpful during the dark days of the apartheid era and struggle for liberation era. So from that background, you don't cut off and say, I no longer, but
Yes.
you know, but your extent of attention to detail follows the pattern of writing, if I could describe it as such.
If then I can just test my understanding, sorry, to use your words, she's all over. So you say you start reading as you go on. It's half a book. Are you suggesting that whilst it may have struck you being on the first page, that there are allegations of gross irregular conduct by PKTT members?
Yes.
As you read on, by the time you reach the end of the document, you question yourself seriously about the validity of the claims advanced. Is that?
You do have those questions raised, especially despite the fact that she also wrote to Parliament and raised more or less similar issues, I mean, to the Portfolio Committee.
Yes.
But you do have that, but you are not saying you don't recognize.
Indeed.
You haven't read anything. You don't leave with that impression that I've read nothing. You say there is something that she's saying, but you leave it at that.
So then, based on that explanation you gave, we shouldn't expect you to have acted on that claim and investigate these grossly irregular conduct. Because as you say, she goes on and on and on until you basically question yourself whether there is substance to her allegations.
Yeah, because unless they refer to specifics.
Yes.
If she says there's more information, there's more information, you can hardly, unless you really are dedicated to check what those things are.
Okay. I'll skip 275. She deals with other issues there under 2 and 3. I'll go to 4. And at 276, she starts with General Khumalo. She says the background of General Khumalo is of relevance. It is rather late in the day for us to engage with the detail of what she sets out in there. Except perhaps to point out that in relation to this issue regarding General Khumalo, she states, in 2018, former disgraced Subs-National Commissioner Cele, who himself is implicated in at least 2 serious criminal cases which have been opened, has been appointed Minister of Police, had been appointed Minister of Police. He's believed to have arranged a placement for Khumalo, whom he probably knew from the 1970s in the KZN, in the political killings team. Then she speaks of Khumalo being the head of PKTT, makes quite a couple of many allegations. But the important thing is at the bottom of 276, she concludes that at the end of 2022, Khumalo was appointed by Cele to head SAPS crime intelligence, having no training or experience in that field either. So he currently occupies both positions. Recent media reports refer to serious allegations against him by other CIS general, or by another CIS general, in brackets, who is alleging that attempts to dismiss him are malicious. in matters relating to Kumalo, I have made reports to Parliament from 2021. Are you aware, or did you engage Parliament at any level and in any form about these matters that Ms. De Haas had brought to the attention of Parliament regarding General Kumalo? Did you make inquiries or try to find out?
No.
This is General Kumalo, head of crime intelligence. That's a very senior post. You were not inclined to even inquire?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I wouldn't say I was not inclined, but I didn't.
Okay. I find it quite odd, because if we go back to your paragraph 73, where you list all these HR issues by various lieutenant generals and major generals, you engage with the issues and you even appoint the deputy minister to resolve the issue. Now, these are lower ranking officials within SAPS, and here you are confronted with allegations against a senior member, no less than the head of crime intelligence, SAPS. And we are told that Parliament has been made aware of these issues, but you don't engage with those ones. You don't.
Not really. I didn't engage Parliament.
Then at 6, at 277, she's got cases there she refers to, says you'll note that in the 3 cases detailed in the annexures, there are other common themes, all linked in one way or another to political interference by former police minister Gele. And based on what she had said above, the political interference would be interference within the SAPS environment. Did you understand it the same?
Yes.
Now, if you have a former minister interfering politically in that environment, was it not incumbent upon you to do something? And if the question is, what do you do? I would say the first would be to engage the president. You didn't think to have a discussion with the president, more so as the 3 of you, the president, yourself, and as I understand, Minister Gele, are from the same political party. So even if you don't do it through the official channels of the executive, that you can do it within the political sphere, within the same political party. That you have concerns that the former minister is interfering in SAPS affairs. You didn't do that.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Now, it goes on in that vein, but seeing as I think your response will be you did not act upon any of our allegations, you didn't make further inquiries. But these claims advanced by her are some of the issues you took into consideration in disbanding the team. That is why you placed them before the commission. Is that a fair conclusion?
Less of particular claims, more of what you see as it is, that she wrote, and I'm saying to the commission, she wrote.
Yes.
And this is what she wrote.
Now, you didn't investigate any of her claims in circumstances where you have the absolute resources to do so. What, Minister, are you asking the commission to do with the contents of that letter and those claims? I dare say the commission has got far less resources than your office would have to investigate these claims. What are you asking the commission to do?
Well, I'm asking the commission to see what I saw,
Okay.
and then the commission will decide.
But you would like the commission, having seen what you saw, to then understand that what you didn't take these issues into consideration in disbanding the task team?
That I didn't take.
That you didn't, or you did take them into consideration. Where do we land?
Not in the sense of all these matters that are indicated here, but in the sense of her having raised some issues.
Yes.
I said, one of the people who wrote to me is this one, this is what she wrote. But without necessarily picking up a specific issue and saying whatever I would have said in writing. In writing the directives, I was just focused on the issues that I raised.
Yes. I hear your answer. I'm somewhat struggling to understand it, but the fault is mine. I've had a long day, so I don't lay that at your doorstep. As long as the commissioners understand, that's the most important. Thank you, thank you.
So can I just understand that last part, Minister, what you've said there? In the context of this conversation that you exchanged, that you've been having with Ms. Silo, are you saying you did take into account the issues raised by Ms. Dihas as contained in the documents that you have placed before us in your decision? Is it part of what you took into account, or you did not?
I didn't, in the sense of issues, picking up this issue that she's raising, that issue, and then say these issues are two or three of the issues, and I'm now accepting them as part of factors. But in the context of her writing about various issues as a violence monitor, I just said, what did Mary say, or what is she saying? She's saying what she's saying here, what she said in the portfolio committee, and I'm making it available to the commission, and nothing beyond.
Okay, so if we listing the factors that you took into account,
yes.
If we create a table of the factors you took into account, should we exclude the Mary Dihas submissions to you? We should say, no, the minister did not take anything that Mary Dihas said to him in his decision to disband the PKTT. I'm asking the question in that way to try and understand what you did with these submissions from Ms. Dihas.
Exactly that, because I didn't go through them as I sat down to write, to say, I'm picking up this, if I remembered at all. I don't recall recalling what is contained here. It was merely to say, people who ever said something to me made allegations of whatever nature, of whatever extent, validity. These are the ones who I read about or I came across. So I would say, by and large, the commission will apply their mind. I applied my mind, not to get into detail, not to pick up anything, because, as I say, not to go to the president about them, not to go to parliament about them. So the commission will make up their mind.
Yeah, well, we're not making up our mind, to use your language, in a vacuum. We get the documents, we read them, we make up our minds about them. We're not doing that.
Okay.
We look at your decision. Remember, the terms of reference require us to also look at whether any member of the executive abetted, aided, is complicit in the infiltration. Something that I know it's not the exact wording, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
There's that term of reference. So when we look at Dihas's documents that you have placed before us and what you say in the statement about her, we look at it for the purpose of determining if it influenced your decision in any way, because that's our only interest, is did Ms. Dihas have anything to do with the decision of the minister? That's why Commissioner Kumalo asks you, is it a coincidence that your letter looks like hers? It's because we are looking at, you've given us this document from Ms. Dihas. Do you give them to us because you say, yeah, look at that, those 100 pages. That's part of what I took into account. That's one possibility why you place them before us. Or we say, well, we've listened to the minister. He's told us that Meridihas is completely irrelevant to his decision to disband the PKTT. I'm trying to get that kind of clarity for myself. Is she completely irrelevant?
Specifically, she is not relevant on these matters, but human rights issues are relevant.
Yeah, Minister, let's take it slow. My question, Ms. Dihas writes to you with a whole lot of demands and telling you what must happen. And then she gives you, either she gives you or you got hold of these documents. And we're interested in the period before you made your decision, not what you went and said in Parliament.
Yes.
We are interested to see what role did she play in your decision making, right? And so I ask the question with that context or that background. Is she, what she gave to you, her letter to you, and anything else that she has said, whether directly to you or publicly, before the 29th of December, before you made the decision, was any of it relevant in your making the decision to disband the PKTT?
No.
No. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. If we can turn then to, we're still staying with SM8, but now we're at page 265. And here I am just highlighting one or two things, because as with the claims of Ms. Dihas, they relate to criminal and irregular conduct by member of SAPS, except she raises them insofar as they relate to the PKTT, okay? So now we turn to this document at 265. This is an official complaint registration form for the Portfolio Committee on Police in Parliament. You brought it to the Commission and I raise it with you because if you turn to page 267, there is a specific question there that appears in the form. It appears like a pro forma question. Where have you taken your complaint before approaching Parliament? And the response Ms. Dihas fills in is, it was sent to the Minister of Police on the same day as it was sent to Parliament. You see where I'm reading? The second box at page 267, just above the box is a question, where have you taken your complaint before approaching Parliament? And her response is typed in the box below that, and the first line is, it was sent to the Minister of Police on the same day as it was sent to Parliament. You see that?
Well, yes, I see that middle box.
Yes.
Yes, I'm trying to read it.
I say why I am bringing this to your attention is it would appear that these issues that are set out in this document to Parliament, as Ms. Dihas claims, were also brought to your attention.
Yes.
Is she correct in that regard?
To say...
Says it was sent to the Minister of Police on the same day it was sent to Parliament.
Probably,
Okay.
although
Because,
I don't have both dates. Yeah.
this would look like a retyped version because at the original that is signed by Ms. Dihas starts at page 268. And I think it's dated it's signed by her 4 November 2024. So it would appear that somebody, it's not the most legible, so it appears like somebody rewrote it, or because this version is unsigned, but it is exactly the same. So we assume this is the one that you received, probably on or after the 4th of November 2024.
Yes.
Okay. Now, once again, she repeats her call for the disbandment of the irregularly constituted political task team headed by General Kumalo and calls for an urgent need for an oversight body and audit of task team funding. Now, one of the reasons, I think, or as part of the reasons, you advanced for the disbandment of the PKTT was a cost issue you raised in your statement. Am I just in summary?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, this document at page 265 states, okay, under the statement of complaint, there is a box split in two. The upper portion is a smaller box than the bottom one. Do you see that?
Yes, I hope what.
Okay, I want to draw attention to the bigger box now, the second one, where she starts with the words, please see attached letter. Do you see where I'm reading?
Where she says what?
Please see attached letter and 3 annexures for full details.
Minister.
265.
265.
Yes, there's the heading, Minister, statement of complaint.
Official
Do you see
complaint.
That? The statement of complaint. There's a heading like that. Do you see that?
Oh, yes, in the middle.
Roughly halfway.
Yes, I see that.
Then there's the smaller box with 3 lines. You see that?
I see that.
Then
I call
the
for-
next
oh,
one.
I see.
Please see attached.
Please see, yes, I see that now.
I'm indebted, Chair, thank you. It says, please see attached letter and 3 annexures for full details. I need to add that since sending an advance copy to the committee secretary and to the Minister of Police on Friday, 1 November, allegations made by other police members about excessive expenditure by members of this team have apparently been confirmed by a report I received over the weekend that the Provincial Commissioner of SAPS, General Mkwanazi, approved funds for accommodation at the luxury Umhlanga Rocks Hotel Oyster Box and upmarket bed and breakfast establishments in the same Umhlanga Rocks area, and that as a consequence there is insufficient money for petrol for some police vehicles. I'll stop there. Now this talks to money issues, and the last I checked on Oyster Box, exceptionally irregular use of money, of funds, SAPS funds, particularly when she says she has a report of this kind of expenditure by General Mkwanazi with the result that there is insufficient money for petrol for some police vehicles. That would definitely affect the proper functioning of the police if this is correct. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
And that would be a matter that would be of some concern to you.
Yes, correct.
Having received this, because this claim is slightly different from the claim set out in the letter of the 10th of October, so it's a further claim. Did you investigate or cause for an investigation to be undertaken?
No.
May I ask why not?
In the same context that you would receive a lot of stuff about a lot of issues quite frequently, such that you deem it enough to read
Okay.
if you come across such, but you don't necessarily, do an investigation. You
Okay.
see it as an allegation made by Mr. Haas, but you don't get it up to that level of investigation.
And when we turn to page 266,
260.
266,
Okay.
yes. Overleaf,
Yes.
then beyond the midway of the page, there are 2 boxes. The second box, under the question, what do you want the Portfolio Committee on Police to do? Then she states under 1 and 2, what she was asking of the portfolio committee. I would like us to look at item 2 in her response, because where she starts the second sentence, third line, under item 2, that reads, there must be an audit of funds allocated to this team for, quite apart from its gross abuses of suspects and others, the fact that it has achieved virtually nothing in terms of solving well-known politically linked cases in the 6 years it has operated confirms that it is a complete waste of taxpayers' money and raises serious questions about its real agenda being politically driven. Do you see where I'm reading?
Yes, I see.
Two questions here. She speaks of gross abuse of suspects and others by this team. Is that your understanding, since
That
becoming the minister, that this team is guilty of gross abuse of suspects and others?
I'm aware that she made that.
No, are you aware of the claim that she makes?
Yes.
Okay, now, do you know the PKTT to be involved in gross abuses of suspects and others, you, Minister, personally?
No, I don't have.
When you receive this document, and I will assume that it's a serious matter, if it were ever to be held to be true, once again, you did not seek to inquire into the correctness of the claim or to even, investigate, at least with General Masemola, about the issue, this particular issue raised. You didn't do that.
No.
Why not?
It's in the same context that
Oh, okay.
I raised before. You read, you keep, but you don't necessarily follow up.
This particular point is relevant because in the course of your testimony yesterday, you referenced the case of Mr. Kashana Mtunu, you recall?
Yes.
And you commented that which happened in 2018, and actually which was the trigger for the president's eventual decision to establish an IMC, you recall that?
Yes.
And you allege that nothing had been done in that case since then. You still stand by that statement?
Not that nothing has been done.
Okay.
What I specifically said is that I'm not aware of anybody who has been convicted.
Oh.
However, I'm aware of 4 people who have been charged for conspiracy to murder.
Okay.
And 1 person charged for murder.
Okay.
Those are the people that I'm aware of.
And those would be, to your understanding, the hitman, the supervisor, coordinator, stroke middleman, and the ward councillor who was a part of the plot for that murder. Are you aware those were the people who were arrested?
Yes, I know that there were 7 people who
Yes.
were arrested originally. 2 are out, and then 5 are remaining.
Okay.
And they are as I described them.
And are you aware that after their arrest, the matter was set down for trial for the 26th of March 2024, and that the accused were initially denied bail, but were subsequently granted bail of 10,000 each by the High Court? Are you aware of those facts?
Yes, how I am aware of is I'm aware through family, just
Yes.
updating me from a distance. Yeah.
Now, if you're aware of all those facts, and you appreciate that they have appeared in court, they have been charged, the matter has been set down for trial. In fact, they appeared for trial at 26 March 2024. Is it appropriate to blame the PKTT regarding the lack, the delay in conclusion of the trials and possible convictions.
I'm not blaming them.
Oh, I misunderstood you yesterday.
Yes.
I do apologize.
Okay.
I think just one last issue, and this is an issue you raise at your reason number. Your reason number three for your decision to disband the PKTT. And you state third, sub-budgetary and organizational obligations, including National Treasury instruction, and you list them.
Sorry, Mr. Lo, are you done with you're not going to speak to the Ms. Berger complaint? You're done with that topic, that theme?
You can proceed.
Okay, maybe before you go to the budget then. Minister, earlier we confirmed, or you confirmed, that where you said Parliament in paragraph 71, you meant Mr. Adams.
Yes.
Okay. What was the complaint that Mr. Adams raised with you?
He was complaining about him opening a case, first in the Western Cape and second in Gauteng, and there being no follow-up. And it's a matter we took to the National Commissioner, who responded, and we then conveyed the response as such. I got to understand that there was another complaint to the Chief of Staff, who then took that complaint to IDAC.
Okay. And that complaint, we've heard about it in the commission, but
Yes.
it has also played out publicly. I just want to confirm
Yes.
that it's the complaint against General Kumalo, and I think other people as well, to do with the appointment of somebody to the SAPS.
If I'm not mistaken, yes.
Yes, that's my understanding. So then, that kind of complaint, how could you have taken it into account, or how could it be a factor in your decision to disband as one of the matters that occupied you in your disbandment decision, because it on the face of it, it has nothing to do with the PKTT?
Well, I do indicate in the first paragraph, as I did, that there are matters that came as complaints, like the ones that are from the people that I listed, which had nothing to do with, so my listing of that doesn't mean that all those categories of people who made complaints necessarily became a factor.
Okay, so Mr. Adams, his complaint to you is completely irrelevant to your decision to
different,
disband
yes,
the PKTT.
it is something else.
Okay,
Yeah.
so to the extent that we understood it as part of the concerns that you took into account, we are wrong. We shouldn't. That's not what you were conveying.
Not on the yes.
Okay, and the fourth here, because you do discuss in your statement, just so that after you have left the witness stand, we must not say we didn't hear how you explain this. If you go to your statement, and I think I'm trying to find where it starts. I'm told it's at page 32 of your statement.
Yes, I'm on it.
It starts at paragraph 87. You make mention there of a News 24 article about two attorneys who were arrested, and then you say the report says it's by the National, the NKPTT. Firstly, to note, this was before your appointment as a minister, this arrest.
Yes.
Okay, that was in March
May.
2024,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Now, you refer to the News 24 and you refer to a Daily Maverick report in May 2024, which reported on this. Is this one of the things you took into account?
It's one of the things that I read.
Yeah, you didn't take that into account in your decision. It didn't inform your decision.
Look, it's one of the things I read and I became aware, but I didn't say I'm going to put it as a factor, because I didn't speak to Ms. Bradley. I merely looked at it and said, in the category of some complaints about human rights, there's this that has been flagged, this that has been flagged.
Okay, so we should accept that it's not a factor that you took into account.
Yes.
Okay.
I indicate somewhere as well that there is a claim or an indication that she has applied to come to the commission herself, and therefore I leave it at that.
Okay, all right. Now, I'm just confirming that because it appears under your heading about human rights abuses by the NKPTT, as you refer to it, and I just wanted to be sure that is this one of those cases of abuse that you did not verify but you took into account, but you say you did not take into account.
Yes.
It didn't inform your decision. Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I had asked us to go to page 57 of your statement, Minister.
Page?
57. And there I just want to, paragraph 170, you deal with the third reason, and you highlight SAP's budgetary and organizational obligations.
Yes.
And as we've come to learn, General Dimpane is responsible for that side of things for SAPS, correct?
Yes.
Is that your understanding as well? And General Dimpane, I am sure you are well aware, made a statement to the ad hoc committee and appeared before the ad hoc committee. She, however, has not appeared before this commission yet.
Yes.
You have a file, exhibit 1 of 2. Yes, 1 of 2. Annexure CJC 54.5. And that would start at page 163. Yes.
As you know, the person being questioned is the Police Minister on Special Leave, Senzo Nkunu. And as soon as we can, we'll be right back. This is the National Pulse. Thanks for listening.
Spurs are counting up this particular file, so it's most likely still to be in your box.
And you said page?
Page 163.
I have the pamphlet.
As you will note, Minister, from that document, it's the statement General Dimpane submitted to the ad hoc committee. She has since formally communicated with this commission to our secretary on the 4th of December 2025 that she submits the same statement to this commission, and it should be treated as a statement for the commission. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, on this one, I would like us to start at page 178. We are dealing with the cost issue. And if you're at 178 at her paragraph 15, she speaks of these various deployments, interventions, task teams, and operations, and states that these have been coordinated and managed by SAPS over multiple financial years. You don't quibble with that claim, do you?
I'm aware of that.
Yes. And if you go over leaf, she then sets out a table. She has titled it Table B, and she records expenditures per task team over the period, their respective periods of existence. And you will note that, because now we're having conversation about funding and budget, the most expensive is the illicit mining, only Kara funding, at 1.1 billion over a 3-year period, 2023-24, up to 2025-26, and that is up to the 30th of September 2025. Now, my question is, based on what you have testified to thus far, and the budgetary constraints and the concerns you have, would it be fair to assume that you have expressed your concerns regarding the expenditure pattern of that particular task team, or not?
Illicit mining.
Yes, illicit mining, the first on the table, yes.
Yeah, at some point we did discuss expenditure with National Commissioner, but it was in the context when we needed to take part in getting the illegal miners from underground at a particular point in December, January, that we didn't have money to do that.
Yeah, and I note that in the financial year 25-26, and that normally starts on the 1st of April of any year, yes.
1 April.
By the 30th of September, 294 million had been expended towards that task team, contrasting that with the political task team, which stands at 16 million. So I need to understand, if you are able to help me, why you would have such serious cost concerns when it comes to the PKTT, to a point that you order that it must be disestablished, when its expenditure in the first 6 months is 16 million, but a later established task team has already expended 294 million in the same period of 6 months, and that whatever concern you may have on that is not enough for you to act upon it. Why would that be?
Well, contexts are different. In the first place, they indicate that the source of money is Kara, not the actual budget allocated by Treasury to us.
But it's still public funds, if I understand this, or is it private funds?
Kara,
it's from public.
It comes from public,
yes,
from money that gets collected and so on.
Yes.
Now, but I'm merely making a difference that it comes from Kara, not from the budget. But two, as I did indicate, that we would have loved that 16 million that you're referring to is expenditure associated with murder and robbery,
yes,
in whatever sub-unit, instead of a standalone team like PKTT. Not necessarily from the point of view that they are wasting it. I haven't done that kind of exercise. But from the point of view of saying once you have a team, once you mainstream them into murder and robbery, you don't have the responsibility of scrapping from other programs to fund them.
Yes.
Leaving gaps where that money comes from, whether it is whether it's from detectives or it's from operations. You keep the money for what it is designed for in terms of programming. But here, this is money that comes from Kara. I do see that it's quite a huge expenditure, but I'm saying that's the difference.
Yes.
That's how it arises.
Would you accept that in life, we generally apply the principle of value for money? So however expensive an item or exercise may be deemed to be from a subjective perspective, affordability or whether or not the expenditure should be incurred is always considered in the context of the value derived from that expenditure. Am I making sense?
Yes, you are.
Are you suggesting, therefore, that 16 million expended on the PKTT to date did not derive any value and therefore ought to have been diverted to the murder and robbery squad?
Not at all. Okay. It is in the context. It is in the context of an exercise that has been done over time called establishment of specialized units. That is streamlining how subs should work.
Yes.
And then among those, you have murder and robbery, but at the same time, you have PKTT. It arises only in that particular context to say you would have this amount, but
which means time for the news hits. Here's Ann Musa.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Ashraf. In the headlines, Police Minister Senzo Mchunu has requested the Madlanga Commission hear the testimony of 8 complainants who've raised concerns about the political killing stars team. Yesterday, Mchunu submitted a confidential list of 8 names, which he has testified form part of his basis to disband the political killing stars team. The High Court in Pretoria is expected to hear from police officers who were present when a statement from defense witness Sofiso Kwabini Zungu was obtained when the Senzumehiwa murder trial resumes in January next year. And the German parliament has voted in favor of reinstating military service. It comes as students in about 90 cities across Germany have been taking part in a school strike in protest against the move. Greg House will have details on these and other stories. For SAfm News, I am Ann Musa.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N14 northbound in Centurion has a crash before Jean Avenue, the R21 northbound in Kempton Park, a crash near the R25 Bapsfontein Road exit, all lanes are open, and Solomon Mhlangu Drive in Pretoria has a crash at the R21 highway. In KZN, the M4 southbound has a crash at Sandile Tuze Road, the N2 southbound in Amanzimtoti, a crash before Dickens Road, and the N2 southbound slow moving near Umgeni Road. On the N1 inbound in Cape Town, there's a fault fire with smoke affecting visibility before Sable Road exit, so please do approach with caution. Palmyra Road is slow moving through Newlands area, and Wellington Road westbound in Santa Kraal is slow moving towards Okavango Road. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAfm Sports with Tumi Nkapele.
Right, to me, I don't know about you, but I know you mentioned, we spoke about Rassie Erasmus, maybe coach for life. The other one is that 7 o'clock start of the FIFA World Cup draw, and for a change, we in it. But that's my two big ones. What about you?
Yes, it's definitely a big one because Sports, Arts and Culture Minister Gayton McKenzie now is calling on South Africans to rally behind Bafana Bafana as the team moves closer to next year's World Cup. Bafana will find out their group opponents tonight at 7 p.m. as FIFA conducts the draw for the global showpiece. And McKenzie believes that the team's progress is reigniting national pride and says that South Africa hasn't seen its football in such strong form for many years.
I don't care who you put in front of us. I don't care. They can call us group of death. They can call us an easy pool. We are champions. You see, Bafana Bafana. Yeah, I'm laughing because this team has gone through immense hatred. You know, I was sitting at the game when Zimbabwe was drawing with us. They were jumping like they've won a tournament. That moment, I think, hey, they can say, thank you, I wasn't the Minister of Home Affairs. Otherwise, there would have been something happening here tonight. So, they were happy. When points were deducted, Nigeria was celebrating. But this team, they just kept on. So, for us to be the World Cup, it shows you the type of champions that we are. People were celebrating, thinking we are not going to the World Cup. Where are they? They must watch with the remote control, watch TV, watch us there.
Hisense TV.
Hisense, yes, they must watch from Hisense TV. You must tell them the latest models that they can watch.
Man, you gotta love our minister. But the draw is gonna be on SABC 3 and SABC Plus from 6 p.m. In the meantime, Nigeria captain William Troost-Ekong has announced his retirement from international football just weeks before the start of the Africa Cup of Nations. Ekong bows out after winning 3 major medals with the Super Eagles, including bronze at the 2016 Rio Olympics and another bronze at AFCON 2019. Then let's move on to cricket on the go. Ireland currently batting. They're sitting on 82 for 5 after 12 overs, and they need 139 runs in 47 balls to win. Actually, they just lost a wicket, so now they're sitting on 82 for 5. Remember, South Africa posted 220 for 2 in their 20 overs, and now Delaney and Little are at the crease. So we'll definitely keep you up to date with what is happening over there. But still staying with cricket, Proteas batter Matthew Breeska expects the weather conditions to decide the direction of the third and final ODI match between them and India tomorrow. The morning dew has been a big factor during their tour of India, and Breeska believes that winning the toss and electing to bowl first in the first 2 games has been beneficial to them.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think you have seen that the dew has played a big part. Obviously, in our advantage, batting second, it's been really nice to bat. So if we have to bat first, I'm sure we'll chat about it now. We've got a couple of meetings after this conference and see what the best way to go about it. But yeah, the dew has definitely played a role.
In athletics, World Athletics has decided not to go ahead with its plan to change the long jump rules. The idea was to replace the takeoff board with 40-centimeter zone where cameras would measure the jump from the exact point from the athlete's foot left the ground. And this was meant to reduce all the fouls. But many athletes complained. They said that the fixed board is an important part of the event because long jumpers must judge their run correctly to hit it. And because of this, World Athletics has decided to drop the plan. Then finally, in rugby, the Springboks will open the 2026 Nations Championship against England at Ellis Park. That is on the 4th of July before facing Scotland at Loftus Versfeld on the 11th of July and Wales at Kings Park on the 18th of July. It will be England's first visit to South Africa since 2018, Scotland since 2014, while the Welsh, they did visit South Africa back in 2022. So, Ashraf, we'll be looking to see how Bafana will fare in the group. But the minister says, regardless of whichever team will be against in our group, it doesn't matter. We're a bunch of champions.
Okay, I must tell you, I disagree with him completely. I think being in the World Cup doesn't reflect that we are champions. That reflects the minimum standard that a country of the stature of South Africa must maintain. We must be... If we win the World Cup, we're champions. To enter is what's expected of a country of our stature. That's what I
Of
feel.
course.
But listen,
Maybe
I'll give you some hard work here.
Okay.
For 5:30, if you can, look at what's the worst case scenario in the 4-team group that Bafana can face, and what's the best case scenario. So, if you have got a wish list, you look at it like the group of death for us, right? The best and the worst case. I wonder what would that be. But you agree with him or not, or you agree with me? I'm saying they should play in the World Cup. To be in the World Cup is not a victory in itself. It's a stepping stone.
I think for me, yes, obviously we're expecting South Africa to be in the World Cup. However, they have come a long way. So, looking at what the minister is saying, perhaps he's trying to say, listen, this team has actually um, been built from where we remember when the minister was saying a bunch of losers and stuff like that. So, I think slowly but surely we're getting to the expected place. In terms of being called champions, perhaps it's a little bit too soon. Let's see how they will do firstly in the Africa Cup of Nations and then how they will do in the group stages of the World Cup.
And the other one, I don't know why he had to bring in the point about Zimbabwe and if he was the Minister of Home Affairs.
Yeah.
I don't know why he brought it up. But anyway, yeah.
I'll have more in the next hour.
The women Proteas want to celebrate summer and the festive with victory. But the Irish are confident they will prevail on SA soil. Catch the first T20 match between South Africa and Ireland on Friday, 5 December at 1:30 p.m. live on SABC3. Action continues in the second T20 on Sunday, 7 December at 1:30 p.m. on SABC2. Then the two nations will close the curtain on an exhilarating note in the third T20 encounter on Wednesday, 10 December at 6 p.m. on SABC3. All three live matches are available at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
SAfm music, crafted to make you feel real good. Handpicked just for your pleasure. Classics sounding so good, only on SAfm.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, so it's a Friday. Paswana and Patlene with us from Makwe Fund Managers. You've got all the market news locally and globally. What are you going to start with?
We're going to start with the whole global. I think it's running the show. World prices have declined down by 1%, making it the fifth consecutive month of declines, forming a trend for the lowest dairy oil and meat price, which should filter through to the consumer in the future. This development has on to the other positive development we've been experiencing. We're talking the like of lower oil prices, getting set at $20. So that is taking place globally. The likes of India having rates. It has triggered generally a market perspective that is the gap of the market. Like that investors are buying and weakness, they are buying the dip. Whether you look at mix flow of money or retail investors, they all continue to run the rally towards discounting global political environment is supported by the health environment of state inflation that's set by the US markets. This is reflected in the dollar that has been signaling bearishness with the result along with yield. And in this environment, commodities play a bullish momentum. The likes of silver positive, copper, platinum, palladium, gold up 0.6 at 4,005. Though there's a bit of divergence when you think of the like sitting around 90. The higher metal prices, though, are very positive for South African markets. So we're seeing a 3.6, up 1.2%. The financials are up 0.5 and industrials up 0.2. US has opened up in Europe signals improved led by 0.8. When we look at the rand, it reflected low weakness in the dollar against the dollar is 6.2, against the euro 19.23, against the pound 22. But
Thanks for that, Paswana. You have a fabulous weekend. We'll connect with you or your team certainly on, certainly on Monday. Right. No, we're not going to take your calls, not quite yet, because we still will continue with the Madlanga Commission after this.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. A clientele we under
or established, they are based on what has just erupted. They are sent there. They say 3 months, they deal with that particular problem. They ask for another 3 months, they deal with that particular problem. I agreed with you, Commissioner, that the principles are the same, but the situation, the actual situation that we are arguing about are not the same, not at all. But in the Eastern Cape, I agree with you. We have the alternative. What's the alternative? It is the specialized unit that would stop even an intervention, short as it would be, even if it's extended. But it's one of those things that you would regard as a weakness in the department that require addressing rather than as a practice that must recur and be accepted as a norm in terms of how subs should function, because it's wasteful. Now, when General Motsipe say that, she is at the same time saying we are not performing well as head of this particular. In other words, I'm not performing well. That's why I still have this and this. And higher up to me, that I now know that quite a number of officers have not been able to establish this as intended long ago as 2019. So there are those differences. On the side of specialized units, we want to build permanency, if there is English like that. We want to build sustainability, and ideally, that would function without the need for interventions of whatever nature.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Silla?
Thank you, Commissioner. And staying with General Dimpane's statement, please turn to page 182. And I'm just going to read part of paragraph 25, and then I'm going to invite you to comment. And at 25, General Dimpane states as follows: I've heard it stated that as the CFO, I also advocated for the disbandment or deactivation of the team before the minister made his decision to disband the team. Do you see where I'm reading, Minister?
I see that.
Overleaf then. However, these comments have been taken out of context. I drew attention to the fact that the team had been in existence for 5 years, and given the ongoing need, as well as to ensure proper planning, budgeting, accountability, and proper resource allocation, it might be necessary to prepare a work study to establish a permanent structure. I stated that as the component head, OD must be, and it's a quotation there, open quotes, tasked to urgently conduct a work study investigation for the establishment of a permanent structure in KZN, close quote. Rather than advocating the disbandment of PKTT, I advocated that a study be conducted to determine whether it should be made a permanent structure, and I'll stop there. Now, this is General Dimpane who penned in that note, in the information note, explaining what her words, what she meant with her comments, and pointing out that you took her words out of context, as if she was advocating for the establishment of the task team. So do you agree? What's your comment to what she stated in her affidavit?
It's not stated what exactly I said. It's just a commentary that Minister made his decision to disband the team. I also advocated for the disbandment. I don't know whether she's taking me verbatim on this matter, I doubt. But to the effect that she wrote like this, let's suppose that it is correct what she says on page 183. We agree with her. How she interprets that and so on, for whatever purpose, she was making a sound statement about expenditure. And I would say it was in broad reference to that, not to say particularly, specifically. She wrote somewhere that PKTT must be disbanded. She was talking from a particular perspective. I agree with her. It's not a big issue.
So perhaps then just to clarify, the position is, because I think that comment you made before the ad hoc committee.
Yes.
And with reference to notes General Dimpani had made regarding the budgeting for PKTT in the period, I think it was up to March 2024.
Yes.
And so you accept that whatever she wrote in the comments there cannot be construed as support for the disbandment of the PKTT, whatever wording she used. That's not how you understood it, and that's not how you think a reader should understand her words. Is that your position?
Let me first say that I don't have what I have. She doesn't refer to what I said exactly.
No,
Let me pass that.
Apologies, Minister. I was asking a different question. You did make that point. My next question now is whether your position is that you did not understand any of her notes on that document to suggest that she supports the disbandment of the PKTT. That's all.
No, I wouldn't say she supports, because I suppose that she was never requested to support or not to support. What she was given was to consider the budget or consider the request as was put. And then she made certain comments.
Yes.
Whatever comments she made. Then I make reference to those comments that she made. Not necessarily to say she supports or she doesn't support. Just taking those comments as they were.
Yes.
To say, these are the comments that and I consider them to be sound, those comments, but not from endorsement as an endorsement of, because we were not talking about her and what she would have written or not written. We were talking about the state of finances and what has come in the environment. That was the reference.
Commissioner Kumalo would like to.
Minister, when did you first learn of Lieutenant General Dimpani's comment?
General Dimpani's comments were quite early. They came in 2024. I think it was at in about March. Later in the year, I became aware of this.
So this document, you became aware of it before you made your decision on 31 December 2020?
Yes, it was before the 31st.
Thank you for that response, Minister. Commissioner Baloi?
Are you leaving this
Yes, I am.
topic? All right. Maybe one last thing to do with the budget concerns. You, in your paragraph 31, and you spoke to this yesterday, you say no further extensions were sought. This is extension for the PKTT's mandate. As a result, the PKTT continued operating without the required assessment and renewal for more than 2 years. And then you say, I'm advised that this rendered the expenditure on the PKTT irregular under the PFMA. You see where I'm reading, Minister?
Yes.
And then you repeat it slightly differently in paragraph 170. And this time you repeat it as one of your reasons. You say temporary, you see 170?
Yes.
Okay. You say third, SAP's budgetary and organizational obligations, including those treasury instructions and guidelines, require that operational functions be located within approved, properly formed, funded cost centers. Temporary teams outside the approved structure cannot be sustained, and their continuation exposes SAPs to irregular expenditure. The PKTT had not been formally extended since July 2022, rendered continued expenditure irregular under the PFMA. You say that. You started off saying you were advised.
Yes.
Now, General Dimbane says you have never discussed, or she's never discussed with you, the expenditure of the PKTT,
Yes.
the budget. She says that.
Yes.
Who would have advised you
I
that
was-
expenditure of the PKTT is irregular under the PFMA?
I was advised by my lawyers. I did indicate that yesterday.
Okay.
I simply put a situation as I understood it, and the discussion.
Yeah,
Yes.
I want to be careful not to get into any conversations that you have had with your
Okay.
lawyers.
Okay.
You mean your present lawyers?
Yes.
But you see, you cite it as a reason for disbanding. So this is something you must have had by the 29th. That you've had conversations with your present lawyers, I shouldn't get into it. I'm not allowed to get into
It's
it.
fine.
I'm discussing it as a third reason for your decision because it appears under the heading reasons for my directive, and you say third, it's the expenditure is irregular. So my question, hence my question to you, that as at the 29th of December, who would have told you this if the CFO tells Parliament that she's not discussed matters of the PKTT budget with you? Who else in SAPS, as at the 29th of December, told you it's irregular expenditure?
No, before the 29th, I wasn't focused on irregular or regular from the point of view of SAPS or of PKTT. But I was aware that by the 29th, by the 29th, 30th, and 31st, that for quite a number of years, SAPS incurs irregular expenditure, whether it comes from PKTT expenditure or from any. But what I was aware of, I was aware that before I wrote that PKTT is a temporal team. It derives its budget, I was aware of that, from national. Now, where national? From various programs. And I was aware that Treasury is discouraging that and encouraging us to discourage it in our departments to do that kind of allocation because it constitutes irregular, in some cases unauthorized. I was aware of that. But whether it is to the extent that I wrote it here, I wrote it when I joined that sentence, that no, it's when we're talking that this is the reason.
Okay.
This is the additional thing that I could add, but I was aware of irregularity.
So you didn't find out for the first time with your new law, with your current legal representatives. It wasn't the first time you realized this expenditure is irregular.
No.
It wasn't.
No.
Okay. Then why do you say in your statement, I am advised, and I want to complete it with from what you are saying now, I'm advised by my lawyers that the expenditure is irregular, if in fact you knew that on the 29th of December.
Well, I could have coined it differently.
No, Minister, it's not coining, no. No, Minister, let me, maybe I'm being unfair to you. I'll put to you what I want to suggest, that you either knew already at that time, and so you didn't need your lawyers, your current legal representatives to tell you that. And I don't know why you would add it in the statement, or alternatively, it had nothing, the decision, you had no knowledge, it wasn't a factor, the regularity or irregularity of that expenditure. It wasn't a factor at 29 December. It's something that you constructed after you've sent out the letter to say, oh, by the way, one of the problems, now I know on the 1st or 2nd, 3rd of January, actually one of the problems is that, or one of the justifications is that it is an irregular expenditure, so that on this alternative, which is my proposal of what I think is happening here, is that it's a later fabrication. After you've made the decision, you then decided to tag this on as another reason why you disbanded the PKTT. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, there's no way I was not aware, because we had discussions even at Cabinet up to a level where we were instructed, if I could use that word, that we should optimize our budgets, we should avoid irregular expenditures, we should spend money, encourage our officials to spend money for what they are allocated for. And long before, I think I even knew that there would be allegations that would be made. We held a meeting to optimize. So I was quite aware earlier. That's why I'm saying that doesn't affect the fact that I was fully aware.
Is there, maybe finally, is there anywhere before the 29th of December that you saw General Dimpani express concern that this expenditure of the PKTT is irregular? Is there any way that you see where she recorded that?
I have never seen anything from
we
her.
Haven't, yes, we haven't
but
either.
What I've seen is just irregular expenditure in subs, recurring over years, but not to say from PKTT.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Let me just follow up on that.
Let us adjourn and resume at 17:15.
A statement from defense witness Visa Zungu was obtained when the Senzo Mayor murder trial resumes in January next year. This after the defense objected to the state questioning Gwabini on the statement it's alleged to have deposed in 2020. 5 men are currently on trial for the 2014 murder of the soccer player. He alleges he was assaulted by the police before signing his statement. The judge says there are serious allegations and therefore the officers who were present should be recalled. Defense counsel Sipho Ramosapet.
Right after those witnesses, then Gwabeni comes in, and then we call, for example, I'm just making an example, another witness that comes and say also, yes, but I also was arrested and assaulted by these police officers.
Yeah.
Then after that, we'll recall the same police officers and repeat the same process.
Yes, everybody must have a say. We are looking for the truth.
Okay.
Legal analyst Melusi Kulu says the latest court ruling against former President Jacob Zuma marks a significant turning point in how South Africa handles unlawful state-funded legal expenses. A judge has ruled that Zuma must settle 29 million rand within 60 days or face having his assets seized. The ruling also makes it clear that a presidential pension can be legally attached. Kulu says this sets a precedent for holding public officials accountable.
Due to the nature of the case, it's a case or whether it's created precedent where what happens when you're a public official and your pension is being attached. The pension obtained by the former president is not protected under Pension Funds Act because it falls under Public Office Bearers Act.
South African education regulators are urging learners, parents and employers to verify tertiary institutions before committing to a course and paying any fees, warning that the consequences of not doing so can be severe. The SA Qualifications Authority, the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations, the Council on Higher Education and Umalusi had a joint briefing on the persistent challenge of unaccredited institutions. Umalusi's Mafura Mogetsi.
The Minister of Basic Education, Honorable Ziviwe Kwahube, will announce the outcome of the examinations on the 12th of January 2026.
German parliaments voted in favour of reinstating military service. It comes as students in about 90 cities across Germany have been taking part in a strike in protest. The BBC's Bethany Bell has more.
All 18-year-old men will have to fill in a questionnaire and undergo a medical examination to check their suitability for military service. Germany's Chancellor Friedrich Merz says he wants to create Europe's strongest conventional army. The government says military service will be voluntary for as long as possible. However, if the security situation gets worse or if there are too few volunteers, the government could decide to make it compulsory with the approval of Parliament.
Top story, the police ministers requested the Madlanga Commission to hear the testimony of complainants who raised concerns about the political killings task team. SAfm News, I'm Greg Hurst.
In sports this hour, former Bafana Bafana coach Gordon Egerson warns against a Mexico opener for South Africa. Carling knockout final takes center stage this weekend, and Plumtree steps down as Sharks coach. More details at 5:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N1 northbound in Pretoria has a crash near Atterbury Road, the M1 southbound slow moving towards Boysons, and Bears Nordia Drive westbound in Honeydew, a crash at Christian de Wet Road. In KZN, the N3 eastbound in Pietermaritzburg has a stationary truck before Market Road, the N3 westbound queuing towards the M13 Paradise Valley interchange, and the N2 northbound slow moving towards the Umdloti exit. In Cape Town, this weekend there'll be road closures and traffic restrictions will apply around the DHL Stadium complex on Saturday and Sunday from 6 a.m. until 11 p.m. on both days for the HSBC Sevens rugby. The R44 southbound in Stellenbosch queuing towards Annandale Road, and Marine Drive northbound in Tableview slow moving towards Dolphin Beach. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
SAfm. Prime time all day long.
You can become a victim of a legal problem. Wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Streaming Scheme Sum on the way to class.
Catching the Premier League while waiting for your order.
Jamming to Metro FM before you even get out of bed.
On SABC Plus, sinayo yonke into ifunayo. Your shows, your music, your way, anytime, anywhere. Zero subscription fees.
On your phone, tablet, or smart TV.
Download SABC Plus on iOS or Google Play Store.
We're now going to classify gender-based violence and femicide as a crisis.
This 16 days of activism, SAfm stands firm under the theme Letsema, men, women, boys and girls working together to end gender-based violence and femicide. Together, we can break the silence. Together, we can protect our communities. Speak out, report it, take action. SAfm says no to gender-based violence. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, there's been an adjournment at the Madlanga Commission, but not for the night, not for the day, not for the weekend, just for the next few minutes. So they come back in about 5:15. It gives us an opportunity to talk about the goings on regarding the DRC and Rwanda, and of course Donald Trump as well, because that has been an ongoing conflict. And there's been an attempt at a peace deal a few months ago. Then it happened, March, then a few months later. And now I understand a deal has been struck, right, between the DRC and Rwanda. So Pearl Matibe is with me, the Washington, D.C. based geopolitical analyst and correspondent with expertise in foreign policy and international security. Pearl, appreciate your time here on the National Pulse in South Africa.
Good morning, South Africa. Glad to be here with the updates. Thanks, Ashraf.
Thank you. Maybe a good start is like, when is a peace deal a peace deal?
Hey, that's a good question. I mean, you've seen what happens in Gaza, right? I mean, you could have a peace deal today and it'd be broken tomorrow. So, at this stage, it could be anyone's guess.
So what have we got on the tables? What has been signed or agreed?
I think one thing I'd like to sort of spotlight right at the top is I think that the last 48 hours really do mark what I'd call sort of a watershed moment, right, for the Great Lakes region, as Presidents Felix Tshisekedi of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Paul Kagame of Rwanda did formalize the Washington Accords for peace and prosperity. I think that the ceremonies took place at a location which has now been renamed. It has been renamed. It is now called the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace. Previously, remember, it used to just be the United States Institute of Peace, which is still in statute, but the White House had that renamed, or which has been renamed. So, just for context, there, that currently that location is officially, although not in statute, called Donald J. Trump.
Okay, which does suggest then, and I'm trying to understand it, that Donald Trump has played a major role in being peacemaker. Yes, no, maybe.
Certainly, all the perceptions will show that. I mean, you could even ask the question of which other American president, or any president for that matter, considering there are static presidents that have tried to bring the two key actors here, Kagame and Tshisekedi, to the table, but certainly Donald Trump seems to have achieved that.
Okay, so what then has been agreed? So you're quite right. Who knows what happens tomorrow, right? But do you get a sense that at this point in time, as it stands with the leaders of both countries or regions, that a deal has been struck and it's meant to be sustained, and it appears that it is the type of conditions that can be met?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll check off all of those points that you just mentioned. But I think let me just give some context, right? So what we did see play out here was we saw, for example, President Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and certainly the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Jim Risch, were among some of the key figures, right? So you have some goings on in the Oval Office. All of them demonstrated bipartisan, multifaceted U.S. engagement, including from the Democratic Party. So Senator Risch, along with Senator Shaheen, they did put out a statement late yesterday at the end of the conclusion of this. Let me just tell you about this.
Okay.
So Senator Risch's professional Africa staff did make a comment about Meta's Facebook as well, tweeting out and also certainly retweeting as the ceremony was unfolding and ending, making evident the continued pressure, right, from U.S. lawmakers in Washington that intends to apply. For example, of what I'm meaning here, you have what I would call executive legislator orchestration, if I can give it a term. So you had Congress uh, reiterating that it wants to continue to apply pressure, certainly on other countries like Tanzania, even though Tanzania was not part essentially of the DRC Rwanda peace deal, but they are part of the Great Lakes region. And so Congress wanted to be clear that they do want continued pressure applied there. So there's some multifaceted things here. But the Great Lakes region is a crucial region with many sort of crucibles, colonial legacies, wars, conflicts, proxy militias, a lot of ethnic tensions that intersect, right? But that certainly was the case. A deal was struck, multiple deals were struck, including a strategic framework, and that is very important. So,
Now, to quote Donald Trump, and you know he does tend to make big quotes, as we're well aware of, saying it is an amazing day, great day for Africa, great day for the world, and for these two countries, and they have so much to be proud of. Now, I'm just reading that quote out because you know often when he's spoken, and I'm going back to even just probably even just when he took office, well, about a year ago, and he already said that the Ukraine-Russia deal will be settled and signed within days. I mean, clearly that didn't happen. So what I'm saying is he tends to raise expectations, and then only afterwards you find some of the flaws in the deal.
Ashraf, here's what I'll say, right? We have to understand, and I certainly sense this from the government representatives from the DRC side, right? I did attend on the eve of the signings a press conference that was held by uh, President Tshisekedi's spokesperson, that's Tina Salama, as well as the cabinet minister for communication, Patrick Muyaya. And I certainly sensed confidence in their participation and the role that they're playing within this deal. Remember, this conflict has moved into one of the world's deadliest and most complex broken state scenarios. Over 6 million lives lost, 7 million displaced. We're talking 21 million requiring humanitarian aid. So the Washington Accords do attempt a systemic fix. Combining interstate peace guarantees is what I'll call it. Disarmament efforts. Remember, there's the Doha efforts that were signed back earlier in the middle of the year, and then economic integration. So, in a multifaceted approach to the conflict that has been going on for decades, and certainly Mr. Muyaya reiterated over and over that this has been going on for 3 decades or more. So the accord was signed. This elevates the June 27 foreign ministers' arrangement to what? To now the presidential level, the head of state level. Combines two key tracks, which I think are really important to spotlight. There's interstate commitments between nation states. It includes Rwanda's troop withdrawal and the cessation of support for military, like the M23, like the FDLR, with an economic integration framework, emphasizing what? It emphasizes governance and transparent trade. Critical minerals, we're talking at least 3 I'll mention here: coltan, cobalt, and lithium. This framework is designed as a smart piece, if I want to give it my own personal label. I would also maybe call it, you can call it a peace plus prosperity. These are just my own personal terms in trying to help people contextualize what does this mean. It's a peace plus model. It acknowledges that security and economics are inseparable. You can't have investment without security. And once you have your investment, you want to secure it. So they are inseparable in modern conflict resolution. The inclusion, I would say, of the United States private sector capital signaled, I think including that private sector capital certainly signals that the United States, this is a new front in great power mineral competition. It is aimed in part at diversifying from the United States interest side, maybe diversifying China influence, it's strategic as well as a normative calculation. From the United States Senate Foreign Relations side, in Risch's leadership in this, I would say Senator Jim Risch, he is one of the most influential Republican uh, lawmakers and ranking member Democratic on the Democratic side, Jean Shaheen, issued a rare for both Republicans and Democrats to agree. It's rare now in Washington, right? But yesterday we did see bipartisan statement. This is a unified statement from both parties, political parties in the United States, saying what? They were underscoring the accord stakes and the imperative for action. I'll quote, they said action, not signatures. So even though something has been signed, they are saying they still want to see action on these pieces of things. It's close to what you're saying, Ashraf, right? They're highlighting that ongoing occupation of Eastern DRC by Rwandan-backed M23 forces and pledged unwavering U.S. support to, for example, African Union regional partners, and he's certainly prepared to enforce that. So, I mean, you're very right about all of this, but I do want to say that throughout the day, I saw Senator Risch and his senior Africa professional staff talk about Meta leveraging social media, but trying to apply pressure there as well. So I think as far as the DRC's internal response and the implementation outlook, we're following, for example, the high-level DRC officials. We had the Vice Prime Minister, Mokoko Samba, for economy, the Foreign Affairs Ministry, the Communications Minister, as I mentioned, Central Bank Governor was there, Andre Womeso. They all held transparent briefing last night with who? With their own Congolese diaspora here in the United States.
All right, just to conclude then, and I'm looking at like a citizen's report, quoting saying we are still at war. There can be no peace as long as the front line remains active. So here's the last thing to you. I mean, one day later, is the front line still active?
Currently, the front line is still active. Just because a deal was signed, was inked, does not mean that the weapons have been laid down. We have to be realistic here. We have to be sober about the realities, right? This is a strategic partnership between the United States and DRC and Rwanda. Let us be sober about that. Remain sober. We need to know that there need to be security guarantees. The DRC delegation is insisting that Rwanda have the M23 lay down their arms, that they need to withdraw their troops from the territory of the DRC. And I think just in closing, I might just say a couple of practical things, if you will allow me, please.
Yeah, go ahead. You've got 30 seconds or so, yeah.
Sure, I'll try to rush. The deal lands at the confluence of multiple key theories. You've got security dilemmas, you've got credible commitment problems, sure, but you also do have, in practical terms, what we must observe closely is whether international guarantors, the mechanisms, will Rwanda actually pull them out, pull the forces M23 out, especially the joint oversight. We need US, Qatar, African Union, have the teeth to enforce troop withdrawals and demilitarization, where the M23 and proxy militia will lose their grip. And if the promised mineral-related jobs, DRC wants jobs out of these minerals, will those materialize in the Kivus, both North and South Kivu? So this is a test not only of African peace building, I'll be done shortly, but also of how great power competition, regional agency, and multilateral diplomacy will intersect. All these are a new frontier, the Great Lakes.
And that's where we're going to leave. Much appreciate your input here. DRC, Rwanda at peace. But I ask the question, when is a peace deal a peace deal? Think about that. This is the National Pulse.
The Sandawana ladies want to rubber stamp with a win that they belong to the summit. But TSG have a plan to display a terrific brand of the beautiful game to stop double yellow. This is the Hollywood Bet Super League. Witness Mamelodi Sundowns ladies versus TS Galaxy Queens the Sunday, 7 December at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC One. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Dive into a summer of extra with free gifts from Vodacom on all summer deals, like the Honor 400 5G for just $499 per month over 36 months on a 1 gig rate call plan. You also get a free Honor Pad X7 worth $1,999. Plus, get 5 gigs YouTube data for 3 months and 2 months free YouTube Premium. Available in-store and online. T's and C's apply. Further together. Vodacom.
Gender-based violence is destroying lives and tearing communities apart. It happens in homes, in schools, at workplaces, and too often in silence. But it doesn't have to continue. If you see it, speak out. If you are hurting, reach out. Because doing nothing is not an option. Listen to all 19 SABC radio stations for hard talk, discussions, advice, dramas, educational shows, and interviews around GBV with experts, survivors, lawmakers, and a whole country affected by gender-based violence. All on your favorite SABC radio station. Call 0800 428 428 to report abuse or get help. GBV, it ends with you. This message is brought to you by the SABC. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, the Madlanga Commission back in circuit after that short adjournment. So let's get right back there.
In fact, it is as defective because it's the basis on which you say the expenditure is irregular in terms of the PFMA, and you list in your paragraph 112 of the statement, you indicate what are the defects or the shortcomings. You compare for previous periods. You say the former requests, that's for the past,
Yes.
are specific and detailed in their purpose, background, operational approach, composition relating to the task team in question, and estimated expenditure as reflected. And then to demonstrate that statement, you refer to SM17 as past, right? You say SM17 is the previous requests. And then you say, you compare it with SM18. You say SM18 is different. It's the one that lacks detail. And how you say it in paragraph 112, you say, on the other hand, the latter requests for financial approval without a concurrent request for extension submitted post-2022 are simply requests for financial authority without the required in-depth analysis justifying the requested finances. Now, if you look at the document you were discussing with Commissioner Khumalo, it's exactly SM18. It's exactly the same document as SM18. And that's for the period 2024-2025. In paragraph 1, it sets the background to the formation of this task team, which you say the old ones, the pre-2022 ones had. But it tells us what is the background. The escalation of political killings resulted in this. And then paragraph 2, it tells us about their approach, which is part of your complaint, because you say the older ones, for the past periods, they told us what the operational approach is. But this request for 2024-25 tells us that it's a multidisciplinary team consisting, and it lists everybody in the team. And then in paragraph 3, it tells the strategy. It says this is the strategy implemented, analysis-led and prosecution-driven organized crime investigation approach. So it explains. So it seems to me that answers your operational approach. So it's not lacking in that regard. And then 4, you say the old ones contain information about the composition relating to the task team in question. If you flip over, let me see. Yes, this one doesn't say who composes the team, but it tells us it doesn't give who composes the team, but you've got a point there, so far as I can see. Oh, actually, yes, I missed that. It tells us at paragraph 8 that this team will be composed of 180 SAPS members per month for 12 months. It tells who composes the team. And then the last point that you mentioned about the old ones, which was contained in the old ones, is estimated expenditure is reflected in those requests. So you've listed what you say is different and good about the old ones. And then you go on to say the new ones, the 22 onwards, it doesn't have that kind of information. You see, in fact, maybe to be fair to you, let me tell exactly what it is you say so that you can explain if I'm reading it wrong. You say, on the other hand, the later requests are simply requests for financial authority without the required in-depth analysis justifying the requested finances. What do you say is missing from this 2024-2025 request, which was present in the previous ones and is not here, and therefore it renders this irregular? And irregular as defined in the Public Finance Management Act, because that's what you've relied on. You've
Yes.
said it offends the Public Finance Management Act. Yes.
Yes. The first part, so that I don't know whether I indicate here, is the fact that the money to PKTT comes from it comes from a program, not necessarily allocated for PKTT. It's a program then from which you take money, like operational center and so on. That is the first worry. The second one is that one that you are talking about, which would have been details as you outline. I don't have currently those the documents that you are reading from, especially the second one.
Sorry, Minister, what are we looking for?
Beyond 2022. I don't have that.
The one that the authorization 2024 to 2025.
Yes.
Okay, it's what you were looking at with Commissioner Kumalo. It's your SM7. SM7?
Yes.
At page 258.
Ted Gregg, host with the news headlines.
Quick look at those headlines. Sheriff, the police ministers testified at the Madlanga Commission that the similarity of the disbandment letter of the PKTT and that of researcher Mary de Haas was purely coincidental. The Cape Winelands District Municipality says firefighters are still battling multiple fires in the region, and Netflix has agreed to buy Warner Brothers. More on that story and other news at 6 p.m.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the R59 southbound in Alberton has a crash before Klip River Drive. The N14 westbound in Krugersdorp queuing towards Hendrik Potgieter Road, and the N1 has delays near Grasmere Toll Plaza. In KZN, the N3 eastbound has a crash before Market Road, which has been cleared but traffic is still slow moving. The M4 northbound is queuing towards Virginia Airport. In Cape Town, the N2 outbound slow moving towards Muway. The R300 southbound slow moving towards the N2 highway, and Albert Road outbound is slow moving through Woodstock. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAfm Sports with Tumin Kapele.
Right, to me, I should just tell you, by the way, Michael Abramson walked in and I said, Michael, I need your best case and your worst case scenario for that World Cup draw. So if you have anything, we can talk about it just now, right?
Yeah, we'll talk about it a bit later. But for now, former Bafana Bafana coach Gordon Egerson says that South Africa should not hope to be drawn with Mexico in the opening game of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Mexico is seeded for the draw as one of the three host nations in pot one. So this means that South Africa in pot three could end up in the same group as them. And Egerson believes that playing Mexico at their home stadium would be a tough challenge for Bafana.
We could get Mexico and play the opening match against them, like we did when we hosted them here in South Africa in 2010. And people are talking about revenge. People get a revenge of them for the heartbreak in 2010. I don't think there's going to be any heartbreak. There's not going to be any revenge. If we get drawn against the hosts, it's going to be something that no team wants to do, to play against the hosts in the opening game of the World Cup. But if it happens, and we'll have to go out there and do what we have to do. But I certainly wouldn't wish it because I don't think there's any World Cup team that would like to open up the game, play the opening game against Mexico. So this would be a very, very tough game for us.
Well, the group stage draw takes place this evening in Washington and will be live on SABC3 and SABC Plus app from 6 p.m. In the meantime, ahead of this weekend's calling knockout final between Orlando Pirates and Marumo Gallants, Pirates number one goalkeeper Sipho Chain has named his former teammate Ndaba Ndlodlo as a major threat. Now, Ndlodlo played for Pirates for 3 seasons before leaving just before the start of the season. Since joining the Bloemfontein-based club, he has been very impressive, and the small but skilled attacker has been a key player in the tournament, playing as a false nine and scoring 3 goals in 3 matches. And Chain says that Ndlodlo will definitely be a player to watch in the final.
He was here with us, and we know his quality, and we know what he brings to his team. I think we spent 3 years with him, and over a very good 3-year period with us, winning trophies as well. And it's no different. He's been with us, we know how much of a threat he is, and it's just for us to focus on the game and prepare well for the game on Saturday.
Meanwhile, in cricket, the Proteas women beat Ireland by 105 runs in the first T20, chasing 221 runs to win. Ireland were bowled out for 115 in the 18th over, with Sunay Lees taking 4 wickets for 2. Captain Laura Fulvard was the star of the day, top scoring as she hit her 3rd consecutive century, 115 of 56 balls. Then in athletics, World Athletics has decided not to go ahead with its plans to change the long jump rules. Now, the idea was to replace the takeoff board with a 40-centimeter zone where cameras would measure the jump from exact point the athlete's foot left the ground. Now, this was meant to reduce fouls, but many athletes complained. They said that the fixed board is an important part of the event because long jumpers must judge their run correctly to hit it. And because of this, World Athletics has dropped the plan. Then in rugby, the Sharks have announced that John Plumtree will step down as head coach. This is after this weekend's Champions Cup against Tulo. Assistant coach JP Peterson will take over on as an interim basis for the remainder of the season. While rounding things up with motorsport, Lewis Hamilton says that he plans a shake-up of his Ferrari team next year. This is after enduring a nightmare debut season with the Italians. The 7-time world champion has gone Ferrari record 23 races without a podium finish, describing it as the most difficult run of his career. And speaking ahead of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, Hamilton says that he's been documenting mistakes and decisions throughout the season and will use that analysis to refine his approach moving forward. So, Ashraf, before I give you my best and worst possible case for our draw, Bafana Bafana in the FIFA World Cup draw, let me start off with the predictions.
Okay, go for it.
So I'm going to start off with Bayern versus Stormers. I think the Stormers are going to win this one because they have the upper hand in this fixture. Then looking at Orlando Pirates versus Marumo Gallants, I'm going to go for Orlando Pirates. India versus RSA in cricket, I'm going to go for the Proteas. And in terms of Abu Dhabi, I'm actually going to go for another first stop and win. So we'll see how I do this weekend.
Okay, we're gonna make notes, but you can't quite predict the FIFA draw. That's just much more difficult. What you can say is what's your best case and your worst case scenario, isn't it?
Yeah, I think for me, my best possible draw could be Canada because they're in pot one and they literally, I think the lowest 27. And then Australia, between Australia and Austria from pot two and New Zealand. So that's my best possible draw.
Okay, and your
In
worst
terms
case?
of the worst case is if we get like the likes of Argentina, France, Spain, from pot one, and then in pot two, Croatia, and then we get someone like or a nation like Iraq, in the pot four. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how we do. How the
Okay,
draw goes
so
for us.
interesting. Michael Abramson popped in, and I asked him about it, and he quickly scribbled it down. And so and this is interesting. His best case is USA, which means South Africa with the one of the host nations being drawn together as a best case, and then Australia or Iran, and then Curacao or Haiti, right, as the best case scenario. His worst case would be Spain, um, Argentina, and then France or Brazil, Croatia, and that top playoff team. Yeah, okay, that's more than four teams. I get that, or three other teams. But if you get a sense of where he's going for, like playing Spain, Argentina, France, one of those three, I think would for him be a worst case scenario, but the Americans would be a best case scenario. Interesting indeed.
So we actually only agree with Australia in terms of best possible draw.
All right. Yeah, he's got Curacao, which you don't have. I don't know why, but anyway. All right. I hope they don't say their best case scenario is to play South Africa. I really don't want anyone to say that in the world.
Well, with that said, ke nna Tumi Nkgapele, Modimo ke yo.
Okay, have a great weekend.
Yo, December is here. Festive mode on.
And this year, it's louder. AFCON 2025 kicks off 21 December and runs until 18 January 2026.
We're catching every match with SABC Sport, the official broadcaster.
At home, SABC2 is the home of AFCON. That TV is locked. No channel hopping.
On the move, our favorite SABC radio stations keep us in the game.
And while we braai, we stream it all on SABC Plus. No missing a moment.
This festive season, AFCON lives on SABC. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of AFCON 2025.
It's
game on everywhere.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This week on BBC Primetime, watching TV could make you a winner. It's the BBC Primetime Watch and Win competition. Just tune into your BBC Primetime shows, answer a few simple questions on S3's TikTok account, and you could walk away with awesome prizes. From thrilling dramas to jaw-dropping reality shows, the more you watch, the more chances you have to win. Watch, answer, win. Only on BBC Primetime. Airs weeknights, 9 to 11 p.m. on S3. Your couch just became the best seat in the game. Yes.
X at SAfm Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Okay, right. So we don't have any economic news. It's the Friday as we're getting into the weekend, clearly. What we do have is the Madlanga Commission.
Will you accept that in the absence of legal authority, then you interfered with the powers of the National Commissioner? Would you accept that? And I say in the event that the Commission were to find that neither 2061 nor 2072 grant you such a power.
You would naturally have made a determination
Yes.
as a commission, and I said I would cooperate with the commission.
The reading of either section, particularly 2072, doesn't, at least for me, lead to a conclusion that that section grants you that power. I'll see if I can project it on the screen, and perhaps you may help me to read it, to find out what in Section 207 gives you the power to interfere with the recruitment and capacitating of the service. Are you able to assist me? Because I've read and reread it, and I must maintain I struggle. So perhaps I may potentially be misreading the section.
2072
Yes.
that I read says the National Commissioner must exercise control over and manage the police service in accordance with the national policing policy and the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policing.
Yes.
When I presented that section yesterday, I did say the content, that section doesn't prescribe the content except when it comes to interests of provinces. Now, when you see something in policing that is sitting badly or shaping badly, you use that directive 207, the one that you were
207
subsection 2.
sub 2, yes.
Yes, subsection 2. You use that to correct what you believe is not correct using that particular section, because there is nothing that says you mustn't engage the National Commissioner to correct something which he will then operationalize. There's nothing that says so. So I was acting in the belief that that section can be interpreted to that effect. And I got advice from special advisor that it's a matter that we can engage National Commissioner. We were not saying, National Commissioner, we are going to sit in the panel, we are going to write a message, or we are not going to write adverts and on operationalizing empowerment or capacitating of, it was a broad issue of saying, are you operating within your mandates as crime intelligence? So that when you employ staff and so on, you comply with those mandates as we discussed them, which we did.
So from your answer, I draw two conclusions. Firstly, that it was a question as to whether or not crime intelligence is operating within its mandate. Is that what I should understand from that letter?
Yes, especially core mandates, which is collection, analyzing or analysis, and then distribution of information to relevant end users.
Then I struggle with linking recruitment to a failure to comply with core mandate. What does recruitment have to do with that particular concern?
It would say, when you make assessments as you recruit people, you are conscious and sensitive to your core mandates. That indeed, we have to, whatever recruitment we do, it must be in relation. That it talks to a number of things without going to detail.
Assuming you are correct, what about the exercise of the core mandate of crime intelligence did you have concern about?
One of them was to say, we have identified, when we engaged with crime intelligence, we said one of the areas of concern is that ministry has identified a number of priorities flowing from the national priorities, and we listed them. Part of what we listed was our concern and prioritization of murder, firearms, drugs, and so on. And we said, we don't have a feel that crime intelligence is assisting police at a level that it is required to deal with these particular problems, especially in relation to particular areas in the country, in the 4 provinces that I called high murder rates.
Yes, you
So
referenced
it
them.
was, so we wanted to get intelligence at a high level, to be seen to be active, so that we were able to be precise in dealing with high murder zones in different provinces. They should be active and assist us. And indeed, at some point, I held a meeting with National Commissioner to say, the Western Cape is a high murder zone, the Cape Flats. Can you send intelligence so that you are able, now, you are able to assist your deployments, and then they go there and so on. Later, when I met, incidentally, Lieutenant Kumalo, he said no, they had not discussed the matter with a National Commissioner. There was some time, 2 or 3 weeks later. There was the discoordination that I was concerned about.
Okay. I note your answer. Did I understand you earlier, as part of the first answer you gave, that insofar as recruitment and capacitating of the service, and by way of example, Crime Intelligence Division, that you as the minister have got concurrent responsibility and power as the National Commissioner? Did I understand you correctly?
No,
you don't have the same powers as the commissioner has in that respect.
No, I don't think you understand me correctly.
Okay.
I'm saying we were playing oversight. Maybe I should use that word. We were playing oversight on the matter, not exercising power together concurrently.
Okay. Now,
Yes.
Lastly, are you able to shed light on what is the current status? Are those all posts in crime intelligence still frozen, or has the situation changed? And if so, when and how did it change?
When we went to at some point, we went to the Joint Standing Committee on Crime Intelligence. I wouldn't remember what time it was, what month it was.
Accept that.
Sometime earlier. We had a discussion as we were leaving with National Commissioner to say, National Commissioner said, we take it that we can now start filling up posts, and I said, I take it that you can go ahead, because we had had several meetings, indeed, and dealing with this matter that I was concerned with National Commissioner and with Head of Crime Intelligence.
Okay. I have a last question for you. Before you issued this directive,
this particular one,
this very particular, your SM20, your letter of the 31st of October, did you confer with the President December 31st, December 2024? Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner. Did you have opportunity to confer with the President, in particular, about Directive 3 regarding the disestablishment of the PKTT? Did you bring to the President's attention your thinking and your intention in that, insofar as PKTT is or the continued existence of PKTT is concerned?
Not before.
No,
but
not
it was
before.
only after.
Oh, how long after the 31st of December did you have that engagement?
I think it must have been the 23rd, if not the 13th, one of the 2 dates of January.
Of January.
Yes.
I'm going to tread very carefully here, because I don't think it is my place to inquire about your conversations with your President, but are you able to share with the Commission what reasons you advanced to the President for your decisions, and what the President's response thereto was? Are you in a position to? And like I say, I asked that question very guardedly.
You want me to answer?
Yes, please, I'm inviting you to.
When we had the meeting, whether the 13th or the 23rd, I wasn't going there to make a presentation. So we held a brief discussion. It was just to give a short briefing to the president of what has happened and to brief him that there is this particular development that has happened and that I had wished that I had had an opportunity to consult, to discuss with him this particular decision before. I'm only coming now. And we had, then I did indicate what it is all about, but it was not in the form of a presentation and like I'm doing now. It was just to indicate in particular that decision and then cite a few things, and we left it off like that.
And did the president respond in any manner to what you informed him of? And if so, what did he say in his response? Or what was his response?
Well, the president noted what
Okay.
I just said, and I left.
Just simply noted. Chair and commissioners, okay, at my part, thank you. All right.
Minister, so I should have asked earlier when Ms. Silo was discussing with you the reasons that you have given at page 56. And maybe let's start at 168, and I just want to get clarity about what you're saying there.
56 of my statement.
Of your statement,
Okay.
yes, of your statement. Paragraph 168, you give the second reason for your decision. You say the Marai report of 22 November 2024, you've discussed that with Ms. Sillo, so I'm not asking that we discuss it. I just want to make sure that I understand what you're conveying there. You say the report confirmed governance problems that had arisen for the proliferation of temporary task teams in SAPS. And then you list, you've got those sub-paragraphs from 1 up to 5. What you list there as the problems that are in the report, you are not saying it's unique to the PKTT. You're talking about task teams generally.
That is what the report was talking
Yes.
about.
So
yes.
it wasn't specific to the PKTT so
Yes.
much. All right. And then the next one, and it's also in similar vein of wanting to clarify, 171, paragraph 171 in the next page. You've got your fourth reason there. You give as your fourth reason the internal disputes between HRM and crime intelligence regarding the model for the murder and robbery unit. Is this which you're describing here specific to the PKTT, or was it a general problem about crime intelligence and HRM? I think it's human resource management.
I take it that it may have arisen as a particular problem between the two units, but I don't think it would have been confined only.
Yeah.
Because I know that at some point we discussed some issues between HRM and DPCI.
Yes.
So it would be elsewhere as well.
Okay, so it wasn't, in fact, you do say towards the end of that paragraph, still at 171, in the last two lines, there's a sentence that starts, the National Commissioner's briefing demonstrated alignment within SAP's leadership on the path forward and confirmed that interim structures, including the NPKT, were to be migrated. So it looks like you were talking about a problem generally.
Definitely.
Not NPKTT necessarily.
It would be.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister.
but not exclusive.
Yes, no, that's what I meant, that you're not saying it's exclusive to the PKTT. Thank you.
For the last time, Minister, do you still have page 258 of SM7?
258.
Are you there?
258.
Yes.
Yes.
Just look at bullet point 1 on page 259. 258 is where the note starts. So on 259, bullet 1.
Bullet 1.
Yes. When you took your decision on 31 December 2024, were you aware that the mandate of the PKTT had been extended to deal with cases involving the killings of traditional leaders?
When I wrote
Yes,
the,
the disbandment letter.
yes, we were aware.
Were you aware?
Yes.
Now, how did you think they were going to fulfill that mandate if they were already disbanded?
How did I?
How did you think or expect that they would fulfill that mandate if you wanted them disbanded?
It would be through murder and robbery.
But murder and robbery already existed when the mandate was extended to include the killings of traditional leaders.
That is exactly the concern that was identified in the Marai report, and it is part of the list that you are reading, possible double parking on matters, because there's no reason why murder and robbery wouldn't deal with matters associated with traditional leadership. There's no reason.
So if National Commissioner and his subordinates determine that it should be the PKTT that deals with the killings of traditional leaders, you say you can overrule them and decide that it must be dealt with by murder and robbery.
You know why and through what? You will go to Mpumalanga, there's no PKTT there. And if traditional leaders have a problem, you wouldn't say murder and robbery must not deal with it. They would deal with it, which is what we would want to see in the country. Murder and robbery dealing with all murders in a sustainable way. And this is what we were driving things towards, to make sure that whatever skill that gets developed is maintained, it's sustained, it is honed and sharpened all the time, as opposed to having a team and on a temporal basis.
I don't think you are correct when you say if you go to Mpumalanga, there's no PKTT, because if you go to file 2 of 2, your exhibits bundle on page 253, that briefing to the last IMC meeting and the briefing note that Minister Kele at the time prepared, he says, the work of the task team extends beyond KZN borders. Its work has also been exemplary in the investigation and ultimate breakthrough of murders in the Fort Hare, in the Eastern Cape.
To move from a worst case draw to a best case World Cup 2026 draw. Well, best wishes, South Africa. Let's champion our nation, right? Okay, it's time for the news. Here's Greg.